Mr. Tyler Warren, I love you. I am so sorry that you are an Indianapolis Colt. The Chargers.
Yes! Dude, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Welcome back to the desert, where Nathan and I have tried to recover from what was a very tiring live stream last night, but also a very exciting live stream because we are...
Tiring because it was exciting.
Honestly, today is going to be, I think, more of a relevant day for Dynasty, maybe even more than last night, because you've got a number of running backs. I was asking Ryan earlier, I was like, okay, Ryan, how many running backs do you think can get picked? And he said 6, and I'm like, man, if we get 6 running backs off the board today, we're going to be having some crazy freaking discussions about this draft class and how we're going to be really ranking these guys. And so tonight you're going to get a lot of really important big board updates, things like that. And also, we expect action right at the top of this draft. I think there are a lot of teams, especially in the top 6, 7 picks, that have potential to take some running backs, have potential to take some quarterbacks, and then even the receivers. You saw Luther Burden didn't go in the first round yesterday. He's slid. And then we've been talking about this all day with Luther Burden especially, about if he does go today, what his landing spot would be and how much we would actually enjoy his landing spot. I think we've got some mixed reviews. You know, we talked about potentially the Titans taking him. You've also got the Texans, I think, early in the second round, don't you, as well? And the Texans would actually be a really good landing spot, but I do expect Luther Burden to probably go in the top 10 today. Which prospect are you most excited to see off the board today?
I think I'm most excited to see.
Wait, can I guess?
Yeah.
Henderson.
Yeah.
Yep. I knew he was going to say it.
Yeah, I'm pumped to see where Henderson goes. I think it's kind of going to be a win-win for him regardless, in my opinion. We're like, hey, if he goes to a spot that we love, awesome. We're excited. He's going to skyrocket up boards. If he goes to a spot like the Baltimore Ravens, where he's behind a running back, or the Houston Texans, where he's behind a running back to start his rookie year, he's probably going to go at a discount in Dynasty rookie drafts.
Probably true.
And that would be where I'd honestly be so excited for me personally, because I'd be able to get him at a discount in my drafts.
Yeah, I definitely expect him to go today. A lot of people are expecting Quinshon. Quinshon's not going to make it past the third round, so you're going to see him go. I'm praying that it's not something weird with our analysis and that Caleb Johnson goes pretty early today.
Right.
So, I mean, I think everybody really is focused more on the running backs. We could get some bonus running backs in there. I think we were talking about Cam Scadaboo earlier, and he's somebody that we think potentially could go today as early as the second round.
He could be a second-round dark horse.
Which, I mean, that would be interesting. That would really shake up the place, especially if we went to a landing spot. You know, Cam Scadaboo was already kind of like a name that everybody, I think, it's really easy for them to get excited about. But I think you send him to a landing spot that everybody's excited about as well, and I think we're going to have a lot of hype around him, especially. He is going to be very interesting to kind of place today. And then, like I mentioned earlier, the wide receivers. You know, really the only super hey, I know this guy's going to go is Luther Burden. Outside of that, you know, I think one of my predictions going into today is that I think Kyle Williams is going to go in the second round here. I think that's going to be probably the one that's he's going to get a decent landing spot and kind of jump up a lot. That's my prediction. I don't know if it will be true, but I'm guessing that we're going to see him picked today, at least in the third round. But you also have guys like Trey Harris, Trey Harris really is kind of a huge wild card here, right? I mean, we really analytically we don't know. From a play style standpoint, we don't really know, but you've got him on your radars. You've got Jack Besh on your radar as well. So a number of receivers. We only had 4 receivers yesterday, right? So
correct.
We'll see how it goes, but again, it's going to be really exciting. We got approximately 21 minutes until the draft starts, so we're really excited that you're joining us. Make sure you drop a like, and if you haven't, make sure you're subscribed. We're trying to hit 25,000 subscribers, and we are getting towards our goal now. We're moving up. It's kind of tick, 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 tick. So we're going to be doing this again. We're going to be live tonight during rounds 2, round 3, and then after we are done tonight with the draft, we're going to again jump in, and I think the Dynasty rookie drafts are going to be hot and heavy tonight when we jump in and try to do those later after the draft. But make sure you stay tuned through the whole draft. Like yesterday, we have the full analysis on every single pick. It's going to be moving a little bit quicker today, which will be fun. And like we mentioned, there are going to be a lot of Dynasty relevant players from yesterday. Lots of storylines, lots of different takes already, lots of different people posting their takes on the draft and the Dynasty players. What's probably the most surprising thing to you in terms of kind of the narratives that have flowed out from yesterday's pick, and what stands out to you that you kind of didn't see coming from the Dynasty community?
In the first round? I probably it's got to be the Igbuka stuff and what's coming out of Tampa and what they're saying about him. Obviously, you see the splits with what they're doing in 11 personnel, how efficient they are, and obviously The implication there is when you're in 11 personnel, you're running 3 wide receiver sets at least. So there's a chance that Ibuka could see the field a lot more than maybe you would originally anticipate as a rookie with Mike Evans and Chris Godwin being there. I think the other big news that stood out for a lot of people is you were kind of unsure to start out, like, hey, what's Travis Hunter going to be doing in that situation in Jacksonville now? And Liam Cohen basically comes out and says he's going to be a wide receiver first.
Yeah.
And they expect him to play both sides, or they're planning on that. But in terms of like how they want to utilize him consistently, I think you're going to see a lot more consistency there on the wide receiver, at the wide receiver position than anything else.
And I think my guess is that he's probably going to come out, start playing wide receiver, and then he's going to probably stay there as well. Yeah. Not that he's not going to play the defensive side of the ball.
They could put him in on like third downs.
Yeah, I think so too. So I think there's a little bit of a discussion right now, and especially in Dynasty in particular, about who is the 102 in Dynasty rookie drafts. For us, I think it's pretty consensus of Marion Hampton. I think if it were going to be one of the receivers right now, I think I have seen Ted McMillan. The wind here is getting real sketchy with these lights. That light is lifting up off the ground. I'm going to have to catch it if it falls.
Yeah.
But I think a lot of people are looking at Ted McMillan. Maybe they're a little bit more excited about Travis Hunter or about Ted McMillan than Travis Hunter. And we kind of push back on that a little bit in today's video.
Right.
But I mean, right now, I think I'm confidently saying you're confidently saying I'm Chad. I'm curious what you think about potentially about Ted McMillan Marion Hampton being in his own tier and those guys not really being in a tier with him. I don't think anybody's touching him right now.
No, I don't think so. I think the guys that would be closest to getting in that tier, like you said, would be Ted or Travis Hunter. But in my opinion, with the running back landscape at the moment, Omarion Hampton pretty much automatically solidifying himself no lower than RB6 in Dynasty, as high as RB4. And in my eyes, is too good to pass up when he's probably going to be going 2-3 turn in your Dynasty startups at this point with the ideal landing spot that you were looking for.
Yeah.
I do think one of the things that a lot of people are going to be curious about in the second round is where Shedeur Sanders actually is going to go. You obviously had the news that was coming out very soon or very close to the start of the first round, which was, hey, you might see Shedeur go as top as or as high as the 3rd overall pick and as low as the second round out of the first round.
Yeah.
And now there's more talk coming out. Rap Sheet just reported that if the Raiders don't select Shedeur Sanders here in the early second, it's going to be a long wait for him.
Man.
Meaning that Cleveland's not sold on him and New Orleans is not sold on him.
I, for one, am shocked that nobody wants to deal with him. I'm shocked. That's just super surprising to me. How could we have seen this coming? This is not predictable at all. In reality, I think Shedeur, I mean, heck, it doesn't really matter where he goes in the second round. I'm not going to be super sold on taking quarterbacks that aren't going in the first round of Dynasty rookie drafts. I think it's going to be really hard for me to draft any Shedeur Sanders, Jalen Milroe now that we know they're not going in the first round. Even though there are going to be a lot of storylines about this, right? Because he is, probably, from a I don't know, cultural standpoint, the most hyped prospect outside of Travis Hunter in this draft. When in reality, I mean, you saw Colorado retired his numbers, right?
Yes.
So
I saw that. I was like, I mean, Travis Hunter makes sense because he's generational, but Shedeur, like.
Well, it had the 2, it had Sanders, and somebody photoshopped it and it said 2 and it said second round pick on the stadium. It's not good. But we probably are going to see him go today, but I think we're going to caution people through content. Like, hey, I don't know that we're going to be drafting Shedeur at all for the most part. So it's definitely going to be something that we're going to need to at least have a discussion about here pretty soon. So.
Yeah. Unless he goes to Cleveland. And that would be one where I'd be like, okay, that's something that I would be a little bit interested in, intrigued, because we don't think that Flacco obviously is going to be the long-term option there. No one thinks that. But definitely something to keep an eye on. I do think kind of swinging back to the skill positions, though, you've obviously got talk of Mason Taylor not making it outside of the top 10 picks in the second round. That's going to be very interesting to see. I think that he obviously, with that draft capital and with that landing spot, which could be, the New York Jets, which a lot of people want to see, would be very interesting. I honestly think he might be a little bit overdrafted and overhyped if that happens.
Sure.
But definitely something that you want to keep an eye on. When you're looking at the wide receivers as well, the one guy that we haven't mentioned yet is Jaden Higgins.
That's true. I did forget about him.
Yeah.
Chargers, I'm calling it.
You think he's going to Chargers?
Yeah, that's where I think he's going to end up tonight, yeah.
Cool.
I mean, the Chargers made the pick we wanted them to last night. Honestly, the pick that I think the landing spot that makes the most sense for Higgins would be L.A. So I think, I'm calling my shot. Again, it's a shot in the dark. Who knows? The Chargers might make a responsible pick now, but yeah, you're right. We didn't mention Higgins. Also, Jalen Noel. I think NFL teams are a little bit higher on Jalen Noel than the dynasty community was, which honestly doesn't surprise me looking at his film. So I think we're going to see him go off the board. If he goes round 2, I think we're going to be having a serious discussion.
We'll have to.
I want to talk a little bit about these analytical scores. And I want to talk about it with Ryan. So Ryan, we've got up here Ryan Bread Sterator, Domain's version of Gene Sterator, essentially, is what we're going for here. Which they said we kind of gave up on the bit, which I don't understand. I thought we kept it going yesterday.
No, we totally did.
So, I definitely am going to revive it today. I got to sneeze. So, Ryan, I want you to talk. I try not to sneeze until I say this. I would like to know about Luther Burden's bakery score. Obviously, the highest draft capital he can get now is going to be second-round draft capital. And so what's the ceiling at this point for his bakery score, and where's that going to grade out in comparison to the other first-round wide receivers that we saw go last night?
So, yeah, as of right now, Luther Burden, assuming he goes in the second round, that will give him a bakery score for wide receivers of 10.87, which is actually third in the class. Ahead of Emeka Egbuka, Matthew Golden, who both obviously went in the first round yesterday. In terms of the overall perspective, that would still land him in that fourth tier, that yellow tier, which is there's a lot of hits and a lot of misses there. It's very, very up in the air. But the bright side is that he is the third highest player in that tier. So he is at the upper echelon of that tier. But again, the tier isn't necessarily anything to write home about.
Yeah, I think I noticed this when we were out trying. This wind is crazy. I think we noticed this when we were kind of plugging in draft capital and like seeing where these guys would fall in the bakery based on their hypothetical draft capital. He was always kind of a high floor analytical guy. But also we have to remember, Ryan, you can confirm this. That green tier. The hit rates aren't near as good as the 2 tiers above it or the 3 tiers above it, whatever it is. And so you are still in the territory where there are firmly going to be some solid misses in that tier as well.
100%.
Yeah.
There are absolutely going to be misses in that tier. The guys on either side of Luther Burden are Jahan Dotson and Elijah Moore.
Yeah.
Elijah Moore.
So that's what we're looking at now.
Yeah.
Ultimately at the end, I asked this question. I thought it was a fair question, and evidently it came to fruition. And so now I have to kind of look at it and be like, okay, we must have missed something with Luther Burden. But I was asking, I don't know how Pearsall, I don't know how Leggett are first-round receivers, and Luther Burden's not. And the obvious answer is, of course, it's a different draft class all around, especially defensively, and the depth of the class overall is just completely different, which I totally understand that. But now that Luther Burden has, again, I'm interested. We're going to need to do, if my research team can hear me, which I know, Ryan, you can, I definitely want to look at some of the hit rates for day 2 wide receivers in Dynasty Fantasy Football that go in the second round, because if I had to guess, I'm not sure the hit rates are great. And I'm sure even on the bakery, when you filter through like those second-round wide receivers, you're not looking at a great hit rate there.
No, I ran some numbers actually a couple of years ago, back when we started this, and I was curious about that specifically. And there was a significant drop-off from first round to second round. I went more from a value perspective, not hits versus misses. I went like who maintained their value at least maintain their value or increase heading into their second year. And I think it fell from like 77% to like 50-50, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe it was a little bit higher than that. It wasn't as great, though, obviously, which, again, you're just going to see that natural decline as the draft capital gets lower and lower. But that's when you do like to look at some of the advanced metrics and some of the advanced analytics. And for a guy like Burden, he is one that I would be willing to bet on when he goes in the second round, because of the fact that we knew that he was going to be one of the safer prospects in that tier, because he was the only one that wasn't going to move down with second-round draft capital.
Yeah.
So that was promising, in my opinion, to see. And then we can talk about landing spot later. But once we actually see where he goes, but I think he could go as high as Tennessee with the first pick in the second round. I think he could go as low as I don't think he makes it past Houston.
No,
personally.
If he goes to Houston, I'll be in. I think that's a landing spot that really makes sense for him. And that's also, we've seen C.J. Stroud favor that type of receiver.
Right.
So, I don't know. I still love the traits of Luther Burden, but at the end of the day, the draft capital does speak volumes, and we're very draft capital heavy in terms of our analysis. But he could obviously go today. I'm not sure. I'm not sure I would look at Luther Burden in that much of a better light than I will like a Jalen Noel if Jalen Noel and Luther Burden both get picked today. I'm not sure. Again, because what really is the difference between the two of them in terms of like the NFL is evaluating
the bakery profiles, because they're completely different tiers, which is definitely indicative. That helps you out a little bit to sort out not just the guys, because that's why we don't look just at draft capital. Like draft capital again is a very heavy indicator, but you want to look a little bit deeper than that and see which ones are better guided dart throws, and Burden would be the better guided dart throw.
Yeah.
Now, you would also have to see what the cost-benefit analysis would be of where those guys are going in your rookie drafts, because if Burden's going a full round ahead of Knoll with relatively the similar draft capital, then you would probably just pass on Burden and take another second-round wide receiver at a way cheaper price. But I would definitely favor Luther Burden there.
All right, we got 10 minutes until the draft starts, and we're going to figure out a lot of these questions. Let's look at the first couple of guys that are going to be on the clock here. Just kind of curious who we're going to get. I think we've got some potential up front here for it to get pretty interesting. The first pick in the second round is going to be the Browns. Obviously, the Browns have 2 picks in the first 4, right? They pick first in the second round, and they pick 4th in the second round. And so I think you're going to potentially look at Cleveland taking Shedeur Sanders or Jalen Milroe. Obviously, it's coming out that they probably don't like Shedeur Sanders, so it'd probably be Milroe if they took a guy. Or Tyler Shuck, I guess, is a dark horse to go there. But you could also look at them potentially taking a running back here. I think Houston is in the market for both a running back, and Caleb Johnson going into Houston would be fantastic in my opinion. But I think you're looking at Houston being in the market for skill position players as well. Tennessee obviously just bringing in their new franchise quarterback. They're going to be up here 3rd, and they're going to be looking for a skill position player, whether that's wide receiver or probably more wide receiver than it would running back for that team. But then you get the Raiders back up. They have Genty. They maybe would go receiver. The Patriots are in the market for a receiver and a running back. The Bears are still in the market for a running back, and they have 2 picks in the top 10. They pick at 7 and 9 here. And then obviously the Saints are still in the market for a wide receiver. So, I mean, really, when you're looking at how this second round is going to start, I think we're going to get a lot of really fun dynasty picks very quickly tonight. And so that's going to be, I'm really looking forward to this draft kicking off here in about 9 minutes. But
yeah, and then I think the third round is going to be a big decider of the depth of the overall class, especially when you're talking about the running backs that could potentially go in that range, guys that aren't maybe worth taking second round shots, but once you get into the third rounds, you've got those you've got those prospects that like your Dylan Sampsons, who are have a possibility of going in that range. Who else can I think of? Devin Neal,
sure,
who could potentially go late 3rd round if he doesn't go day 3. So there are a ton of guys here that I think, especially running back, is going to decide. We knew this heading into this class. Running back, the quantity of RBs that go day 2 will ultimately decide where that massive tier drop off is going to be, and then you start taking shots on a bunch of day 3 guys.
Yeah.
But third round will be a lot more interesting than it usually is, in my opinion, in most classes. I mean, definitely compared to last year. Last year was like, it just dragged on.
Yeah.
Looking in the third round, there's just
again, when you don't have really the only position that makes the second and third round like super duper relevant in dynasty drafts is running back. Yeah. Because if you think about it, the receiver hit rates in those rounds suck. The quarterback hit rates in that round suck. The tight end. Today is running back day. It's officially running back day.
Yeah, half the tight end picks are irrelevant a lot of the times too, because
100% true. Although Mason Taylor, I expect to go early in the second round.
Yes, and that will be one that you definitely want to break down. Fannin as well. We'll see if Fannin goes in the second round, and that would be very interesting.
That one. Yeah, I'm interested to see what the NFL thinks of that guy.
Yeah, me too. He's undersized, so
but great production
for a while. Him falling, yeah. But I definitely think that with tight ends, like, we always end up seeing these no names that we've never heard of. We're like, who the frick is that? And it's because they want to go with their 12 personnel second tight end guy that's your exclusive blocking tight end.
Yeah.
Someone that you put in goal line situations that you just stack the line with.
Yeah.
And they've just never been on our radar because they shouldn't be from a fantasy perspective. So we see that every single year, and a lot of those guys go in the third round at tight end.
Yeah. Well, make sure you drop a like if you haven't, if you're just joining us and you enjoy the draft streams. Again, I think yesterday, everybody loved it. So to us, this is already a win, but we definitely are super excited tonight. Because, again, I think we're going to get a lot of Dynasty Fantasy Football relevant picks tonight and be able to kind of walk through the immediate implications of these players for their teams, be able to walk through the immediate production implications and obviously the implications for your Dynasty team as well. I'm really, really excited to get a full – tonight we get even more teams to names and names to picks in Dynasty. And anytime we get more information, it's a good day in Dynasty Fantasy Football because this is literally Dynasty Christmas. And so we're super glad you guys have joined. You guys have made this awesome, and we super appreciate the support. But, looking forward into today. Again, I think we are in for an exciting night. I don't personally think you're going to see a lot of teams move up tonight. I did want to read this to you before I say that. Ryan sent me a screenshot it was an alert, and it says Tyler Shuck has been linked to the Browns in the second round. So if we see Shuck go in the first 4 picks here, I think that's going to be really interesting.
Massive.
At the point where we see
that'll be huge.
Hypothetical. Shuck goes, let's say the 4th pick in the second round, so 36 overall. Where are you ranking him in Dynasty rookie drafts?
early to mid-second round pick.
So here's the thing, again, like, and this is kind of what I wanted to highlight. I think people are kind of like, I said what I said about Shador a couple minutes ago, and people are kind of like, really? Analytically,
we prefer Shador.
well, yeah, but what I'm getting at is analytically, when you have quarterbacks, especially non-first-round quarterbacks, that slide into the second round of dynasty rookie drafts, pretty much the hit rates on quarterbacks in the second round of dynasty rookie drafts, it's abysmal. It is terrible. Like, historically, it's just been awful. Like, you're not really looking at a solid hit rate for those quarterbacks historically that have gone in, their ADP has ended up anywhere from 12 to 24 in dynasty superflex rookie drafts for 10 teams or for 12 teams. So, even if Shuck does go there, now the thing is, with Shuck, depending on what his price is, you're going to get a value increase because he's going to be the starter there almost immediately, right?
Yes.
And so, I mean, I don't know how confident you are long term in Shuck or in his ability to be like a permanent starter in the league or anything.
I'm not, but what I do trust and what I do believe in is the value increase of a rookie wide or a rookie QB or any quarterback that is announced to be a starter in the NFL. And that will happen at some point if they invest that draft capital in him. It's the low end of draft capital where you're like, okay, at some point he's going to get a starting opportunity, and once that happens, he will gain a little bit of value. At least you're going to have someone in your league that believes in him enough that they're willing to overpay.
Yeah.
It happens every single year. Shout out to Waffle Hauser. Back in the day, he sent me a trade. Like, he sent me a first for Will Levis heading into last season. And
did Waffle catch a stray sitting upstairs?
I'm just saying, I tried to get a little bit more.
Holy cow!
I tried to get a little bit more, and I did not pull the trigger, and I was so dumb for it. But
you didn't take the trade.
I did not take the trade.
Then he's catching the stray.
I should get the stray. That was the whole point. Is I wasn't trying to give Waffle the stray. I was trying to give myself the stray.
Yeah,
you have to jump on those opportunities if you get any chance of getting someone that's going to be more valuable than where they initially were. Is you just have to capitalize.
It was a 25 first.
I don't remember what first it was.
Nathan, oh my
gosh,
that's brutal. I forgot the frick out of that for you.
Yep.
But
I want a Polk on top.
That's why. Oh man, that would have been man.
I mean, you had Callahan coming in. You remember Levis hype? He was going left and right for first.
I mean, I think you remember that. I was very, very down on Levis last offseason. Like, to the point where I thought they were going to replace him last.
So was I.
And they didn't. But like, I never I didn't own a Will Levis. I just was like, I'm not owning this guy.
That was my own Levis.
Mayonnaise in coffee. Like, what are we doing?
You knew immediately that he was.
Yeah, I was going to say that was like that was going to be that was the weird thing for sure. So, all right, we are approximately 3 minutes before the draft starts, so we're going to have Cleveland on the clock here very soon at this point. So
over under 2.5 QBs in the second round.
Under
2.
Yeah, or 1.
You think just Shuck?
I think it ends up being Shuck and Sanders in the first or in the second round.
Would you go Milroe before Sanders?
No, I don't think Milroe. I think Milroe's going in the third.
Yeah,
that's what I think.
I think you're right.
I could be. We're gonna find out. I could be wrong, but like that's my gut feeling. I'm curious your over under on running backs. Like, where do we even set the line? 5.5.
I would probably go 4.5 in the second round.
Well, for tonight though,
6.
So 6.5.
Yeah. Right.
I would probably take the under there.
5.5.
Yeah. I mean, who are we looking at? Let's just look at a list of names here.
Well, Henderson, Caleb Johnson, Quinshawn, Scattaboo, and then you've got your wild cards of Giddens and Sampson that could go there, which gets you up to 6.
All right, Ryan. I'm curious. Give me the running backs in order that you think are most likely to get selected in the second and third round tonight.
In order, Caleb Johnson, Travion Henderson, DJ Giddens, Bashal Tootin.
Tootin, okay. So we think Tootin goes off the board tonight.
I guess this is just totally not in order.
Yeah, that's fine.
But Johnson, Henderson, Judkins, Scatabo, Giddens, Tootin. Samson. I could easily see a world in which all of them are gone by the end of the third round.
So the 3 wild cards that you were talking to me earlier, what do you think the likelihood is that one? We can go more than that too. One of Jaden Blue, Martinez, or Jordan James goes in the third round.
I think one of them goes for sure.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised by that. Jordan James and Damian Martinez both have pretty good profiles in terms of just like baseline, pretty all right. Jaden Blue would be more of your, ran a crazy high 40, Speedy. Devon Achane kind of comp, but it's possible.
Yeah, I mean that would be my dream. If Jordan James went in the third round, I think I would literally my excitement.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I think Jordan James is going in the third tonight. I think he goes late third.
I freaking hope so.
I really do. Like, that's kind of my shock.
I fell in love with that guy the moment I started watching.
I think Dylan Sampson goes tonight too. I mean, we've consistently seen, everybody's just kind of ignoring this, but we've consistently seen Dylan Sampson mocked in the third round of these. I mean, like NFL analysts are mocking Dylan
Yes.
Sampson here.
I think I've seen Dylan Sampson, like 80% of mocks that I've seen Dylan Sampson go, it's day 2.
Yeah.
I very few mocks have him going any later than the late third round.
Yeah.
So you've seen him go as late as like the late third to the Kansas City Chiefs. And that situation alone is going to elevate his value. This is what makes the depth of the class so interesting, so intriguing, and so exciting, is those types of landing spots. I don't care what you think about the player or the prospect. If they get that draft capital and they're getting these opportunities to be the top options immediately, you got to be jumping on that.
I think so, too.
And that's something that we haven't seen in quite a while at the running back position. This is the year that you're getting the value revamped at the running back position.
1-0.
Let's go.
All right, 7 o'clock. Here we go. The Cleveland Browns here in just a moment are going to be on the clock.
Oh, did they trade back? How did they not have the first pick?
Yeah, there was a pick swap there, wasn't there? It says that it was by trade.
Oh.
I don't know how they ended up there. It didn't happen just now, though.
No.
But we should.
Something must have happened. Maybe they didn't have their second from a trade. They dealt like it.
So, okay. Okay. So if the schedule is tied or the record is tied, or sorry, the record is tied, yeah, then it's the inverted strength of schedule. So it's the next. So they flip the next round.
Fascinating.
I did not know that. Shout out Tommy Leonard
That's
for
a
some
fun fact.
facts. That's very interesting. And so that's how they ended up flipping. So honestly, it could end up making a difference here. Like if both of them are in the market for a wide receiver, it could end up making a huge difference. Like what if they end up getting burdened because of that flip?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm really excited.
sure.
I'm really, really curious. Hey, upstairs, can you guys tell me when they actually start the NFL, when they actually start the draft on the NFL side? I'm curious what time they start. Yeah, that'd be great. Because I know we're going to be.
Let's not have capacity issues this time in Green Bay, please, so that we don't delay.
I mean,
the pick.
we saw a video earlier, and it wasn't looking like that they were going to have capacity issues today. So,
I hope not.
Yeah.
It's day 2.
yeah.
The diehards are the ones that are interested in today.
So hey, let us know in the comments who you're most excited to see the landing spot for tonight. Obviously, I can tell you right now, if Travion Henderson, like Nathan, is most excited for Travion Henderson, and I think naturally everybody is going to be because, Travion has that, skill set that from a fantasy perspective, from a dynasty perspective, we really gravitate towards because of the receiving upside, the receiving skill set. So I think when everybody figures out, if he gets a good landing spot, I think he's probably going to jump into the top 6 of dynasty rookie drafts for sure. Quinshawn, Quinshawn Judkins, people are very, very willing to move him up boards very quickly, I think.
Very quickly.
And so, more willing than most other players in this draft.
Yes.
I think Quinshawn is the guy that people want to just push up. And so it'll be really interesting to see where his market value goes. Obviously, we expect him to get selected tonight. I want him to go somewhere where he is going. It says Cleveland is on the clock, so
I'm very excited to see where Scadaboo goes as well.
yeah, I am also.
That's just going to be such an interesting situation because he's such a unique type of running back anyways. The way that he runs, the way that he really is just so successful as a dual threat running back. It's not something that you generally see. He doesn't have your stereotypical build for a dual threat running back.
Yeah.
He will punish you between the tackles, and he will outrun you on the outside.
Yeah,
after the catch.
Scadaboo is interesting.
So-
I didn't love his film personally, but I don't know. I don't know. I always thought Scadaboo was a little bit overhyped. But
I'm a bit higher on him for sure.
you definitely are higher on Scadaboo than I am. But you wouldn't. Everybody watched Scadaboo in the bowl game. Like anybody who watched the bowl game isn't going to say that this guy can't be an impact player for an NFL
I
team.
didn't even watch the bowl game.
He was good.
Actually,
he was impressive.
he carried.
He actually putting the
From
team
what
on
I
his
heard,
back
he
from
carried.
he was passing. He threw for a touchdown. I think he almost caught a touchdown. He legitimately was putting the team on his back. I don't know if I've ever seen a player really take over a game fully like that. So. All right, the Browns are officially on the clock now. The draft has begun, and they've had all day to think about this, so they better not take up the entire 7-minute timer. But we will have our first pick in here very soon, and we are going to find out. Again, here's the rules for tonight. If you're joining us, we want you to hang out the whole time because I think you're going to enjoy the dynasty analysis, especially from tonight that's going to come. Do not spoil the picks in the chat, okay? You're going to get our raw reactions. They're not telling us the picks upstairs. We have no feeds up. We have no pick tracker up or anything. We see it on our monitor behind the camera, and you get our raw reactions in real time. And so you let other people have that as well. We are, of course, getting the picks as soon as we can. The team is getting the picks as soon as we can. This football is driving me nuts. And so they're going to do the best they can to get them in as fast as possible, get the graphics made as fast as possible, and then we're going to have the picks up on the screen. So just be patient, don't spoil. We're trying. Last night we were mostly within a minute and a half, I think, of everybody else. So that's pretty good because again they're making the graphics.
A couple of
They're
times.
making the graphics in real time. It's ridiculous. So our production team is killing it. Shout out our production team. This has been awesome, and they've made this whole thing possible. But Cleveland's on the clock. Official prediction for Cleveland's pick here.
I think that, oh man, they shouldn't go running back. So I'm gonna go with they don't go running back. They'll probably take QB with their early second round pick, because I don't think anyone's trading up for Shuck if
these
they
guys
want to
aren't
go
taking
Shuck.
because
I think they go defense on this pick. They obviously took D tackle with the 5th overall pick in the first round. If they want to keep bolstering that side of the ball, I think they go for it. Offensively, they can afford to go quarterback with their second round pick, and then in the early third, they can get a running back there.
If it's possible, graphics team, can we have the team needs for the Cleveland Browns up? Because I want to kind of look at that before I make my prediction as well. But the thought process makes sense, right? It doesn't make any sense to take a QB unless you're worried somebody else is going to jump up and grab a QB. And in this draft class, I'm not sure that's going to happen at the beginning of the second.
Yeah.
And so, I think you're right. They'll probably take running back at the second pick. And so if they do, or they'll take quarterback at the
I think they go running back in the third round.
Okay, so you don't think they're taking running back here. So,
Right.
all right, let's look at here. I mean, you have team need pretty much all across the board in offense. They need a QB. They need a running back. They also need a receiver, technically, but you got tackle and you've got cornerback on there as well.
Yeah,
Obviously, an impact free agent. They brought in Kenny Pickett. I don't know if you've heard of him, but Pro Bowl level. At this point, he could make the Pro Bowl. We would never know.
Here's the thing, though. They have so many holes everywhere, offensively and defensively. Like, why don't you just take one of the most athletically talented fallers in the draft right now, with Green out of Marshall?
Green might be the pick here. I'm honestly.
That's what I think they should do.
Yeah.
They might go running back, and I wouldn't blame them, but they have so many needs everywhere else that, like, running back would be the last place I would be looking in the second round when there are really good value followers in the early second available.
I'll go defense as well. I think your logic makes a lot of sense. Ryan, do you have any prediction for who you think the Browns are going to go here with their first pick of the second round?
It wouldn't surprise me if they go quarterback, whether that's Tyler Shuck or Shedeur Sanders. It wouldn't surprise me if they go running back. It wouldn't surprise me if they go with Mike Green, as you guys mentioned. It wouldn't surprise me if they go corner. They've got so many holes to fill.
Yeah.
There's a reason why they're picking where they are. It would not surprise me if they go defense. It wouldn't surprise me if they go offense. Frankly, I don't think there's anything they can do that will surprise me.
Yeah.
No, and again,
they have a lot of team need here.
Yeah, I think anyone not named running back would be something that you can't really criticize them for.
Yeah, so you'd criticize them for taking a running back here.
I think a lot of people would, and from a fantasy perspective, I would love it. I would be really happy about it, probably all over it.
Yep.
But not schematically, like from a team build perspective, that's just the last thing you want to be focusing on right now.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they took Shuck here, to be honest with you as well. If they really are focusing on Shuck, I wouldn't be surprised. Why not just grab him now? You're on the clock. You have the control. Why not?
Because Tennessee and Houston have their guys.
I know. What if somebody trades up? I mean, like, again, it comes down to, like, you have the quarterback there. Just take the quarterback.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised if that's the pick. I think it's Shuck or defense at this point. I'd be surprised if there were anything else. So
if Shuck goes here in the early second rounds, that would probably be one of the first times where you get a ton of film guy buzz for a no-name quarterback that comes out of nowhere that's actually legitimate.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to happen. I think he's going to go tonight, from what it sounds like. But and then the Houstons. Wow, who are the Houstons going to take? I think Bird makes too much sense for Houston.
The Texan Houstons.
Yeah, the Texans Houstons. I think Bird makes too much sense for that team at 34. I honestly, that would probably be my prediction at this point.
I would love to see Bird.
And it wouldn't. There. I guess it wouldn't it wouldn't totally shock me if the Browns took a Bird type receiver either. But I think they're, like you said, they have weight because I mean they've got their offense is just abysmal, right? And they've got a great defense, and their defense is going to be even freaking better now. I mean,
they have some good stars on the defensive side of the ball, but they lost a lot of those guys that they had a couple of years ago when they made that playoff run.
Yeah.
I mean, you saw those shortages or their shortcomings defensively. Their DB room is shot.
Yeah.
They have a very if you want to take that back to the PFF grades for the Cleveland Browns that their team need. Just looking at what they are, like they're 29th in coverage, 31st in tackling, so that's a DB and that's linebacker, and then 30th in run blocking. You've got to get a guy on the line again that's going to be a good run blocker, and with the depth of this class at DT, they could go there. I don't think you can go wrong going defense here.
I mean, the coverage grade was also not great as well, and as we mentioned, they need corner pretty bad. I'm not sure what corners have fallen in this draft. I need to pull up my big board here.
They're dead last everywhere. Offense was awful.
Yeah, their offense.
They were 27
it was maybe the worst offense in the entire league.
I mean, yeah, they were miserable.
So it was not a good look at all. So
Except when Jameis was there.
So according to PFF's big board, the highest grade player on the board is still Mike Green, obviously. After that, it would be Simmons went. Yeah, Sigbuka went. After that, it would be Jalen Walker went. We're getting into the Graves Abel. Did Trey Amos go last night?
No, I don't think he did.
I wouldn't be surprised if he's the pick here either.
Yeah.
I honestly wouldn't be surprised if he's the pick. So we'll see if they end up going defense here or not. But once they make their pick again, the Houston Texans are going to be on the clock. Do you think we see Alec Iomanner go tonight?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so you think
I definitely do. I would be disappointed if he fell to the third round. Personally.
I'm not sure that's out of the realm of possibilities at this point.
It's definitely in the realm of possibilities.
I mean,
I'm saying personally, as a guy who's a fan of Alec, I would be disappointed if
Look,
he fell
I mean,
there.
we talked about this with
He
Alec.
definitely goes tonight. He's not going.
He's going to get on the field.
Yes.
Because of his blocking ability.
Yes.
He's a great he's a great Pascal type of receiver. Like I think that's his floor. Is the guy that's on the field and they keep him on the field essentially because he's really good at all the little things besides actually catching and running with the football. But he was
pretty good at catching and running with the football.
Yeah, I mean, not really. Compared to the other receivers, even his role on the Eagles, he wasn't really catching.
Oh no, I thought you were saying Alec. I thought you said you were referring to Pascal.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Yeah. No,
Yes.
you're right.
So, but I think that's what I'm saying. I think that's his floor in terms of the skill set and what he provides intangible, from an intangible standpoint.
Yeah.
But we will find
Pascal
out.
carved in a nice role at the NFL level for quite a while for someone who was.
But again, and
athletically
the
limited.
stats never popped off the page for Pascal ever.
No,
so,
they didn't.
But he made a lot of money in the NFL. So
Yeah,
I don't know if he's still in the Eagles or not. Honestly, to be honest.
No.
What other teams are in the
let
market
go.
for a running back in this second round? Who are the teams that potentially the Vikings if they have a second? I don't know. The Vikings don't have a second.
Houston is technically. You've seen a lot of mocks for running backs to Houston. You've got Baltimore. You've got the Chiefs. You've got Cleveland anytime day 2, whether it's now, whether it's in the third round. I would recommend personally, if I were running the Browns, that they should do it in the third round.
Yeah.
And then Washington is your 5th running back room. That could use some help there. And then Denver is going to go running back at some point. That's 6 teams. And then who else?
I mean, I think there are a lot of teams that don't need running back that can end up. But we just even talk about the Jets,
the Jets and the Jags.
So question.
So the Jags as well.
Do you think that Brees Hall gets moved today?
That's been the talk.
I don't think he gets
Here's my thing. I think it makes a lot more sense in theory to move a guy like Brees Hall than it is to actually realistically pull that move off.
Yeah.
When you have a guy who had second-round draft capital originally, is going into the last year of his deal, why would someone pay any draft capital at all this year to then risk losing him as an unrestricted free agent next season? They would have to They would probably have to trade for him and extend him on the spot. For it to be worth it, they want to beat everyone to the chase, and they want to pay that extra money for running back. But again, in this class, why would you pay any rookie pick when you can just get someone day 2 on a rookie deal?
Yeah.
I think the Jets are stuck with him. If they trade him, they're not going to be able to move off of him for anything more than a 5th-round pick.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Because you're essentially paying a team to take on that second contract.
Okay, so another guy that's been on the block. Everybody's been talking about him being traded today. What about Pickens? Do you think Pickens ends up getting moved today?
No, I don't think so.
I don't know. I don't know how their wide receiver coach is going to survive in a wide receiver room with DK Metcalf and George Pickens. But I mean, again, that's all the crazy receivers. They go to Pittsburgh. I mean, it started with AB, and then AB.
Yeah, I guess I just
I honestly don't know.
At this point in time, since they didn't move up in the first round, since they didn't make any crazy trade to get a quarterback or anything like that, at what point is it worth it on day 2 of the draft to move George Pickens for what are they going to do? Replace him with another wide receiver in this class? Who they think is more talented? I just don't know.
I don't know.
I just don't see
that. We questioned the fit when they picked up DK, right? I mean, so maybe they get somebody that would fit better there, alongside. So
the fit for Pickens, yeah.
Yeah, right. Yeah. But I mean, at the end of the day, like I mentioned at the beginning of the broadcast, I don't think that there are going to be a ton of trades today, and I think you're probably going to see most of those guys who are being shopped stay put. Although it would definitely throw a wrench through things from a dynasty perspective if we did see any of those guys moved. I don't think it happens. So the Cleveland Browns are about to make their pick. They must have taken their sweet time, which I don't understand. You had all day to think about who you wanted here. All right, there we go. The pick's in my ears. Let's see it. All right,
perfect time.
I need the dopamine hit. Get it on the screen. Let's go. Dopamine time. Here we go. The Cleveland Browns with their pick has selected. Okay, linebacker.
Defense.
Yep, their defense. Good
Boom.
call. Boom. All right, 1 for 1. Nice. Let's see how many
we'll
you can predict.
I said defense pick. I said defense with their first second-round pick. Second round pick is going to be QB.
It's Carson.
And then their third-round pick will be a running back.
This is where I should practice my pronunciation. Carson Schwessinger?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's pretty good.
Ride with it, man.
Yeah,
Ride
no.
with it.
So the second pick of the first round of the first pick of the second round. What did it go?
The first round of the second.
The first round of the second pick, with the second, is Carson Schwessinger. So PFF ranks him as the linebacker 4 in this class, obviously out of UCLA and Cleveland. Like I said, if we could have the team need graphic one more time here, talking about what they needed. You saw there were tons of holes, not on their offense, but also a few holes on their defense as well. And I mean, yeah, but they also they had the 8th overall ranked PFF defense, right? And so, it was still a good defense, and their defense still was winning them games occasionally.
Yes.
I will say, like, I those AFC North defensive battles, I swear they put all those freaking things on Monday Night Football. I swear they do. I swear every Monday Night Football game is.
They're entertaining. And
I mean, if you like defense, they're entertaining.
They're all big market teams too. You got a massive fan base for Baltimore. That's a lot of the East Coast. You have Pittsburgh, which is the entirety of Pennsylvania, which is one of the bigger football states in the country. And then you have the Bugles, which are not a big market team. And then you have Cleveland, which has a big fan base, which is like insane to me always.
So Houston is on the clock, and we've got the Titans and then the Browns again.
All right, we going Burden here. I would love to.
I think Burden is my pick. Burden is my prediction.
I don't think Burden Burden's not making it past Tennessee. That's my take.
No, Burden is going to go in these next 2 picks, and if they don't, Nathan and I are going to shave our head bald. So, what? Oh, we said we were going to do that, right?
That was kind of a perfect.
I did forget to tell you guys that it is actually Nathan's birthday today. Born today, a number of years ago. So, congratulations to Nathan for being born today, and wish him happy birthday in the comments. So.
Thank you guys. It's not my birthday.
Yeah. Well, okay. Well,
I appreciate it though.
Says that,
it is not my birthday though.
Yeah. He's always going to say that. So.
If it was my birthday today, I would be like very, very old at this point with the number of birthdays I've had in the past 2 months.
Let us know in the comments if you've made any trades within the last 24 hours with your Dynasty rookie picks. I'm curious if there's anybody that's been moving them, and if they've been selling, if they've been buying. Like, I'm curious what the kind of market in your specific leagues has been in terms of moving around these picks. But let's talk about the Houston Texans. The Texans have a lot of need, right? Obviously, the wide receiver room, the year that C.J. Stroud had his breakout, which I won't say breakout, it was an actual breakout, was Nico Collins.
He set a ton of rookie records.
Yeah, and you had Tank Dell there as well. Yep. And obviously both of them were able to produce. It was Nico Collins' really breakout year, and Tank Dell was extremely productive as a wide receiver 2 technically in that offense, so that they were both wide receiver 2s in fantasy.
So was Noah Brown when one of them was always going down.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And so, yeah, he did have those hit weeks, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
So obviously, okay, we've got the pick in, and we'll break this down. Let's see. I'm going Luther Burden here. You going Luther Burden?
Yeah, I'm going Burden.
All right, let's lock it in.
They knew right away.
On the screen, they sent it in. They mailed it in. It was 2 for 2. Come on. Whoa! That's kind of interesting to me, though.
They don't seem super complimentary.
Those are not complimentary pieces, I don't feel like.
But they do go wide receiver here. That is very, very interesting.
I'm not surprised Higgins went early second. I'm surprised Seattle just traded up, and they are on the clock. So that's going to get interesting as well. Who are they trading up for?
Would love to see some of the team needs, some of the key departures and additions that Seattle had.
Yeah, if we can
get that up soon,
that graphic would be great.
But with Seattle, this is a very interesting move.
The team needs for Seattle.
Yeah, I think Higgins, though, out of Iowa State going to Houston is something that we're going to have to break down analytically and see. Can you pull up Higgins' RPP?
Yeah, I'll pull up the reception. I want to go ahead and bring Ryan in. So, Ryan, obviously, I'm a little surprised he went above Burden, but I'm not surprised he went in the early second. Where does this kind of, I'm assuming you're up there working on the bakery. Where does this kind of settle his bakery score in terms of compared to the other wide receivers in this class, now that we do know he has early second-round draft capital?
Presently, that the second-round draft capital puts him at 10.48, which is good for 5th in this class.
That's where we had him.
Assuming Luther Burden goes in the second, he will jump him. But 5th in this class, he falls in the same tier as Travis Hunter, Mecca Igbuka, Matthew Golden, in that yellow tier, which again it is fairly hit and miss, but there have been hits.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how he's gonna fare in Houston's offense with Nico Collins being they're both bigger receivers, kind of the size for a prototypical X, but Nico doesn't necessarily have to play that.
Yeah, so that's the other thing I really wanted to pick. Go ahead, sorry.
I mean, we go from day one where you've got essentially a slot wide receiver in Igbuka being paired with someone who's locked in as what we would assume the slot wide receiver in Chris Godwin in Tampa, and now you flip it and you take like 2 stereotypical X's.
So Ryan, talk about the fit here. Well, complementary pieces. Do you view them as complementary?
I don't necessarily know if I can view them as complementary just in terms of.
Do we have Ryan's mic? Talk again, Ryan.
I
There
don't
we
know
go.
if I can view them as complementary. Jaden Higgins played your stereotypical
Yeah.
X receiver at Iowa State, and Nico Collins did that with Houston, but a little bit more versatile. He moved around the field a little bit more. I think what this is probably going to end up being, we saw a lot of Nico Collins doing this last year and the year before, is a lot of deeper down the middle of the field routes, and Jaden Higgins might more so profile as the contested catch receiver on the sidelines, like that, the big body who you just kind of throw it up to and say, I hope he comes down with it. Whereas Nico Collins might play a little bit more of a large Z role where he kind of moves around a little bit more.
Yeah. This bird behind us is going toot, 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 toot. It sounds like somebody's whistling at us.
Yeah, prediction for this pick, I think it's Shuck.
I think they
jumped
traded up for a
Cleveland.
quarterback
I
here.
think
Let's
they went
see
for a QB.
I mean, let's see the pick here. The Seattle Seahawks with the third pick in the second round. They have drafted. They have traded up. They've jumped up, and they have drafted. Oh, okay, that's a good pick actually.
Okay.
Nick Imanwari, he is was graded by most people as a first-round prospect in this class.
Yeah.
I was a little bit surprised he didn't go yesterday, and so honestly, that does make sense that they traded up to get him. Out of South Carolina, he's ranked from PFF's standpoint as the fifth safety in the class. I know that he had an outstanding combine and really jumped up everybody's boards with some of his testing numbers as well. And so Seattle gets a safety there. Look, we're going back to the Legion of Boom days, right? But they jump up, and honestly, if there was a guy left on the board to trade up for, it would be either Mike Green, I think, Nick Imanwari, or somebody like that. But this is a solid pick from Seattle. And so now you have the Browns back on the clock, and now it really comes into focus. Are they going to take their quarterback?
I think this is the pick where they go to take quarterback. This is what they're anticipating. No one between them. There's not going to be any trade-up suitors to go with QB. That was a little bit scary, I bet, for them with Seattle being not necessarily secure at QB with that not long-term deal with Sam Darnold. That was kind of a fake 4-year deal. Not a lot of guarantees there outside of the first year for Darnold, but with Cleveland now, I mean, this is your time to go.
Yeah.
If you want to salvage what you've built there as a front office and a coaching staff, this is where you go and you try to change your luck.
Yeah.
You went there, you broke the bank for Deshaun Watson a few years ago. It didn't work out. Flacco had a nice miracle run for the playoffs a couple of years ago. And outside of that, it's been pretty miserable for Cleveland since they lost Baker, ironically.
Yes, it has. So it's going to be very interesting. And you know, well, as we mentioned, offensively, Cleveland is in the market for pretty much all of their players. And the pick is in. These picks are flying in now. So let's see. The Cleveland Browns in the second round, the 36th overall pick, have taken, let me guess, Quinshon Judkins. Okay, so he immediately is going to jump up here. I mean, we're looking at the Dynasty big board, but with Judkins to the Browns. So he gets early second-round draft capital, and from a running back perspective, now things are getting interesting. This is a great landing spot for Judkins, in my opinion. He's going to have that backfield to himself. He's going to get the volume that he really wasn't getting at Ohio State because you had Henderson playing with him. But now, as Nick Chubb kind of fades out, they get a guy in Judkins that, you know, I think from a play style standpoint is really going to fit well with the Browns. And now I think you're going to see the Dynasty community as a whole take Judkins and elevate him up rankings. We definitely are going to be moving him. In fact, I mean, just looking here, I think Judkins goes right behind Tet at the moment in terms of where we would rank him. So we just will update that big board here as we go. I think we're going to get, I mean, again, the Raiders. What if the Raiders go Burden here? But also the Patriots are going to be in the market and the Bears in the market for running back. We could get some really good picks here, and it sounds like they're flying in upstairs based on what I'm hearing in my ears. So.
Avery, Joe Flacco is truly the full-time top option for
There's no
the Cleveland
way.
Browns.
There is no way they do that.
Where else are they going to turn?
Well, they're just wasting a season.
Yep. What else are they going to do?
Don't they have another pick in this round?
Nah, I don't think so.
Yeah, I thought they had 3. Maybe I'm wrong. But Judkins, this is awesome. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to look at the bakery here. And obviously, we've talked about this. Analytically, Quinshon Judkins doesn't have the best profile, right? And it's not really anything that, you know, is concerning outside of the fact
by the
that
backfield split at Ohio State.
It really is.
It's really
so,
what it comes down to.
Ryan, I'm going to bring you in now. Let's talk about this pick with Judkins. How are you feeling about the landing spot, where he's going to land in the bakery analytically, and where you should rank him in Dynasty rookie drafts?
Landing spot is outstanding. I mean, he's immediately going to come in and be...
Ryan's mic's muted. There you go. Go ahead.
He's immediately going to come in and be a workhorse running back. He's going to immediately come in and be their running back one. His only competition is Jerome Ford.
Yeah, no, there's no competition there.
That being said, Quinshon Judkins is somebody that the bakery has hated from the moment that his statistics were implemented. And as of right now, unsurprisingly, he's the running back 3. But the next time that somebody gets drafted with the
They're
second
gonna jump him.
round
They're gonna jump him.
pick, they will jump him.
Yeah. You give any of these guys below him them second round picks and he jumps Judkins. But again, analytically, like I don't think this is a reason for us not to draft Quinshon, right?
I don't think this is a reason to not draft him. He's going to have the sheer volume play upside in that sense, but I struggle with some people who had him as their running back 2 or their running back 3.
I disagree with that.
From film and analytics, and I don't know if he's going to have that elite upside outside of touchdown production, but then again, I'm sure I would have had the same opinion about Derrick Henry and looking back at his statistics. So what do I know?
Right.
Right, and I do think that ultimately, if we see Henderson go, I mean, you've got Chicago's logo staring right down.
Oh man, if Henderson goes to Chicago, we're throwing a freaking party, dude.
And we're taking Henderson, I would say, consensus.
Oh,
over
I would.
Quinshon.
If Henderson goes in the next 4 picks, I'm putting him ahead of Judkins, no question.
No question.
So I'm assuming. Thank you, Ryan. We appreciate it, man. But yeah, that got spicy because Judkins right now, as it sits, is a top 6 pick in dynasty rookie drafts. And this is again, this running back class is going to start really supplementing this class because right now we have 12 on the board right now. We've pushed Warren and Jaden Higgins down into the 2nd round, really. Igbuka, Dart, Warren, Higgins, that. And the more I think about it, honestly, like I don't know. I think our big board's going to get a little bit more of adjustment today. Are you still comfortable ranking Dart above Igbuka and Warren with what you saw last night?
What did we see last night?
I saw Warren going over a lot of the Dart.
I would put Dart behind Igbuka, Warren.
So Dart would be second to last right now. Higgins behind him, or are you putting?
I'd put Dart ahead of Higgins.
Okay, that's what I have it as right now. So I mean, again, this is rough draft. We're just working this out on the fly. But this is a big pick for dynasty purposes. Everybody loves Quinshon Judkins. Now he gets early 2nd round draft capital, and I think there's not going to be any reason to fade him in dynasty leagues, even though the analytical profile is not exactly how we want it. So the Las Vegas Raiders are now on the clock, and again, I wouldn't be surprised if they went wide receiver here. To be honest with you.
No, I think that's definitely very possible. They obviously go with Genty. They want to kind of fill out their weapons for Geno Smith in that offense. Right now, they just have Jacoby Myers in that room.
Yeah.
And obviously Bowers. Bowers a unicorn, luxury item. You can use them wherever the frick you want.
Sure.
Genty is going to be really, who you build your offense around, honestly, if they're a run-first offense, which you would expect. So honestly, with that in mind, maybe they pass up on receiver unless they find a really good value.
There's been a trade.
And the New England Patriots do trade up for the 38th overall pick.
Oh, that's a mistake. Never mind.
Not,
no, never mind. Sorry.
It is Seattle. So
it's still
Seattle.
still Vegas.
I was thinking Pete Carroll.
Okay. Whew. Yeah.
Pete Carroll.
That scared me for a second. I was like,
Pete Carroll
who are they jumping up to get right here? But they're still good. So the Dolphins have the pick right now. So the Dolphins traded up. Is that correct?
Okay.
All right. So the Dolphins have traded up and they're on the clock at pick number 38, and so 37. I think this is going to be interesting.
Very.
This is They would have traded up for defense, don't you think?
Yes.
So this is going to be a defensive pick, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I'm going to keep saying Green until Green goes.
I know. Eventually we'll be right.
Malachi Starks.
Eventually we're going to be correct.
I'm just waiting for Starks to go.
We're going to say Green every pick, and then he's going to get picked. We'll be like, see, that we knew it was going to be Green.
Right.
Right.
So, I mean, knew it.
Yeah. Blind squirrel nut, etc. But yeah. So there you go. There you have it. Pick 37. The Dolphins are on the clock. The Patriots. So okay. So the Raiders move back altogether.
Yeah.
And we'll have the trade details hopefully here soon. If you guys don't want to do the graphic, you can just tell me in my ears what the trade details were. I know that I don't know how quickly the picks are flying in right now, but either way, we'll be able to figure out the trade details here in a minute. But they're going to jump up, and like I said, I think Nathan and I's prediction here is they're going to take a defense. But back to Judkins again. The bakery's not kind to him, and a lot of people have asked if that's like really weighing in our decision that's like to draft or not to draft Quinshon Judkins. And for me, I think right now, especially with him getting early second round draft capital, to me that's a firm no. I will trust the draft capital over,
Yeah, absolutely.
the wow.
Hello,
Please
wind.
do not fall. I need these lights to stay. Crap. I'm firmly trusting the draft capital here with Judkins, and I'm not going to have any problems selecting him in my dynasty rookie drafts. And I think you're going to see him. I think you're going to see him go as high as 4 in some of these drafts.
Yes.
I think you'll consistently. I think you're going to see him jump.
I think he can jump Tet and Hunter.
I think he'll jump Hunter most of the time and Ward a lot of the time too.
Yeah.
I mean, again, we know that the dynasty community is very willing to push this guy out, and I don't blame them.
Very willing to also just push up running backs in general. Again,
And
if Henderson goes to Chicago, you will see Judkins, Henderson probably go back-to-back 3-4, and Tet and Hunter be the ones that fall to 5-6.
I mean, I know that we saw 2 running backs go in the first last night, but a running back in the second is like a wide receiver in the first, like a mid first. like, a running back in the first is like a top 10 wide receiver, in my opinion. And the early second round running backs, those are like mid firsts for wide receivers. And so you're looking at this like from a wide receiver position standpoint. If this were how this was going, then this is a mid first wide receiver here, and these guys have very good hit rates, to be honest with you. So,
Yeah, no, they do for sure.
Yeah.
And I mean, you've just seen, even with Cleveland being as lackluster as they usually are every single year, they've had a history of very successful running backs with Nick Chubb, Kareem Hunt over the last 7 years, and they know how to run the freaking ball consistently.
Yeah.
And that's something that I think we're gonna definitely like to see with Quinshon and how he can be implemented into that offense where they're riding with Joe Flacco.
Yes.
And that's just going to be kind of ugly, I think, in terms of how consistently effective their passing game is going to be. You're going to have a lot of volume there with Flacco, but he's far from consistent. And I think if you want to be a little safer, you're going to want to run the ball first with Quinshon, kind of establish the run, and then let Flacco do his thing.
Yeah. So great pick. Really exciting dynasty pick right now on our big board. I mean, he's going to just immediately cement himself as the high picks here. So we've got one off the board. And again, we've got two teams here that are coming up that are going to be in the conversation for running back in the New England Patriots and the Chicago Bears. Who would be the number for you if you had to pick one running back to go to the Bears here? Who would it be?
Henderson. Not even close.
Okay. Well, interesting. I think Caleb Johnson is close.
You'd rather have Caleb Johnson on the Bears?
I think so.
Wow.
I think so. I think Caleb Johnson would fit really well there.
Dang.
But all right, the pick is in for the Dolphins. Let's see if Nathan and I were right. Did they trade up for a defensive player, or did the Dolphins do something very interesting here? The Dolphins move up and they select. Okay, they do another offensive lineman. So that's their second offensive lineman, right? Because they took a tackle or a guard yesterday.
I think they went guard.
Yeah. So this is, I mean, not defense, but again, the right choice. You have to protect Tua and not let his brain melt on the field,
especially after Armstead just retired.
100%. So they take. I don't know how to say his last name, so I'm just going to call him Jonah. And if you guys know in the comments, I'm very impressed. Savanaya, I don't know. The fifth pick of the second round, though, they move up to get in on their offensive tackle. And so, obviously, the Dolphins very committed to after, a couple years of taking some of the gadget guys. I mean, they took Devon Achane, and then they took Jalen Wright, right? And so they were kind of loading up on those skill position gadget guy players. Now, you actually are building in the trenches, which is probably what they should have done to begin with. Yeah, you probably do that up front. Because even though you have the fastest guys in the league, it doesn't really matter if your quarterback has scramble brains.
Yeah, this is also something they should, like you said, they should have done this a long time ago, not just because that's how you want to build a team, but also Armstead misses a lot of time, or had been missing a lot of time consistently every single year for quite a while.
Yeah.
And that was kind of just baked into his value and what he was going to give you on an annual basis. And they had no answer, whenever he went down. So this is something where hopefully you can kind of work around that offensive line and the new talent that you've brought in this rookie class. Hopefully that's just going to help protect Tua a little bit more, and he doesn't make dumb decisions and stays healthy.
Yeah. So the New England Patriots on the clock here. What's your prediction for who they're going to go? They're obviously in the market for both a wide receiver and a running back, in my opinion.
I'm waiting for Burden to go, man. I'm waiting for Burden to go.
I know who Tom wants him to take. Tom wants him to take Burden for sure.
Yeah.
That's the squeakiest brakes I've ever heard in my life. It's the UPS truck.
Yeah, Burden would be. I think this would be a good landing spot for him.
I think it would too. And so I did. Yeah, again, I updated the big board here, and I have Judkins. I have him right at 6, I think, and then Higgins I have currently whatever we are at 12th now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Remember when we said it was going to be a quiet second round or a quiet day 2 with not a ton of trade ups and moves, and then we've just seen 3 already.
Okay, yeah, I will say though
2.
they weren't. Yeah, you're right. I mean, it is a little bit interesting that they're jumping up, but they're not trading for skill position players at the very least. I think I was thinking quiet in the sense that you're not going to see any of these established players like Breece Hall or George Pickens get traded today, which I think ended up being probably the correct analysis. But we'll kind of see how it goes here. But with the Patriots, I mean, from a running back perspective, if they took Caleb Johnson here, I'd be thrilled. If they took Travis, honestly, I don't think it's a bad landing spot for running backs at all.
No.
I mean,
I don't think so.
I know a lot of people would have looked at them as a bad running back landing spot even just last year. But I
Not
mean,
with Mike Vrabel now.
with Vrabel, I mean, I think it's a fine spot for running back. Not to mention, you've got new receiver coming in as Stephon Diggs. You've got Drake May in that offense now,
Right.
and so I think this is a good landing spot for both a running back and a wide receiver. I mean, they went to pretty much double wide receiver last year, right?
I don't think Vrabel's going to have the patience for a Ramondre Stevenson and Antonio Gibson. That's just what I anticipate. I think he goes running back day 2 at some point today.
Did they just waste their picks with Polk and Javon Baker last year? Are those guys going to do anything? You think? Polk had some flashes. I feel like
Polk could. We'll see what happens there. But again, with a Vrabel offense, your main focus isn't really going to be wide receiver unless you get a slot guy like Luther Burden, who would be nice for Drake May.
Yeah.
But honestly, this is one where you said you like Caleb Johnson for the Bears. I'd like Caleb Johnson for New England.
Okay. Yeah.
I
mean,
think that would fit what Vrabel likes to do in that offense quite a bit.
I think in an ideal world here, what you would see is one of them take Caleb Johnson, one of them take Travion Henderson. And then we get both those guys off the board and we move them up. You get 3 early second-round running backs to start here, and it would be insane. So
Yes.
we'll see who they take. Again, I think Pats fans are kind of hoping, hey, can we get a running back in here? And I think they might get their wish if I had to guess. But we'll see. The Bears pick is going to be obviously very enticing, too, because people look at that situation, they like it even more than New England.
Yeah.
So.
And you did just see, like, again, this is kind of just a dream with an ideal landing spot for a running back to New England. You would definitely love to see that, but there's plenty of other things that they have to focus on that Vrabel has liked to focus on, and they demonstrated that yesterday going with the 4th overall pick with Simmons. They want to make sure that that Drake May is protected before anything.
All right, the pick is in. Let's see who the Patriots took here. And if they did go running back, round 2, pick 38, the pick is in, and the New England Patriots have selected Travion Henderson from Ohio State. That is a great landing spot for Henderson, in my opinion. And
dude.
now, again, this is happening.
All right, you might take Caleb Johnson to Chicago.
If Caleb goes to Chicago here, I'm going to flip my lid because these picks are going to all of a sudden be a lot. I mean, we already have 2 early second-round running backs here. This is getting exciting. This is what we waited for all offseason.
So I want to run this by Ryan Bredd as well. Ryan Bredd, Sterator. I want to get your take with Henderson versus Judkins now. Obviously, they go 2 picks apart in the second round. A lot of the dynasty community, a lot of people in general are just higher on Quinshawn than they are Travion Henderson. Avery and I personally, I think, are definitely going to be giving the edge to Henderson in our dynasty rankings. What are you thinking here?
I will also be giving the edge to Travion Henderson in dynasty rankings. I think he is a better all-around running back, and we know he provides a lot more of an upside as it pertains to receiving work, which obviously you derive so much of your fantasy value as a running back from your ability to be a cog in the wheel in the pass game.
Yep.
That being said, again, Quinshawn Judkins does go to an unbelievable landing spot.
I think it's one of the best ones for him.
Right, and Travion Henderson, as of right now, I don't know what's going to happen throughout the rest of today, next week, next month, whatever. Ramondre Stevenson is still there, and I don't think his workload will be reduced to absolute nothingness.
Yeah.
But
I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's
It very well could.
new coaching staff.
Very well could.
I don't. I will say this. I don't think Ramondre Stevenson should have any impact on the dynasty rookie value of Travion Henderson.
Very similar to Najee. In
Exactly.
LA.
That's essentially what I'm comping into right now. And so Travion immediately becomes, in our opinion, a top 6 pick. And I just got a message from Tom in the chat. We are so back, baby. I don't know how you can be a Patriots fan, to be honest with you, but I know Pats fans are probably pumped about this. I mean, now the Pats have added this offseason Stephon Diggs and Travion Henderson to that offense. It's going to look, in my opinion, a lot better. Let's go ahead and pull up our current rookie board as we have it right now, and you can kind of see what we're thinking as we, and this doesn't have Henderson on it yet, but this was pre-Henderson here, and we're going to get into round 2 here, but Henderson, in our opinion, is going to slide in right at 6. Yeah, so as you can see, as it sits right now, we would have Judkins right there in probably the same... I think that probably is the same tier there with Tet McMillan. Don't you think Judkins and Henderson are going to be in that tier? That's going to end up being a big tier then.
Because you'll have Hunter there too and Ward.
That's going to be a giant tier then.
Yes.
That's just going to be a big tier, guys.
Yes.
And then you have the golden tier with some of those guys as well.
And we'll obviously switch around the big board a little bit here where we're going to have Jackson Dart actually fall down a couple of spots. He'll actually end up at the 11th spot. Igbuka and Tyler
I did
Warren
change
are gonna
that, by the way,
jump in.
production team. And also, Colson Loveland has a Giants logo. That is the Bears that selected him.
The
Okay,
Bears.
cool. Yeah.
The Bears.
Yeah, you didn't think I'd catch that one, did you? But that's how it looks right now. And again, Henderson, we'll have it updated with him soon. And he's going to, again, now you have the top 6 picks in Dynasty. These guys now that were selected yesterday were not super high on their landing spots. We're not super high on their situation for one reason or another. And now they're getting pushed to where you don't have to spend a top 7, top 8 pick on these guys in your Dynasty rookie drafts. Now you can spend an early second on them if you want to. And there's a lot less risk involved with spending an early second on one of these guys. So really, obviously, a very, very very ideal start for us. In terms of being dynasty players, I don't think we could have asked for much more than this. And if Caleb Johnson goes here, and I know they have 2 picks, so maybe they take him at 41. If Caleb Johnson goes here, I'm going to flip my lid. I'm just letting you know, because this is my number 1 landing spot for Caleb Johnson was the Chicago Bears. I think he would eat in Chicago. And maybe I'm higher on Caleb Johnson. Maybe they don't even have a second-round grade on Caleb Johnson. What's possible? I think it's very possible you could see Caleb Johnson
goes in the second round regardless.
Oh, if it does. Ryan, do you think it's a realistic possibility that Johnson goes here to the Bears in one of these next 2 picks?
I would say so.
Okay, yeah. So Ryan thinks it's possible for sure. So, I'm very interested to see. I mean, obviously the Bears have other team need as well, but that offense is already looking much better. They don't really need receiver. They took tight end last night.
They showed their hand. They wanted Ashton Genty. They wanted to move up for Ashton Genty, and they did not get it. They are going running back, and with this pick or the 41st pick.
Let's get a bakery update here. I'm just looking. So Travion Henderson is already, from an analytical standpoint, like we said, this doesn't necessarily mean everything, but he is a tier above Quinshon Judkins as he sits right now. He would be in that green tier in the bakery, which is going to put him in that tier with Dalvin Cook, Breece Hall, Javonte Williams, J.K. Dobbins, Jonathan Brooks, Leonard Fournette, Joe Mixon, Josh Jacobs, and Kenneth Walker. Obviously, very good company there. All of those guys from a dynasty value perspective pretty much hit. So
yes.
I think you're really, really excited about him getting second-round draft capital. And really the hopes that we had for this running back class from a dynasty perspective are now coming to fruition. This is turning out really well.
This is very promising so far.
So, I mean, are you worried at all? I know we said this is from a value standpoint, it shouldn't matter. From a production standpoint, are you at all weary of Ramondre Stevenson potentially getting third down snaps over Travion Henderson, or do you think that they immediately bring Henderson?
Vrabel's not an idiot.
Do you think that Henderson immediately comes in and is a 3-down back for them?
They can ease him in if they want to, but in my opinion, from a pass pro perspective alone, he is so pro ready that I don't think there's any reason to not just throw him in there. He in my opinion, is one of the most pro ready, mature running back talents. I mean, he stayed a year, and I think ultimately it paid off for him.
Yeah.
I really, really do. And I think that's why Vrabel fell in love with him, and I think that's why he's going to utilize him so much.
I think
you obviously saw historically when Vrabel was the head coach for the Tennessee Titans, he eased in Derrick Henry a little bit, but Derrick Henry didn't have the same skill set that Henderson has. Henderson's a little more versatile. He can a little more well-rounded. He can punish you, but he can also punish you not just as a runner, but in pass pro as well.
Yes.
And Ramondre just doesn't. He doesn't have
these
any
guys
of
are on
those.
different planes from a talent. Oh, the pick is in. Oh my gosh,
Exactly.
I need it. I need it. Give me the pick. With the 39th pick, the Chicago Bears. Come on, please do it. Okay. What? Oh boy, our camera just dropped. Oh my gosh. You're good. We won't go to that shot for a while. Holy crap.
The cameras were surprised too. So, what?
How many receivers do you need? They've got DJ Moore on a massive contract. They've got Rome Odunze, who they drafted last year. So they're bringing Luther Burden to what? I mean, that offense is going to be as explosive as it gets. And you're talking about the weapons there. I mean, him as their wide receiver
explosive, yeah, but now that's just completely.
It kills Burden. Or Rome, one of the two.
Who does it kill?
It kills somebody. Not to mention,
We said it was killing someone before
freaking took
this.
Loveland.
Are they planning on dealing someone?
This is going to be a mess to evaluate from a fantasy perspective.
Are they gonna deal DJ Moore?
There's no way, dude. They're not dealing him.
He's got all guaranteed. He doesn't have an out, nothing like that.
I am massively confused right now. This, in my opinion, is much more confusing than the Ibuka pick. What?
We got 3 receivers that have the landing spots.
I just want to confirm this up top. The Chicago Bears took Luther Burden. Nobody traded into this pick, right? They actually took him. Are you kidding me? What are we doing? Okay, cool. Well, the Luther Burden dream is dead. I mean, from an analytical standpoint, he's, man,
I don't know if the Burden dream is dead. I just don't know what dream's dead.
Okay, look,
Which is the Loveland dream dead?
If the Rome Odunze dream is dead, I'm going to be pissed, man. Why spend a top?
They spent a top 10.
They spent a top 10 pick on him.
If they
don't have need at wide receiver. Okay, Ryan, is there any? We're going to Ryan Bread's territory right now, so if we can get his mic, that'd be great. Do you understand this?
Nope.
Okay, so we're not missing something here, right?
No, I don't understand it at all. I don't know if there's something in the works, as you guys were mentioning, with Rome Odunze or DJ Moore being traded, but it doesn't really make sense. They had Keenan Allen as their wide receiver 3 last year, and effectively they've filled that hole, sure, but at the same point, they're still going into the season with DeAndre Swift as their number one running back, and they don't need another receiver.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. They're picking again here at 41. So it's possible they still take Johnson.
And then they're going to go running back.
It's possible they still go Johnson. Well, the other thing that we probably should have considered here is that the Saints, they probably, I mean, I wouldn't have been surprised if they went wide receiver. I still won't be surprised actually if they go wide receiver if they have somebody they like. But although I think they probably would have taken like a Higgins type and he's off the board. So I'm not tracking. I'm just going to be honest with you. Like, I totally understand that the real life NFL is different than Dynasty, and I know that this is a sucky thing for his Dynasty value. Here's the reality. I don't really care from a Dynasty's perspective because at the point where he wasn't going to go in the first round and he was going to go in the second, analytically, it was going to be a bad pick anyways, and he was going to go in the second round. But now it's like, this adds it's a whole new layer of complexity and confusion to that Bears fantasy situation.
Do you not just view that pick as a total waste?
In my opinion, I do. I think they could have used it anywhere
Unless
else.
something's going to happen, unless they're going to deal someone.
I mean, I'm putting him on the board.
The guy that they would have to deal would be DJ Moore.
I need you guys. I need you guys up top to like look at some kind of explanation from Chicago on this. I don't really understand what's going on here, to be honest with you. So, cool. All right. Our team is you can hear our team adjusting the lights because they are like blowing over. So, shout out. But
yeah.
Let's add Burden to the big board here. I mean, I'm not
dead last
at this point. Like
dead last
until we know more about the situation. Like
we've got to I don't think this is overreacting either. I think this is like as it stands right now. Burden is the last man that's going to get opportunity there. With the financial investment you have in DJ Moore, the higher draft capital investment you have in both Rome and Loveland under that same regime, because Rome was picked by the same GM last year.
I don't know.
And then a running back that they're going to draft, they wanted Genty.
I don't know, man.
That's probably the biggest head scratcher that I think we're going to see all night.
All right, let's go to the next pick and stop thinking about this one. With the 40th pick in the second round here, the New Orleans Saints have made their selection, and they take Tyler Shuck. Wow.
Guys,
now we're back, baby.
We are six,
crap.
7 picks into the second round of the
like
NFL
all
draft
right now.
The depth of this class is insane.
This is a deep class.
The landing spots are weird, but like
I mean, he could start at day one. He probably will start day one
because Carr's
going to potentially be out.
Yeah.
Oh man.
So I would put Shook. I'd put Shuck over. You got to put Shuck over Burden.
The Bills just traded up.
Bills moved up.
I need this to be a running back for
if they go running back, that would be hilarious.
I will crap my pants laughing if they do that. But,
yes.
So where were you saying we should put Shuck here?
Over Burden for sure.
But after Higgins?
I'm not sure on that.
I think after Higgins.
Being a second round QB.
I think Higgins can
still
be productive.
Yeah, he still can be. I'm much more confident in that than I Burden.
It's
oh my gosh.
Okay, so Shuck.
They have to be making some sort of move. I have never seen that in my life.
And we were talking about this today. Shuck was on the same college football team as Justin Herbert. Shuck is 26 years old.
He's old. Very old.
But he's officially the third. We have Tyler Shuck now going over Shedeur Sanders in this draft, which is just so funny.
That is
hilarious.
hilarious.
That is just so funny to me.
Yeah. So where do you think Shedeur ends up landing here? There's no one that's going to take him for a while.
I don't know. I don't know.
At this point, why don't the Jets just take a shot on him to back up Fields?
I mean, if I were the Jets and you can just play the fast money there,
I am not kidding. If I were the Colts in the middle of the second, why freaking not?
Oh, if he falls to the Colts and the Colts don't take him, I'll be pissed.
Yeah, I'm with you. This isn't like a Malik Willis situation where it's like,
not.
no,
he's not that bad.
He's just a diva.
Yeah, it's just an attitude thing. So and the Colts, obviously, their culture sucks anyway. So.
Yeah, and the questions were, everyone knew what the questions and the concerns were. He has shortcomings as a prospect. He definitely does.
Yeah.
But, so does Shuck and so does Dort. They just have better personalities.
Yeah, for sure. So, okay. So we got Tyler Shuck here. And again, from a fantasy perspective, I don't know. I honestly, Shuck to me from a production and a performance standpoint is such a wild card. I don't think we know how this is going to affect Chris Olave. I mean, it could be positive. It could be negative. I mean, this is Tyler Shuck.
Yeah.
I don't freaking know. Is it because Carr's not been good.
No.
But that offense has still been able to, from a fantasy perspective, at least produce some. So
from a talent and upside perspective, do you prefer Rattler in a vacuum or Tyler Shuck? They're pretty close.
I don't know.
Which makes you It's just crazy.
The Buffalo trade. Let's go ahead and take a look at this so we can see what they gave up to get here. They trade up and they trade away with the Chicago Bears. It's a pick swap. So the Chicago Bears move down about 15 picks, pick up an extra second. But they also send back a third and they get a fourth. This is a very even trade, in my opinion. So they didn't pay that much to move up here.
No.
And I'm really interested to see who they wanted here, and they traded up obviously for somebody. But wow, with the Shuck and Burden picks, that really have me kind of spinning right now. We got the Judkins and Henderson. Now I'm the Mr. Krabs meme where everything is spinning around.
I can't wait to see the replay with Burden because we were like freaking out, and at the same time the lights falling down.
Yeah, literally.
The lights were freaking out just as much as we were. Yeah, like the world just was like, what?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, we've got a top 12 rookie board here, and we'll get the second round in here, I assume, right? But, like, this is how we would have the first round as it sits right now. Just off the top of our heads, again, we're going to get you our final rankings as soon as the draft is over. But as you can see, Travion Henderson and Quinshon Judkins both move into the top 7. It pushes guys like Matthew Golden, the tight ends, down into the 8 through 12 range, and you have Jackson Dart right now after that. And then Higgins, Shuck, and Burden would be the first 3 picks of the second round as it stands right now. And my guess is by the end of tonight, you see Warren in the second round, Egbuka potentially in the second round, Jackson Dart in the second round as well, and Colson Lovin's going to end up being that late first, which is an absolute great. That would be an absolute great draft in terms of the depth of this class, like we mentioned. But
yes.
I'm really interested to see who the Bills trade up for. I really hope they didn't just trade up for a non-skill position player here, because that would, but at the same time,
again. Who am I going to say?
I don't know who you're going to say. Oh, you're going to say Green. Yeah,
yes.
Yeah. Again, eventually we're going to be right.
Talk about another problem child.
Oh, I mean, my gosh, yes.
Who's going to take the problem child with crazy upside?
I will say this. I don't think with Shuck, kind of the same thing as it is. I don't think that I'm going to be taking a lot of Shuck in rookie drafts this year.
I will not either. I just don't believe in him as a prospect at all.
And honestly, I think the dynasty community as a whole is more down on Shuck than we think. And because of that, I think his value and with how high it can go, even if you do draft him in the second round, I think the value upside there is very limited. And so
he'll likely go. I mean, you just saw it last year with someone like Penix, who we didn't expect to start for a bit as a top 10 pick, still fell as far as like the early to mid second.
Yeah.
Shuck, if you take him in the late second, I think that's probably as far as that's probably as early as I would take Shuck.
Yeah.
Mid to late second.
Yes, I think that's probably where I'm at as well. I think I'll let somebody else take him. Unless he goes in the third, then like, heck yeah, I'll jump on that all day. Yes. He does have some value upside. But we've got the Bills up next, and again, they traded up for somebody. Then the Jets. The Jets, obviously, the big talk with the Jets as we kind of get into looking at their pick. The big talk with the Jets so far is that they have been shopping Breece Hall. Obviously, they took Braylon Allen last year. But if they were to shop Breece Hall, if they were to pick a running back here, which they won't, if they were to pick a running back, I mean, honestly, I wouldn't have been surprised if the Jets had taken wide receiver. Now, I really just don't know which wide receivers are going to go now. Higgins went, Burden went. Now it's kind of like, okay, is it going to be Knoll? Is it going to be Kyle Williams, right? We really don't know who the next wide receivers off the board are going to be and where they're going to go. I think there's going to be a lot of parity right now in terms of what we thought is going to happen, what's actually going to happen, and I think we're going to start being like genuinely surprised. I cannot get over the Burden pick.
That's all I'm thinking about.
Ryan sent me a tweet, and it basically was like, yeah, the Bears offense is crazy. You got Caleb Williams, DeAndre Swift, which, again, what? Okay, so the Bears traded back here, and they got into so they are not taking Johnson probably, unless they think they can get Johnson there. I still want them to go to the Bears. All right, we have the pick for the Buffalo Bills. I need something hilarious to happen here, so let's see it. The Buffalo, come on, please be funny. Okay, it's DT. Okay, they go TJ Sanders there. Yeah. So, yeah, again, every time we've seen somebody move up in this draft, it's not been for a skill position player. It happens again. The 209 is going to be TJ Sanders, defensive tackle, going to the Buffalo Bills. Out of South Carolina, he's the defensive tackle, number 8 in this draft, according to PFF, and it puts the Jets on the clock with a running back team coming our way with the Dallas Cowboys now on the picture. They're going to be picking at 44 here, and I could see them taking a running back as well.
Mason Taylor has been linked to the Jets.
Yeah, so I'm interested to see if there's any truth to the smoke that was happening here with
Dallas
the Mason
is
Taylor
the other running
stuff,
back team as well.
Yeah, and I think
Caleb Johnson.
Now that would be if Johnson goes here to the Cowboys, I'm not going to say it.
Yeah.
I'm going to be aggressive. I'm just going to tell you that because I freaking love the guy. I love him.
So with the Burden thing, here's literally the only thing that I can think of reasonably.
Okay.
I think they had a first-round grade on Luther Burden, and they just took him there.
They took the value, right?
And with them taking the value there, I think DJ Moore could be on the block.
I don't know. Maybe they just look at
because
Burden as a gadget guy, wide receiver, they can get him in open space, make plays, and he's not really like a featured part of that, like a high volume target.
If they really think that, then why did they spend the early second on him?
I don't know. Like
The only reason they would have done that is if they had a first-round grade on him.
no, I guarantee that if they're picking him now and they actually where they don't need wide receiver, they had a first round grade on him. But I haven't heard anything on the Bears commenting why they took him. I don't understand what the vision is here, but you can't roll with DeAndre Swift this year. You can't.
No, they're going to take a running back.
Okay, yeah. Well,
They want to get Genty.
So, we do again. We have these running backs jumping all these guys here. If Mason Taylor goes here, it's going to be interesting because now with some really weak landing spots from some of the wide receiver / quarterback guys here, I could think we could see Mason Taylor maybe jumping a couple of these guys and getting into our rankings at a pretty, decent spot. Mason Taylor obviously really, really improved his combine performance, and I could be talking about him for no reason, but the reason that I am is like we were talking about earlier, he has been linked to the Jets as recently as today. I mean, the report that Tom read earlier when we were all sitting around was that Mason Taylor was linked to the Jets, but there were people that think he wasn't even going to make it there, and so let's see if that actually came to fruition here, and with the Jets on the clock. And honestly,
this would be a developmental pick that I think would make a lot of sense for them since they are trying to rebuild this thing for the 10th time.
I mean, it is Aaron Glenn. It is Aaron Glenn, and we had this conversation, yesterday about how he's going to build a team, and we're going to find out right now which direction he's taking the team. The New York Jets, with the 42nd pick in the NFL draft, have taken Mason Taylor. So it was the smoke was that was pretty spot on. So we called that one. But Mason Taylor.
It's harder to call him the second.
Man, his picture's kind of weird. I'm not gonna lie.
Yep, it is.
But this is exciting stuff, right? That is shot is live, but she's moving our camera up. So thanks. That's all right. It looks better.
It does look better.
My mom's killing it, moving all of our stuff around here. But Mason Taylor, I mean, I got to pull up the bakery real quick and see where he goes. But obviously, another second-round tight end is not a bad thing for this class because it's going to give you some depth in the second round of Dynasty Rookie drafts as well. You give Mason Taylor second-round draft capital, and it looks like he still stays in the pink tier here as the tight end 7, if I'm not mistaken, behind guys that actually have 0 draft capital. And so the bakery score is going to be a concern. I'll go up to Ryan now. Ryan, make sure you can leave it plugged in because it makes a noise every time you unplug it and plug it back in. So you can just leave it and he'll mute you. But this doesn't. The analytical profile here is not good, like at all. Thoughts?
Correct. Yeah. No, he doesn't have he didn't get utilized super heavily at LSU, so he never had what is technically defined as a breakout season.
Sure.
Which drags him down a lot because if you haven't had a breakout season at the college level, it's hard to project having a breakout season at the NFL level.
Yeah.
He is incredibly young, though, am I right? He's like 21 years old, just turned 21. Or maybe he hasn't even turned 21 yet. I know he will be by the start of the season. Do you think that's something that the Jets were interested in, Ryan, to kind of develop him over the next couple of years since they are looking to probably rebuild for the next 2?
100%. Yeah, I think age is absolutely a factor for him, along with the pedigree that he comes from. He's the son of, I believe, Hall of Famer Jason Taylor.
Wow.
But yeah, he's 20.98 years old. His birthday is May 8th. So he's
same birthday as Nathan.
Yeah, yes. Happy birthday, Nathan. Preemptive.
Oh, thanks.
But yeah, he's young, and he's going to be 21 by the time that his first year in the NFL starts, and that is a very young age to be in your first season at the NFL level.
And so I just want to point out this tidbit because I'm looking through the entire bakery database right now. As the San Francisco 49ers are on the clock, by the way, I'll be really interested to see if they decide to go any skill position type player here. But listen to the interesting stat because I'm looking at Mason Taylor's analytics here. And when you're looking at his dominator rating from a production standpoint in all the years that he was in college, he never had a dominator rating above, he had 10%, so like 15%. And looking overall, the highest rated guys to never have a dominator rating that was above 16, 17%. Here they are. Irv Smith was one of them. Dawson Knox was the next one. Darnell Washington. Jelani Woods. Do you kind of get what I'm going here? Cade Stover. And then we have Terrence Ferguson as well. Or not Terrence Ferguson, sorry, Zach Davidson. Do you guys kind of get where I'm getting at with the production thing there? I mean, that's not really good company.
It's not great.
It's not. It's from a production standpoint. We've not really had a guy not produce like Mason Taylor.
Yeah. It definitely, again, screams developmental because I think what you're going to see with him is the reason he didn't get the high production profile at the college level is because he wasn't a Brock Bowers level prospect and he's young. And a lot of those high production tight ends that you see that end up being drafted a little higher is they have a little more time in college to develop. So I think he showed enough athletic traits through the combine, through his film.
Definitely
this
had a great
past
combine.
year.
I mean, that's why he's here, in my opinion.
That is why he's here.
I think the combine is what prompted
I could
his-
definitely see this being a pick that just doesn't work out.
Okay, so
ultimately.
we need to probably put Mason Taylor somewhere in the big board here. I'm probably going to put him. I mean, where do we rank him with Burden?
Oh man,
I don't really care.
Lower.
I'll put him okay.
Lower.
All right, we'll do Taylor last right now.
just for positional value.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Turn,
All right.
turn off on.
So that one's going to be interesting. But yeah. This is, in my opinion, it's a fine pick, but I'm not sure how much of an impact he's going to make from a fantasy perspective right away. So,
No.
but 49ers. Any predictions here? I honestly don't know what their team need is. Super so.
I would like to see their team need graphic here, but I do think that they're probably just going to avoid skill position for now. I think they have other needs that they could go and look at.
Yeah, I think so too.
For sure. That's just what I'm thinking here for San Fran.
And so, I mean, we are getting to the point now, Nathan, where the Cowboys, again, running back needy team, going to be on the clock next, and then the Colts after that. The Colts just freaking say screw it and take freaking Shador. Would you be okay if the Colts took Shador here?
Absolutely, I would.
I think I would too. I think you just do it.
Chris Ballard said it himself in his press conference a few days ago, which, put your money where your mouth's at. If there's a faller and you have them graded high, and if you have them graded high enough and someone makes it to you that you like, regardless of their position, you take them.
Yeah.
And he has always done that. To his credit, he has done that. Now, that's assuming that he has a higher grade on Shador Sanders than where they're picking.
Right. Yeah.
And if they don't, then that's not a discussion to be had.
Yeah.
I would want them to take Sanders.
Yes.
So.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right. So there you have it. And these next couple of picks are going to be interesting. I'm curious if I could hear up top who. I don't want to look because I don't want to spoil the picks. Who's on the clock after the Colts? Who's pick number 46? If you could tell me in my ears, because I mean, obviously, again, two picks where I think it could get interesting. Obviously, the Colts need to go offensive line as well, so I would not be surprised if they took offensive line here at 45.
Yes.
Like that's honestly probably the responsible pick. But again, you've got Shador just sitting there. Like
The responsible pick if they don't have a good grade on Shador.
And I don't know if the Rams are going to be on the clock at 46, and I don't know if they would be in the market for anybody that we would be interested in as well. So, very interesting start to the draft here. We do have a draft weekend special that's running through tonight going on where you can come join the community. Obviously, we love our Discord community. We love being able to interact with you guys, talk about your dynasty team, talk dynasty strategy. But you do get our rookie draft toolkit with every Motherflocker sign up. You get our bakery that we've been talking about with Ryan, the entire database, our rookie draft tool, which is going to be updated, our entire rookie draft guide, which will have the brand new version here right after the draft ends. Plus, you get 2 free team blueprints right now when you sign up with the annual Motherflocker tier with code DOMAIN. We run this special right now, and that's really it. You usually get one of them, but you get 2 blueprints and 2 rookie draft blueprints as well. So basically, specific advice for your rookie draft, specific advice for your team, which players you should be trading, which trades you should be making, how your roster grades out, if you should be contending rebuilding, all of that, and you get 2 of those right now. So come join the community. Again, code DOMAIN, the annual Motherflocker tier is going to unlock that for you. But the link's going to be in the comments for that as well. But anyways, looking at the pick here, I mean, you got the San Francisco 49ers on the clock. And I think you're probably not going to see anything interesting here. So we are up to how many players now that have been drafted from a dynasty standpoint? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
17?
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16.
16, okay.
But again, some of these guys aren't needle movers. Like, I would say Shuck, Burden, and Taylor aren't needle movers at all right now, as it stands.
Right.
Really sucks. I'm curious.
For Burden, that's tragic.
Yeah, that is. But again, I think him not going in the first round was tragic enough. And so at the point, so my expectations altogether were a lot lower today, just because I knew at that point where he didn't go first analytically, like he would have to be an outlier to be like a
That
serious
Tennessee landing spot sounds a lot nicer now. For as much as we were dumping on it,
that's true. What you're
I
talking
would
about.
definitely prefer that a little bit.
I definitely would prefer it as well.
Chicago.
So. Man,
Fingers crossed they trade DJ Moore.
I don't want him to trade DJ Moore. Like, I freaking like DJ Moore in that offense.
I don't know if I like anyone in that offense anymore because I don't know
that's
what
what I'm saying. From a fantasy perspective, it's going to be so hard to analyze. It's who was that team last year that was hard? I mean, the Lions were tough because they had so many weapons. So it's kind of similar to that.
I think at this point, I'm just going to default to team investment right now, and that would be Odunze and DJ Moore with the money and the draft capital, and then Loveland pretty much in that same tier, and then Burden last.
Yeah. All right. We do have the 49ers pick here, and so let's see who they take. Round 2, pick number 43. The San Francisco Niners have selected Alfred Collins, defensive tackle out of Texas. And so good pick here. I think, again, they need to go trenches here. San Francisco does. They take him at the 211 in the second round. They feel a team need as well with that defensive line. And he is ranked as the 10th defensive tackle in the draft. San Francisco picks him up here in the second round, and now we have the Dallas Cowboys on the clock. So
please take a running back.
I really would. If this is Johnson, I mean, this is best case scenario right now for running backs and for dynasty for purposes. So
yes,
I really want this to be a running back. But again, we still do have some notable guys on the board here. Let's just think through them. I mean, Judkins and Henderson are gone. Those were two big ones. Yep. Burden is gone. That was a big one. Jaden Higgins is gone. That was a big one. So honestly, most of the guys we thought were going to go have gone so far.
Yes.
Shedeur Sanders obviously is a notable faller.
Caleb Johnson.
We all know that. Caleb Johnson, again, I expected him to go more in this range, and so I wouldn't be surprised if he went anytime, but I would love for him to go. It's just going to be a matter of, at this point, like, which teams start coming in and taking surprise running backs, right? Do the Chiefs take a running back in round 2, which I think is very possible when we get in here later in the round. But this is where it could get pretty interesting in terms of...
This is when you start seeing your Alex and Knowles start going off the board in the mid to late second as well.
All right, the Cowboys got that pick in quickly, so let's go ahead and see if our dreams are going to come true here. Probably not, but with this pick, the Dallas Cowboys, they take an edge rush. And so,
are they just stubborn as frick?
It's actually been 3 years now. Did the Cowboys have another pick in this round? I don't remember. Or is this their only second?
I think it's their only second.
No other pick in this round. Okay, so they are officially, if they're getting a running back there, I mean, they don't even have Dowdle anymore.
Yeah, no, they have no one.
Who's going to run the ball for them? I mean, it is a responsible pick, and PFF does have, again, Aziraku, maybe? Aziraku, maybe I'm saying that right? Do you know how to say it? No.
Aziraku.
Donovan Aziraku, from Boston College, actually. And so maybe, I mean, heck, you've got a defensive player from Boston College. Maybe he's the next, I mean, I don't know any names. But from round 2, pick 12 here, Dallas goes defense again. And now you have the Indianapolis Colts on the clock. And this is our team. This is our Colts. This is our team. We hate them, honestly.
Hate them.
I don't really love them, to be honest with you. They've been pissing me off recently.
Dysfunctional.
Fun fact, our video editor, Sherry, she actually worked for the Colts. And today we spent a good 10 minutes just talking to her about all the people she met. She met Peyton Manning. She obviously was around Chris Ballard, the GM, and said that he sucks at his job, which, I mean, he's not watching, so it's not going to matter, right? But you have, she was around a lot of the influential Colts people, and so she was in that organization talking to us about, and I won't say her last name. Cheryl is actually her official legal name. But talking about how she even saw the culture deteriorate in that Colts locker room, and I think this is very evident. Anybody who follows the Colts at all knows that this is true. And so, really, I think the biggest needs for the Colts right now, after they went tight end, they had to get that playmaker in the first round. I think the biggest need is at offensive line. And so I would be floored if they did not go offensive line here. Like, I think they filled a lot of their secondary needs through free agency, and I think that was where their other big need was. And so, they obviously, I think they do probably have a little bit of a need at linebacker right now. I think you would agree with that. They could afford a linebacker pick in this draft, but they definitely need offensive line help, and I would not be surprised if this were not. I mean, to be honest with you, they need help just pretty much everywhere. So
yeah, no, they definitely do. I think you're right. Offensive line would be the one where I would probably bet on the most.
Yeah.
Selfishly, just because I'm tired of having to deal with AR already, and I do not want to see Daniel Jones be a starting quarterback for the Colts. I would love to just try it out with Shedeur. They're already dysfunctional as an organization. If he sucks and he's a problem child, they can clean house next year.
Yeah, I just have a feeling that Chris Ballard's staying away from all that. That's probably what he's going to do. He's probably just going to be like, I'm not messing.
They hate bad character guys.
They hate bad character guys, but of course it's the Colts, the locker room presence of the century, right? I mean, it's all locker room guys, none of them to get on podcasts and talk crap.
Well, they'll take good character, nice. They'll take nice guys. They won't take guys who have competitive edge, who have a competitive edge, like
sucks.
AR. AR is a nice guy, but he doesn't care about football.
He's so young. I mean, AR's younger than freaking you.
He's like a year older than me.
Is he really?
Yeah.
No.
Yep.
But yeah, I mean,
actually 6 months older than me.
No, but
he's young.
By the way, he's. We have a lot of questions. Obviously, they brought in Daniel Jones, so that's probably going to be the reason they don't take a quarterback. He's like, well, we got Daniel in here, and he's going to be a solid piece for us, and we expect a lot from him. Like, oh my gosh, somebody.
People just ask to get fired.
With
those types of decisions. Like, seriously.
I mean, again, like I think
he's
not doing himself his job.
What do you think you're going to find? Like Drew Brees reincarnated from Daniel Jones and what he showcased in New York.
Here, let's we want some competition in our quarterback room. So let's bring in the two worst quarterbacks in the league and have them duke it out.
I know I'm on the hot seat. We're just going to keep doing our thing.
I've even got
All right,
I've even
it's
got the.
been not working for 8
You ready
years.
for this? It's
Yes.
offensive line for sure. Let's see it.
ready for
The
it.
Indianapolis Colts have made their pick, round 2, pick 45, and with their pick, they have selected Edge. What in the world? Ballard is such a freaking dweeb. Oh my gosh.
He
They
loves
do
his
not.
defensive lineman.
What are they doing?
They do need an edge. They have a lot of needs, but I don't think that was
They need
one
an
that-
edge more than O-line? No way.
both equal. Yeah.
Equal?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
They're very, very shallow at defensive line. I'm not defending the pick. I don't think anything they're
Who do
doing
they
here
lose?
is going to save their job.
Who did they lose?
They've just been shallow for a very long time. They obviously last year they lost Abukum to the injury, and I don't even know if they're expecting much from him
I
this
don't think
year.
he has any. They have any expectations for him.
But they have Buckner and Stewart on the inside, and then they really just have Latu. So
That's
yeah,
Okay, cool. Well, the Colts are gonna. I mean, Chris Ballard's gonna get
they're
fired
going
after
to
this
be
year. So
garbage anyways.
they're
so.
this thing they're gonna suck. It doesn't really matter. So shout out to the Colts for also always making our life freaking miserable. So the L.A. Rams are on the clock now. You saw some mock drafts before they took Devontae Adams in free agency, where they drafted, for example, a Trey Harris or something like that. You also saw some mock drafts where they took a Colston Loveland in the first round. Obviously, both of those are off the table, and my guess is that you're probably going to see the Rams take either defense here or offensive line. I mean, I don't think they're going skill position here. Almost guaranteed they won't, unless they decided to shock us all and take Shador, which again, at this point, like, where does Shador go? I mean, maybe he does go at 48. Maybe the Raiders are like, all right, you're being picked in the mid-second, and we're going to sit you behind Geno for a year or two. Like, I mean, or I don't know, maybe he's going to go to the third at this point. But we are how many picks in? Almost halfway through this second round now.
He had to have had like the worst possible meetings you could think of.
I mean, I don't really think it took meetings to kind of figure out what his, character flaws were. I really don't. Did you see like the whole draft party that he threw with like the legendary stuff? And
No.
man.
What did he do?
He just had like this whole big branded party, all super swaggy stuff like that, and it just didn't get picked. It's kind of embarrassing for him, but
Yeah, that is awkward.
All right, so it's been a couple picks since we had a fantasy relevant pick in I think it's been 3 picks now. Well, I'm kind of dying. I really need something to come my way that makes me feel excited about my dynasty teams. But I know you all want to feel excited about your dynasty teams as well. I think the third round is going to be great. When we get into the third round, the picks start coming in quicker. I think we're going to be. The pick is in for the Rams, so let's go ahead and see. Defensive or offensive line here? Let's see. With this pick, the L.A. Rams select. Wow,
Ooh,
okay,
okay.
so they do take a tight end.
Nice.
Now, I do like this,
That was a
Ryan.
surprise
Ryan's going to like
for
this
me.
as well, because Ryan has liked Terrence Ferguson a lot. I'm glad that I'm wrong, because I actually think this is a much better. I'm going to have Terrence Ferguson ranked pretty aggressively in terms of him versus Mason Taylor. I think I'm way higher.
I'd rather have Ferguson.
I would easily rather have Ferguson, in my opinion. So let's see. Ferguson jumps up. He is the tight end 3. Ferguson, with this draft capital, is in the same tier, technically speaking, even though he's quite a bit of a lower score than Loveland and Warren. He's in the same tier as those guys, and so he jumps up, and he's almost certainly going to be the tight end 3 for us analytically in this class now. You have 11.0 on the screen here. We had him ranked as the tight end 6 coming into this class. I think he's going to move up to our tight end 3, and we'll talk about where we're going to rank him in a second. But Ryan, you were pretty high on T-Ferg, Ryan, and so give us a little bit of an idea on why you really liked him and his analytical profile and how you think he's going to fit in that LA Rams offense.
Yeah, I have liked Ferguson for a long time. I think he kind of provides a lot of the bare bones essentials that you want from a pass catching tight end in today's NFL. He's showcased that through a decent amount of volume at Oregon over the course of the past 2 years with Bo Nix and with Dylan Gabriel. And to me, I thought that he was athletic enough to succeed at the NFL level. Might be a little bit unrefined as it pertains to route running and blocking and things of that nature, but I don't think he's going to be used necessarily too much as a blocker in that offense. You saw how the Rams have used their tight ends over the past few years outside of Johnny Munt, but
Right.
Parkinson
They got a lot of usage.
and Tyler Higbee have both been pass catchers for him, and I think he could totally fit into that role in a Sean McVay offense.
So looking at his analytical profile in the bakery and some of the factors that we look at, obviously we'll give you the full breakdown. This is another one where the Dominator rating never got super high. His Dominator rating really never got above 17.6%, which is on the lower end when you're looking at, for context, the guys, the other tight ends in this class. Warren was at 33, Loveland was at 45, which is of course because he got every pass in that offense. Fannin was at 34. 24. Gadsden was at 24. Luke Lackey was at 25. And so, obviously on the lower end here. And so, but I will say this. You have seen some guys in the bakery with that level of dominator rating actually be successful in the NFL. Mark Andrews had only an 18% dominator rating, and he was okay.
Okay.
Okay. Well, look, Kylan Granson here too, right? And we all know how Albert O. You remember you remember Albert O?
Bunam.
Is that really how you say it?
I don't remember.
That's how it's spelled.
Yeah.
That's pretty good, Nate.
I do. I'll never forget it, man.
So the dominator rating
What does this mean for Albert O?
is not great. Really, where he gets
Jimmy Graham.
where he gets his bakery boost is his yak ability, which I mean we kind of saw.
Yeah.
The 40 times average, the height adjusted side speed is a little bit above average as well, and so he's kind of just a solid prospect across the board. And the Rams were definitely in the market for tight end. I don't hate this pick, and it looks like the Arizona Cardinals are on. Did the Cardinals trade up? Was that the original, or was that the original player that was on or the original team that was on the clock? Okay, yeah, I just must have missed that. But the Cardinals probably going to go defense here if I had to guess. But
all right, keep going defense.
Yeah, but thoughts on Terrence Ferguson in this pick?
You know me, I'm not the biggest Terrence Ferguson fan.
Because you're a loser.
Personally, I do think this is a great landing spot for him, though, much higher than I would have expected for a guy that, honestly, like, for consistency in the receiving game, he wasn't. Like, I'm not a big drops guy, but just in terms of, like, his versatility as a route runner and how he was utilized as a receiver wasn't anything that really popped off the page. He showed some good flashes with some nice catches every once in a while, but again, nothing that was like, wow, that's a star in the making. Though of all the places for him to actually be successful and be effective, the Rams have been looking for a tight end for quite a while at this point.
Yeah.
And this would be his chance and his opportunity to really kind of elevate his game and be a solid option for the Rams.
Now, I will say this, when you're looking at the tier of guys that he's in here from an analytical standpoint in the bakery, it's pretty good company. Njoku, Font, Howard, Tyler Warren, Trey McBride, Freiermuth, Kittle, Laporta, Goddard, Kincaid, Andrews, Everett, Mayer, Dulcich, Brevin Jordan, and then him. Now, you'll notice the bottom 5 here of this tier are Everett, Mayer, Dulcich, Brevin Jordan, and now Terrence Ferguson would be the lowest in that tier. He is right on the fringe there. Right, and when you get down to the next tier, the hit rates go down a lot. Now, I will say this.
The higher draft capital.
Yes, I will say this as well from an analytical standpoint. When you're looking at the tier that Mason Taylor is going to be in, from an analytical standpoint, there's literally the only even semi. Okay, I guess Parkinson's in this tier. He was kind of a hit. But Chig is the only guy recently that has hit in that tier. I mean, it's not good for him. It might be even to the point where we would say, hey, we are not drafting this guy. Let's see who the Cardinals took here. We're at round 2, pick 47, and let's see who they go. I think they go defense here, but the Arizona Cardinals have taken a cornerback, Will Johnson. That's actually a very good pick.
That is a good pick.
So for the Cardinals, so I definitely think they needed to keep, doing the right thing, building their defense, building. Their defensive side of the ball, and I think that was the way to go. Now the Raiders are going to be on the clock.
This is their year, man. They got to go.
It's a lot of people's year. It's going to be Gannon's year that we're going to have to figure out what they're going to do with him. Again, I think potentially, and we can talk about this kind of right now. I think that Kyler Murray. I think that if they get to the point, obviously, and I'm just going to look this up. Obviously, the contract for Kyler's great, but
it is good.
When it's a 5-year, $230 million contract. The signing bonus was $30 million, and $159 million of it was guaranteed. I think
he's locked in for the next 2 years.
He is
through 26.
I do think there is. If they were to potentially trade him, which there are definitely teams out there that I think would take a shot on Kyler if they were, to make him available for trade.
Yes.
But they have the club option starts in 2028, and so really they have him. Really, the outs in 2028. They technically have him for 3 years under contract without an out.
If they cut him any of those years, how much money do they lose?
The Texans just traded up, so that could get spicy. Who did the Texans? They never did.
They never took a running back.
So they traded back and then they traded up again.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So they clearly have somebody they like here. If it's a running back, it's going to be very interesting to evaluate for fantasy purposes this year.
Yes, it will be.
I really kind of hope that what's also interesting is that the Bengals. They met with running backs in this range.
Yes, they did.
Quite a few of them, actually.
Yes,
and so I think it's definitely possible that the Bengals are going to be in the market for something here. And the Seahawks probably not in the market for much. But, I think you at least have the potential in this range to have some picks that could get interesting. But the Texans moving up is going to be interesting here. Do they move up for a defensive player? Do they move up for a skill player? Maybe I think potentially at they still don't have that slot guy. Maybe they move up for Jalen Noel right here.
Very possible.
I honestly, I think he would fit very well in that offense. I think a lot of teams have a second round grade on him, and that's my my dark horse for this
Two
pick.
wide receivers in the second round would be pretty wild.
That would be pretty wild.
Getting Higgins and Knoll reunited on the same team.
Yeah, that would be.
They would love
Oh,
that.
they
I'm
just
sure.
they just took the freak.
They just took Higgins, yeah.
I completely forgot about that. They're not taking a receiver. I'm a stupid
Yeah,
idiot.
I
My
was-
bad.
I was like,
Let's
dang.
see the trade. They just traded up. Let's see what they ended up sending in the trade as well. Obviously trading up with the Raiders. Trade down again. But 48. It's basically 58, 99, 48. So they get a third back. If the Raiders don't see any guys here that they really like or guys that they think they can get in 10 picks, pick up an extra
That's
third
the
here.
second time they traded back.
That seems a very Chris Ballard-esque trade right there, honestly. Like picking up
Yeah.
that extra third. I mean, it's something that
Yes.
that he really likes. So there you have it. The Texans obviously moving up here. I don't know why I was spacing that they went Higgins. I'm an idiot. So all the new information is still settling in my head. So
Burden is just sitting in my brain.
so dumb, man. I do not understand.
It's like it's throwing my whole. It's throwing me off.
I'm not trying not to think about it. Is there anybody that we? Oh, yeah, I need to rank whoever. Just we need Ferguson. I'm ranking Ferguson. Or you
Over
ranking?
Mason Taylor.
Yeah. What about Burden and Shuck?
I would have them over the tight ends still.
Okay. Big Bird. Wow. Just updated the Big Bird if you want to see that upstairs. But no, the Big Board is updated. And now we're into the second round.
So
we'll
the
start
Sesame
getting that
Street
up
is
soon, so.
Domain Street.
Yeah. Nathan's World. You do talk to inanimate objects like goldfish. I have seen you do that.
I don't think I've ever talked to a goldfish.
Oh, I think you have.
You're the one that used to own the fishies.
I did have a saltwater aquarium that was pretty freaking sweet.
Yeah.
But it's a lot of money in that. So the Texans were going to have their pick soon. I mean, what are the odds you think that the Bengals are stupid and take a running back here? Would you laugh at them hysterically for taking a running back?
I'd laugh at them less than if they had done it in the first round, which was
100% true. They made the right pick in the first.
At this point, I wouldn't have a huge issue with them going running back. I definitely think they could go elsewhere. Definitely think they should go elsewhere.
Defense again?
But for the benefit of my fantasy and dynasty boards, I definitely want to see the Bugles take a running back.
I don't know. I think we've said it all along. I mean, I think that we always admitted there was a decent chance that Chase Brown would just be the guy this year, and they would just roll with him again. They also restructured Moss's contract, I think. Did you see that?
Yes, they did.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
They got him back on a $2 million deal for the year.
What was it before? Was it $5 million?
I don't remember.
It was $4 million.
Yeah.
So right now, yeah. So they do have the out, and he is getting. Let's see.
It's 2.
Yeah. No, what is it? The signing bonus is 1.5. Either way, I mean they
You
have.
know,
on the
you know what
roster.
that reminds me so much of?
What?
Rashad Penny to the Eagles.
Oh my
with the
gosh.
1.5 million, and they were like, "Oh, starting running back."
And then they cut him.
And then they got the yes.
Yeah, then they cut him. Yeah.
Or he was just healthy scratch every
could
single
easily
week.
happen, so.
That 1.5 million really doesn't mean anything.
I want to talk a little bit more
I
about
think
this
Moss
pick
will
real
be a
quick.
non-factor.
I want to talk a little bit more about this pick real quick. I think this is a really good pick. If I'm not mistaken, I think Will Johnson was regarded as like a first-round selection by most analysts.
Yeah.
I'm pretty because I mean I
Yeah, no,
thought
this
for
is a-
sure
this was a good pick.
I thought for sure I saw him being mocked in the top 20 in a lot of mock drafts, and he
Some people were lower on Will Johnson than others, but I think getting up at the mid-second is definitely a price that pretty much anyone would be willing to take him at.
yeah, it's just and I think again the Cardinals doing the responsible thing here. We're about to find out who the Texans traded up for. So let's see who the Texans selected.
All right.
Pick 48 here. The Texans move up and they take an offensive tackle. Nice. Okay,
Ariante or Suri?
there you go. Ariante, I love that name. You
That
should,
is-
cha-
that
you
is
should
kind of
change
a
your name to
boss
Ariante.
name.
Ariante Schmidt.
Wow.
I think that'd be cool. Yeah, the
Cool name though. Oh, he's a
second-
Minnesota guy. Let's bring in Ryan Bread Sterator. I would love to hear Ryan Bread's sort of take on this pick. Their offensive tackle.
this is his game right here. This is
your
Minnesota.
team. This is your Gophers. This is
Hey,
your team, Ryan Bread.
Did he say his name right?
He did.
Oh,
He did say Ariante Ursary correct. Yes.
Wow.
No, it's the I think 6th year in a row that the
Give me some.
Gophers have had a player drafted in the first 2 rounds, which I think is one of the longest streaks for
Okay.
anybody who's not
Okay.
one of the top
Alabama
tier
and Georgia
programs.
and Michigan and Ohio State and about 10 other colleges. But yeah,
Top
continue.
tier programs.
So I have a question for you. If that's the case, then why is Minnesota cheeks at football?
We don't need to do that right now.
Just asking. Like
We haven't had a
you
we
kind
have-
of tried to go there. So like,
We have 1 year
Oh,
Max Brosmer, and that's the only quarterback we've had since
that seems like a
ever,
personal problem.
basically.
Sterator, I asked for your take on this pick, not for you to flex on a subpar football team.
Tell us about Ariante Ursary.
Ariante Ursary is a very, very athletic, very big offensive tackle. The Gophers' offensive line wasn't good over the course of the past 2 years as he was starting. He's a lot more of a projection and a profile that is based on the traits rather than his production.
Okay, that's good to
However,
know.
he's big, he can move, and throughout the course of last year, when the Gophers had some pretty good games, he showed that he could be a force to be reckoned with on the offensive line.
My main question here is how long are his arms?
Longer than Will Johnson.
There you go. That's what we wanted to hear, right? That's offensive tackle. The arm length is obviously very important.
This sounds like an athletic upside pick for Houston, is what I'm gathering.
So are you surprised he went this early, Ryan?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
There were early on in the draft cycle, there were a lot of mock drafts that had him going potentially at the back end of the first round. His combine, he did suffer a little bit. His testing wasn't, unbelievable.
Yeah.
But again, he's a 330-pound guy, so his 40 didn't come out great.
Yeah.
But I'm not surprised at all to see him go in the second.
Right.
It was just a matter of time.
Yeah. So again, the Texans bolstering that offense. The Texans went O-line in the first round, right?
I believe they did.
I'm trying to remember who they took. Last night is a blur. They did not make a pick last night. They traded their.
That's right. They
traded back. That's right. Yeah. Duh. They were on the
Durr.
clock. We were talking about them taking offensive linemen, and then they traded back. All right. So
They should have done both offensive linemen. They should not have taken. I don't think they should have taken Higgins there. I mean, I obviously wish it was Burden. But
question: upstairs, did we ever get my camera back, or is it gone?
we shall see.
Okay, it's still not. You have no idea what the issue is. That's really weird.
That's
that
kind of
it stopped
bizarre.
Working.
I think it shut off when it fell forward.
Yeah, I got scared. Now it's hiding. But,
Yeah, it is hiding.
I was gonna have
if the lens got.
I was gonna have it look me in the eyes, but I'll have you look me in the eyes, camera. Cincinnati Bengals. This one's for you. I need you to get downright irresponsible with this pick for me.
Yeah,
Okay?
same with Denver. Though it would be less responsible for Denver to take a running back.
Our
here as
producer
well.
Mark is a Denver Broncos fan as well, and he was pretty pissed yesterday they didn't take Amari Hampton. But hey, they do have Audric Estime, right? So you've got that going for you up there. But again, Bengals. I just need you to stop thinking with the head of your brain, and I need you to start thinking with your fun brain. See what I did there?
Yeah.
But and I think I need you to take
Fun brain, funfetti.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Birthday cake. Funfetti.
Where are you going with this? It's your happy birthday, Nathan. That's where you're going with it.
Actually, that's not what I was going for.
Everybody drop the new Nathan birthday emoji
funfetti
in the
flavors
comments.
for like cake and ice cream.
Okay,
birthday cake with funfetti cake. Birthday cake ice cream with funfetti cake.
I had Ryan Bread, who has Ryan Bread Sterator, who has been up in the booth and kind of coming back down here, said today that The Office was not a good show, not a good TV show, and so I'm pretty upset about that.
He said a lot of things that were just.
Yeah, no, he's not. It's not good. He also was bashing Eastern Time Zone and saying Central was better, which we're not even gonna.
He lost a couple spots and may have even lost.
He dropped down our power rankings for sure. Yeah. So, but the Bengals again, the Bengals, or as Mason.
The Bugles.
So here's a little fun fact for you. Nathan calls them the Bugles as a joke, and people think he's serious every time.
Every single time.
It's really funny.
I say bugle. I don't think I've ever said. I'm not even going to say.
I call them
I've never said
the
really.
Bengals, and Mason actually says Bengals, and he's not joking about it. He's not even being ironic. He's like the Cincinnati Bengals.
Here, that is literally not Mason specifically, but like everyone saying their actual name incorrectly in 5 different ways is like that is literally the reason I say Bugles, because it's just so it could
be Bengals, Bengals, Bengals,
Bungles. I've heard Bungles.
Bungles.
I've heard,
that's my favorite.
I've
honestly.
heard Bangles. Too. It's just it drives me nuts.
So
I don't even want to entertain it.
Or
it's
the Mike Breen Bangles.
I don't even want to hear it. It's Bugles. Okay, it's Bugles.
Okay. All right. Well, the Bugles are on the clock now.
Hopefully, it gets you a little hungry too, and you can go get some.
I don't really like
chips.
those. I don't really like Bugles.
You don't like the cheddar ones?
No, I'm not into those.
Really?
No.
I used to like those.
I like the texture, but
I haven't had them in a long time. They're nice and crunchies.
They are crunchy.
They got the good crunchies.
Okay, so if Denver does take a running back at 51, what if it's Caleb Johnson? I'm just going to keep saying it. I'm just going to keep saying it until he's drafted, and then I'm going to be excited wherever he goes. I'm just going to keep saying it. And we know the Cowboys aren't going to take a freaking running back, right? So.
Right. They're like, why?
Yeah, I don't.
Why don't we just ride with a Dowdle-esque running back for the rest of our lives?
Yeah, I honestly don't know. So.
Who do they actually have there now, though? Look, what is their running back depth chart right now? I'm
Denver's?
I'm gonna look it up.
It's
No, not Denver. Cowboys.
Well, again, yeah, we know it's not Dowdle. Like, they still have Deuce Vaughn.
Javonte Williams and Miles Sanders.
Javonte, that's
right.
Hey,
they
I told
literally are planning to ride with Javonte Williams.
It's the resurrection of Javonte's career.
I'm going to laugh so hard.
They're just so stubborn about it.
They are kind of stubborn.
Remember when we thought Brooks was
like
gonna
you do
go to
get
the
to a
Cowboys?
point where it's like, okay, it is worth at some point spending a pick on a running back.
Right.
No one's on the hot seat. You've got a little new, fresh chance. I mean, Jerry Jones is never on the hot seat because he's the owner and he's the one that makes all the picks. Just draft a dang running back, dude.
Yeah.
You're never going to get a chance like you are this year with all these picks. Or with all these running backs, how deep this class is.
Yeah.
So maybe they go someone third round.
I don't know. Maybe they do, but they are on the
Maybe
clock
they
making
just
their
don't.
selection right now. I wonder if our production team knows who they took, and they probably took somebody responsible. They have to. Again, with the way that they've used their cap space, they have to pick defense here.
I don't know. It's eerily silent up there.
I
It's a
don't know.
little eerie.
Oh, hello. My
he's
camera is
back.
back. Welcome back, little
Wave.
guy.
Yay.
Yay.
Little guy.
Shout out to our production team. Look, now you can see all my
Yeah.
facial imperfections in 1080p 30. How about that? But I really need
And the cacti back there, too.
The cacti do look good in my shot, I will say.
they-
Can we get back to my shot real quick, and you can see the cacti behind me? I mean, it does look pretty good.
Those cacti, this is
I have the
like
best cacti in the background.
their chance to really show off.
Just don't show it. It's fine. I don't care. That's fine. I was just suggesting, but I don't know what I'm talking about anyways. So, all right, cool, awesome.
Oh, man.
It's because they're putting the pick in. That's
You know,
why.
I
They're putting the pick in.
really,
They're
I
busy.
really think the accomplishment of the night was me just totally
There it is.
winging it
I was
with
right.
the name. Winging it with the name for Arians, and
All right,
I got it right.
Let's see that the Bengals took Caleb Johnson with this pick. The Caleb Johnson pick here is in, and they picked defense here. Yeah, they were always going to. Demetrius Knight here is the pick for the Bengals.
Responsible.
Again, this was always going to be. They were always look at the point where you use your cap space that much for Higgins, that much for Chase, that much for Burrow. There is no other way to build defense. The linebacker 3 according to PFF, and they take
You
the
have to build through
17th
the draft.
pick of the draft in the second round.
Yep. And if you guys can pull up the or get the team need chart ready, Broncos did trade up to 51.
Traded out of
Or
51.
traded out of 51. My apologies there.
Yes.
But I would like to look at some of the team needs for the Bugles and
Yeah,
some of
if we have
the
that.
assets that they lost and the assets that they
I think it's
gained.
early in the alphabet, so I think we have that one right. Obviously Demetrius Knight out of South Carolina, and the Bengals need all. I mean,
If I'm remembering correctly, linebacker was one of their shortcomings.
now if you really want to really go 40 chess here, I mean, this is bad for fantasy purposes because every defensive player that has potential that they add means that there's less potential for them to be in these crazy shootouts every week where we have Jamar Chase scoring 40 and T. Higgins scoring 30 for them, and as well as Chase Brown scoring 20. I mean, there were a handful of games where these guys, 3 guys, were combining for 70
I
plus
would
points.
be wildly impressed if a couple of picks that they made in this class were going to drastically change the outlook of that offense.
Yeah.
They're still going to be in shootouts all the time.
Yeah, let's do Cincinnati's team stats because I just want to see the defense. Oh my gosh. Okay.
So awful.
Yeah, I mean, so again, the offense is 12th. The passing is a second in the league. The rushing is 27th, and so I think a lot of people, and his PFF grades are, we know that these are kind of, I don't know though, even the word
Yeah, run blocking is 29th, tackling 21st.
and rushing is 27th. I mean, so again, we're not looking at
That's their run game,
that's what I said.
not their run defense.
I'm looking at their rushing.
Oh, I thought you were breaking down their
No,
their
I'm talking.
defensive stuff.
I'm
you.
still on freaking running backs here. But
I
I think
got
a lot
you.
of people looked at Chase Brown and okay. And again, PFF grades are weird, but from a PFF grade standpoint, wasn't anything crazy. Now, like Nathan was saying, the tackling is 21st in the league. I mean, this was a bottom 10 defense across the board. I mean, pretty consensus. So they definitely, and you're looking at some of the guys they lost as well. Obviously, Trent Brown's not playing there anymore. On the offense, they haven't taken. They've been defense for the first 2 picks so far, though. And they did sign a couple guys in free agency. Obviously, Samaje Perine is going to be a huge impact player for them, right? No, not really. But I mean, okay.
They brought him back, man. They brought him back.
They got Perine, baby.
They got their guy.
They got their guy. All right. The Seattle Seahawks are on the clock here. Now, my guess is, so you just saw Seattle have a pick in this round, and they went safety. I think you're probably going to see Seahawks go offensive line or defensive line. Is going to be my guess. I don't know. I don't think they're not. Watch. Seattle's going to be Seattle and take a running back or something like that. And we'll be like, what in the freaking world? Not really. It's not going to happen. They're not really in the market for a receiver. They paid Cooper Kupp to be that running back, wide receiver 2.
Yep.
Obviously, you and we can kind of get into this, but we're not super high on the fit between JSN and Kupp.
No.
Because I mean, JSN's
Sorry. I'm not high on the cup part of it.
exactly.
I don't think
it affects
anything.
JSN at all.
No.
But I think in terms of what people are expecting, we're going to find out right now. The pick for the Seattle Seahawks, pick number 50 in round 2, they go ahead and they select. They take a tight end now.
boy,
Oh wow, you
so
guys are going
that
to
stuff
like
is-
that one.
Dang.
Okay, wow, we go tight end here. I always forget about the tight ends.
Look at that.
And so, yeah, I mean, Seattle.
That's a little juicy.
It is juicy, and I'm really curious to see what his bakery score ends up being now that we know he gets second-round draft capital. I don't even remember where we were projecting him as when that tight end score on the screen, I think, is going to go up. The 18th pick of the second round, and we have Elijah Arroyo. So we've now had 3 tight ends go in the second round, and this was always, we told you, like, this is a good tight end class, right? Where we rank Arroyo, I mean.
I probably have him jump Taylor, too.
Yeah, no, 100%. I'm ranking him
I'm thinking about him jump Ferguson.
I wouldn't do that.
I like him more than Ferguson.
I know.
But you can't really beat the fit in LA.
That's what I think. That's why I think I give Ferguson the edge. So.
That's fine with me.
So right now our bottom 3 on our big board are our tight ends, and so these tight ends again are going to be these guys that hopefully get pushed down into the late second, early third, and we get more running backs up here very soon. The Carolina Panthers traded up, and the Denver Broncos are no longer on the clock, meaning the Broncos are not drafting Caleb Johnson. Oh my gosh. Are there any teams that here? Nope, there's not. No, we're not going to get any Caleb Johnson picks anytime soon, I don't
It'll
think.
be a minute. It'll take a little time.
So obviously, the Carolina Panthers in terms of what they have accomplished. Obviously, yesterday they take Tat McMillan. They get a wide receiver. You have Bryce Young there, and Bryce Young looked better last year. They could be in the market for any player. I feel like they have needs all across the board. My guess is the Carolina Panthers go defense with this pick.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think
they're moving up for somebody. Hey,
they went with their guy. They got.
You know who I think they're going to get?
They extended Chuba Green.
I think they're going to get Green here.
Yeah, they better.
In fact, I'll want to place a bet right now. Somebody upstairs placed a $20 bet in my name for Green here, but. Just how far will he fall is like my question.
I don't freaking know.
It's kind of crazy. I mean, the issues must be huge issues if he's falling this far.
We knew there were huge issues, just to know how far.
What are the issues? Like specifically, what are they? Allegedly.
Allegedly, he had like some. I think it was domestic violence stuff.
Okay, that is a big issue. So.
Yeah, that was consistent in college, which
I'm
is
not
why
reading that, Ryan.
he had to transfer to Marshall because of those issues because he got expelled from a college.
Okay.
And he balled out at Marshall this
last
year.
I will say. Oh wait, we got the pick in. This defensive player right here. Let's see it. The Carolina Panthers, the 50th pick in the NFL draft, have gone. Yes, edge rusher. Nice. So, again, we're getting through this round now pretty quickly, and we're going to get here to the end of the second. As it stands right now, we have had 2 running backs taken here. Maybe we get into the range here where we start. I mean, but some of these teams that need running back have been trading back, and so now you have the Titans on the clock.
Wow, Shedeur Sanders is going to be a 3rd-round pick.
I think at the point where he didn't go in the early second, you had Shuck go there. I
thought it was possible that he'd fall. I did not think he'd sniff the 3rd round.
So I mean, he's pretty much untouchable for me in Dynasty.
Yep,
I'm not
touching him.
I won't have a single Shedeur Sanders here.
Shedeur is dead.
Yeah, unless again you get him in the 4th as a throw-in or something.
Clip it, come back, trash me for it. Shedeur is dead.
Wow, there you have it. Breaking news from Nathan right there. But really, looking at this, I mean, the Buccaneers. I don't know. You know what? You know who I think the Buccaneers should take? I think they should take a wide receiver.
Let's just screw up everyone's night again, please, with another ridiculous wide receiver pick.
Man.
These are good talents.
I know they have great
Higgins,
talents.
great talent. Luther Burden, great talent.
I'm honestly.
How about an
not,
actual landing spot that's good for these guys to produce?
I'm honestly I don't know what to expect with the Bucs. I expected them to go defense last time when they took Ibuka. With the Titans could go a lot of different directions here, honestly. The Titans I think are a dangerous threat to go wide receiver here, honestly. I don't know if there's going to be anybody here they like, and they obviously still have.
has been mocked to them a lot.
Okay.
I would like to see that selfishly.
I just don't really remember. I just don't really remember any wide receivers going in this range of the draft that have hit in the last couple of years. Jaden Reed was a 2nd-round pick. That would be one of them.
Yeah, Jaden Reed. Obviously, last year Ladd was the big one.
Yeah, but Ladd went in the early 2nd, right?
Yeah, he did.
Okay, I'm thinking like.
Let me go back to the bakery. Actually.
Oh yeah, good idea.
I'll pull up some stuffs here.
The Pacers and Bucks are tied at the end of the 1st quarter. So 26-26.
Thank you for the update.
Not gonna be able to watch that today, but it sucks.
Yeah, I know. The pick is officially in for the Tennessee Titans.
I mean, let's see if they go wide receiver, if they go defense here. The Tennessee Titans, with this pick, have selected edge. Okay, there we go. I don't know. Oluwafemi.
That is an awesome smile.
Oladipo. We should smile like that more often. Yeah. The 13th ranked edge rusher out of UCLA going at the 20th pick to the Tennessee Titans, and I think eventually you knew the Titans were going to go defense here.
Yes.
You have, now let's look at the teams on deck. Again, I think the Buccaneers should just, obviously they have a huge team need at wide receiver. I think you just take Trey Harris here. And then you've got the Green Bay Packers. Obviously, they just took a wide receiver. They really don't have any offensive skill position needs, so we're probably going to be looking at defense for them too. And then the Los Angeles Chargers, who took Amari Hampton yesterday, maybe we were going to be in the market for. Maybe the Chargers are in the market for a receiver here. Who knows? But I honestly wouldn't be surprised to see them go trenches with this pick at 55. So we are at the point now where let's get an updated count of how many dynasty players we have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
We're at
8,
18 now,
9,
right?
10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18. You're right.
Yep.
But again, this bottom 5 here.
Ugly.
Shuck, Burden, Ferguson, and Royal Taylor.
Low gross.
Look, Burden has a ton of upside. I mean, I will say that.
That's what I'm telling you, dude. Something's going to happen. It has to, right?
And I mean, we haven't heard any. I mean, I told them, like, if there any rumor about them trading somebody, or is it just going to be who they've chosen? And it just ended up being, I think they just want to, they think he's.
Never seen anything like that in my life.
Yeah.
That's nuts.
It is one of the most, I think, it is one of the more questionable picks I've seen in the last couple of years in terms of, like, team need or lack thereof, I should say.
Yep. I think the last year, the one that would have been comparable would have been Pearsall, but Pearsall we didn't even love as a prospect at that price. But you're like, where did that come from?
Yeah.
But it was because of the IU contract stuff.
Yes.
So I don't know, man. That's very, very puzzling in my eyes. But with Tampa, I definitely think we expect them to go defense in the first round. We're going to expect them to go defense again in the second round here.
Yeah, I
and
think this is
please
defense almost
not take
locked in.
another wide receiver.
Yeah,
At this point,
I think we're good. Tampa?
I'm like paranoid at this point that someone's just going to do another dumb pick.
Yeah, I mean, it could be worse. Like, this is not 2023 where you had freaking Charbonnet and JSN to the Seahawks. That was, not in my opinion.
That's the only other one that would have been close to Burden.
I don't know. Burden and Igbuka in this class does kind of compare.
I think it's worse
Shoot.
than Charbonnet.
We're fricked, guys.
No, I'm not saying like, I'm just saying surprise wise and like what the heck did you do that for wise?
Yeah, I guess you're right. I mean, they both are respectively the guys that should have been wide receiver 2s on their teams that are now wide receiver 3s on their teams.
Yeah.
I'm assuming nobody thinks that Rome
Burden
is
currently is weapon number 4 from an investment perspective.
Yeah.
So that's just wild to me.
Okay, so the Tampa Bay, again, the Bucs, the Packers, the Chargers, we'll see, again, hopefully in this back half of the round here, we start getting some running backs off the board, but the Broncos are just going to continue to keep trading out, not selecting a running back, and keep trading out, not selecting a running back, so
Yep.
we'll see if it pays off for them. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. I mean, it is funny to me how these running back needy teams are just, pushing them, I think pushing all the running backs down to the third. It does show me, though, I think that NFL teams viewed Henderson and Judkins in a tier above everybody else in terms of the running back prospects here in this round, because there's really not been anybody that has been close to them in terms of being drafted in this spot. They both went early second. There's been a huge gap here, and so it sucks. I wish Caleb Johnson was in that tier, but
Yeah.
I can't get all my wishes, right? Not everything, not all of my wishes come true.
Not all dreams come true.
No, there are some dreams that fail, and there are some dreams that just fall flat
Like
on their
Luther
face.
Burden going to a spot that's actually
Like a
reasonable.
Emeka Egbuka going to somebody where there's a place where there's a really complimentary piece and not two target hogs.
Kingies are a little salty. Slightly.
I don't care who the Bucks pick here; they're dead to me. I wonder what Corey thinks about the. I wonder if Corey thinks about what Corey thinks about the Ibuka pick. I didn't see anything from him.
Yeah, because he's a big Ibuka guy.
Yeah, he has a big. He's a big Bucks guy.
Oh, well, yeah.
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 So
Correct.
that's kind of why I'm curious. But this is again. I'm going to look and see. I'm going to look and see what the rest of the board looks like for tonight after this, because I really want to know when the running backs are going to start going again.
Yeah, so I'd love to see what the people in the comments think about Tyler Shuck specifically. Where are you taking him? Where do you think that he is going to be ranked,
okay.
assuming that he's going to be the starting quarterback this year? Would love to see what you guys think when it comes to Tyler Shuck in that situation in New Orleans. Obviously, the news coming out not that long ago that Derek Carr might miss a majority, if not all, of the 2025 season with a shoulder injury, which would mean he may never play another snap for New Orleans ever.
All right,
again.
the pick is in for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Again, we are almost certain this is going to be a defensive player here, and with their pick in the second round, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers go Benjamin Morrison, cornerback.
Why didn't you do that in the first round?
I don't know. They could have just done this, but now they take a second round corner. Honestly, pretty good pick. I think that they have a lot of team need. Again, getting these rookies on this side of the ball. They ranked as the cornerback 5 by PFF out of Notre Dame, but
Yeah, if we can get the team need graphic, if you have that pulled up.
yeah, I would
for
be interested.
Tampa
I don't
Bay.
know. Tampa's pretty. We might not have the Tampa one. The Tampa team stats. We have that. Do we have that graphic upstairs? If we do, we don't have that one. All right, so cool. So, I mean, we all know what it was, though. Like, Tampa's offense is going to be loaded this year, right? And that's part of the reason why I think, yeah, okay, we can go ahead and throw the rookie board up and talk about that as well, and then we'll come back. We do have the Bears popping up again. If I swear to you, if they trade back, I'm going to lose my freaking crap. But, all right, so you can see the moth from last night, still present on the screen.
Yes.
But Jackson Dart right now is the 112, and when you're looking at the second round here, we still have, again, 18 guys now. As of right now, we would have, in the early second, Jaden Higgins, Tyler Shuck, Luther Burden, then Terrence Ferguson, then the tight ends. Looking at this, Nathan, I honestly am tempted to rank Higgins over Jackson Dart. What do you think about that?
I'm going to stick to my guns with Jackson Dart right now.
Okay.
Because, again, where else are they going to turn? In New York, I know he's a late first-round pick, but I just feel like ultimately we're gonna regret that when it's announced that he's going to be starting.
Yeah.
That's just my opinion.
Yeah. Okay.
And again, for the same reason that we have questions with the fit there in Houston, I kind of want to see how that ends up rolling out, like what they say about that. We may get to a point where we rank Higgins over Dart, but
Warren at the 11 is a nice value. So far through those top 11 picks, I'm feeling really good about the first this year. But again, I need like one or two more running backs.
Need a couple more running backs, and we'll be in good shape.
And we've got the Bears on the clock, and then it's going to be the Denver Broncos, and then you have some
Bears on the clock? No, the Packers are on the clock.
Sorry, the Bears on the screen. My bad.
They're in the hole.
The Bears are in the hole, and then the Broncos after them. So that's not bad. And then you've got the Commanders later, the Bears again, the Chiefs, who I think could be a sneaky running back team here. So we'll see if another running back sneaks into the second round here. But it honestly would be nice. So, again, let us know in the comments what you think about who we should be ranking, where we should be ranking Higgins versus Dart. Obviously, again, Higgins going to Houston, where I think, whether the fit there is pretty questionable in terms of them being complementary assets, both Nico Collins and, like I said, Jaden Higgins. I mean, they both are kind of – a lot of people were looking at Jaden Higgins and throwing a Nico Collins comp on him. That was a comp that people were kind of giving us. And so the other thing about Higgins, I will say this as while we're on this subject is Higgins' reception perception when it came out, it was less than impressive. The route running capabilities from an analytical standpoint didn't really look that good. And I think a lot of people, including myself, are a little bit concerned about that. And I think he saw a little bit of a stock drop for him. That said, he still gets to the draft capital that we thought was his ceiling, and that is early second-round draft capital. I do think you're going to have maybe some teams at the end of the second round here take receiver, though. I think there are some receivers here that are sneaky that people might want. I think Jack Besh, Trey Harris, Jalen Knoll, Kyle Williams are all guys, Alec Eierman are all guys that I think are potentially going to go here at the end of the second round. And so, Higgins, again, in terms of the different types of coverage and the success rate versus them. He ran 58% of his routes against man coverage. He was in the 15th percentile in success rate, right? In zone coverage, he was the 46th percentile. Press coverage, he was the 16th percentile. And so there are some analytical concerns with Jaden Higgins, not to mention when you're talking about his bakery score and where he ranks his score. He's right now the running back six, the wide receiver 6 of all eligible drafted players. He has the lowest profile right now. So. There are some red flags with Higgins. So now I just talked myself back into Dart. Dart's the right choice.
Thanks.
You're right. It's the right choice. Oh, man.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting. I want to see if Kyle Williams gets picked here, where does he jump up to? Just hypothetically. He would be right behind Higgins. Okay.
Fascinating.
Yeah. Honestly, Trey Harris would be the guy that if he got second-round draft capital.
Kyle Williams, from a skill set perspective, is a little bit more developmental.
Yeah.
And he's not necessarily the most well-rounded route runner. He has some work to do there. So we'll see. If I were a betting man, I'd say he probably goes third before he goes second round.
Yeah, I think you're probably correct.
But yeah, with Green Bay, you're probably going to see a classic Green Bay pick here. I think Gutekunst decided to go outside of his comfort zone and get a first-round wide receiver in Golden who's developmental.
Yeah.
And then he's going to go get a guy
Safe
that's going to
boring pick for our
a
purposes.
third-round breakout or a third-year breakout edge rusher or something.
Yeah. Probably
he loves those types of picks.
But, you've got the Chargers on the clock after that. They could be in the hunt for a wide receiver potentially. Obviously, them taking Hampton yesterday was, in my opinion, the best landing spot that any prospect got in the first round. Like, a running back going to the Chargers was always going to be a good landing spot.
Yep.
But them getting one of the best running back prospects this year in Hampton, and a guy analytically who grades out extremely well. Again, looking at the bakery, he is in that blue tier in the bakery, that second tier overall with Jahmyr Gibbs, Travis Etienne, Christian McCaffrey, Jonathan Taylor, and then it's himself, and he is second in that tier. So as it sits right now in the bakery of all time, he is the 5th rated running back of all time in the bakery. I do want to kind of talk about, as we kind of wait for this pick, which again, I don't anticipate this pick being a fantasy relevant guy. I want to bring in Ryan Bread Sterator, Gene Ryan Bread, Gene Sterator, Sterator Ryan, Gene Bread Sterator, just to talk a little bit about the wide receiver class as a whole, because I'm looking at the bakery right now, Ryan, and I think this is, in terms of how this class could have sorted out, I think this is a less than ideal situation in terms of the strength of the class. So any thoughts on that right away?
I would agree with you 100%. I mean, in terms of like coming into the draft, we all kind of knew that the upper end wasn't as good as previous years. We've been spoiled, frankly.
Yeah, we have.
But even in the draft itself, not having Burden go in the first round, there was a chance that Higgins was going to go in the first round.
Yep.
Neither of those two happened, and we're kind of sitting here with some pretty mid talents that have the day 1, day 2 draft capital to this point.
It's not good.
Which isn't great.
No, and we've seen not great hit rates for those guys. The pick is in for the Green Bay Packers, and with pick 50 for the Packers, I would imagine they're going to go back to the basics here, and they're going to take an offensive tackle and Anthony Belton with their 22nd pick, which, again, is going to move the Chargers on the clock. We'll see if the Chargers get any dangers here with who they're going to select. But, again, the Chargers now are going to be on the clock here, and then we've got the Bears and the Broncos, two teams that do need one. I need Caleb Johnson to go here, please. I please need him to go. I'm saying please.
You don't want Caleb Johnson going to the Chargers.
Well, I'm saying the Bears or the Broncos.
Oh, okay. I was like, Ryan Hampton is a Charger.
No. So we're going to see who the Chargers take here. I would not be surprised if the Chargers took Trey Harris here.
No, that would be very interesting if they did that.
I also wouldn't be surprised
if
they took
you wanted Noel to go there. Ellick would be nice there. I think any receiver there, complimentary to Lab McConkey, would be nice.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Now, all that to say, with like you were saying, it's been a little bit disappointing so far. It's literally just been the fact that Higgins and Burden and Igbuka really just got out of this world ridiculous landing spots.
All right, we have the pick. Let's go ahead and do this. Let's rattle them off. The Chargers, 55th pick. Do they go wide receiver with this pick? They do. They take Trey. I called it. Boom.
Nice call.
Got on the board.
Look at you.
Yeah, so Trey Harris. I think this is a great fit. I think schematically this makes a lot of sense when you're looking at the type of receiver that they needed. I think Trey Harris fit that bill really well.
And you know what this is a do-over on QJ.
It absolutely is. And I'm honestly not any more confident than I was with QJ. I do want to bring in Ryan if we can go ahead and get him ready here to kind of get his thoughts. I know I just saw the bakery score put it in. He would be the wide receiver 7 right now, still behind Jaden Higgins, and so kind of moving down this board here, he kind of falls in line with the other guys but that have been picked before him. But right now he'd be the wide receiver 7. His bakery score doesn't end up as a 10.38 as we had it on the screen, and he is in that same tier with Hunter, Burden, Igbuka, Golden, Higgins, and Harris. But again, he is. They're all kind of in that same range of score here.
Would you put him behind Burden ahead of the tight ends?
I would put him ahead of Burden as it sits for opportunity alone.
Yeah, I can't argue with that.
What about Shuck?
For now.
Ryan, where are you putting him? Are you liking ranking Trey Harris ahead of Burden right now?
Trey Harris is an interesting one. He's very mercurial in the sense that he kind of plays like Mike Williams does for the Chargers. Nice. Funny that they have Mike Williams now again. I think I don't have a lot of faith in Tyler Shuck. I think out of principle, I would have to put Trey Harris ahead of Tyler Shuck.
Okay, so and we have Shuck right now one spot ahead of Burden.
Would you just have Burden jump him?
Would you have Burden ahead of Shuck?
I'm not against that.
So you would have Harris above Burden right now, right?
I don't think I would.
I would rather have Burden over Harris.
But are you taking Higgins or Burden right now, Ryan?
I think I would take Higgins.
Okay, so right now it's Higgins, Burden, Harris.
Yes.
All right, that's how I'm going to put it in the big board as well. I'm sending you guys a big board update upstairs, but again, I think this one made a lot of sense. I think it made almost too much sense. And who knows? Trey Harris is a little bit of an interesting prospect when you're looking at his analytical profile. Obviously, he's a bigger boundary type wide receiver, which again they needed that, right? The Chargers needed that.
But from a volume perspective, like what is he really going to get in that offense when you're in a Greg Roman offense where Ladd has already been doing really well? You're only going to have so much volume in the passing game. So, like, even though volume-wise he has less competition at the wide receiver position, the way that offense operates is so much different than the way you're going to see a Ben Johnson offense operate.
For sure.
I don't think it's positive for Burden or Trey Harris, honestly. So,
I wondered why you flinched.
I flinched. I did.
Because the umbrella fell.
I thought it was falling towards us for a second.
Oh, that would have sucked.
Yeah.
Yeah, hey, production team, the umbrella fell, but everything else is okay.
Fine.
I was
We're
gonna
shaded
say,
now,
the,
so we're
the
good.
sun is actually good, so you don't have to. You just might want to move it away from the TV just in case. But yeah, so there you have it. Trey Harris. We have another wide receiver off the board, and I knew they were going to be in play. Now, I need the Bears to look at me. Bears, look at me.
Bears.
2 words. Caleb Johnson.
There you go. You can look at that camera now.
Here we go. Look at me in my soul. If Caleb Johnson goes here, I'm going to flip my lid. I've said this multiple times, and they keep freaking moving back. I need the Bears to select Caleb. This is my dream landing spot for him. He's probably my favorite, not the best, but my favorite running back prospect in this class in the sense that I like him. He's kind of been my guy for a really long time here. I really believe in his analytical profile, and situationally, I think he would cook on the Bears. I think he would absolutely cook, and I feel like the Bears are about to break my heart and not take Caleb Johnson here. So we'll see, though.
That'd be oh so sad.
That would be oh so sad.
Oh so sad.
Spanish joke.
Oh.
Oso is bear in Spanish.
No freaking way. That was like one of the most unintentional jokes of all time.
And well, no, it wasn't even the
That's
it wasn't even
hilarious.
the joke that was impressive. Is the fact that I made the connection.
Yeah.
Don't you think?
Yeah.
Oso is bear in Spanish, right? Can I get that from up top?
That is correct.
Okay, cool.
We've got some Spanish professionals.
We do.
Upstairs.
Yeah. We are in Arizona. There's a heavy Hispanic population. We got the pick. Please. All right, here we go. The come on. Freaking.
If they ride with Swift, if Ben Johnson rides with Swift this year, that'd be so funny. Honestly, it would actually be like very funny.
Of course they
Denver
did. Of course they
traded
did.
back
Of course they did. What are
again.
your thoughts on that? Since you're a Broncos fan, are you happy they're trading back continually at this point? Okay, yeah. Oh, Denver traded out of the pick. My bad. Yeah, that's true. But well, you're right. The running backs have stopped going at this point. I should talk about the pick. Ozzy, I don't know if it's Trapilo. I did not practice pronunciation. If we get slightly more professional next year, maybe we practice. Maybe we sit with like a dictation expert, Dick Trapilo. But another Boston College guy here, right? The 9th-ranked offensive tackle in a draft where there are some offensive tackle. There's some offensive tackle depth and talent, especially at the top end in this draft. But yeah, the Chicago Bears continue to. How many free agents did they sign? I mean, this is
A lot.
Is this guy even going to start for them?
No.
He would be a depth piece, right?
Yes.
I don't hate it, though.
Developmental.
I do not hate it. Like, that's one of the huge questions for the Bears was their offensive line. And
Why
protecting
didn't they
the
just
quarterback.
do this and then get a running back instead of Burden?
Right, yeah. I mean,
Someone explain this to me, please.
I don't know. It does not make any sense to me. But
The Lions are on the clock. They will probably go defense again like they
Yep,
did
the Lions are
in
going
the
defense, yeah.
first round. Again, they're basically going to bolster any position that showed any sign of weakness last year.
Yeah.
Once their top guys went down with injury, that's when their weaknesses were really magnified. So we got to fix that for Detroit.
Okay,
They're well aware of that, and Baltimore is going to be the next one that I think is very curious, as you've seen a ton of running backs mocked to them as well.
Yeah.
I think Caleb Johnson would not be bad there either.
no, I don't think so. And so we're going to see who the Lions pick here with pick 57. So how many? We're at 24 right now. We have
We're
about
almost through the second round.
well,
64.
the third round is the compensatory picks.
Compensatory.
Yeah, so there's 38 in the second and the third round.
I think there's like 4 or 5 compensatories
Cool,
this year.
Cool. So, we are almost through the second round at this point. It's been pretty entertaining. I do wish at this point that Denver or Chicago had taken a running back, and clearly they have not. I'm trying to remember who else has picks in this, but I don't want to spoil the next.
Maybe
pick
they
for
view the next tier of running backs kind of in the same tier. Maybe there's a big run in the third.
That's very possible.
Could be.
It's very
We
possible.
got a whole nother round to work through. So
Yeah. The third round, I hope there's just a huge running back run there. So.
that'd be great. I mean, we're looking at the guys left on the board that at least most people have graded highly, sort of in this range. You've got Bashul Tootin, who is a big combine riser. You've got Scadaboo, who a lot of people expect to go in the third round. You've got DJ Giddens. You've got Jordan James. RJ Harvey, who's gotten buzz. He's ancient at this point. He's about 65 years old. You got Dylan Sampson, Damian Martinez, Jaden Blue, Devin Neal, Trevor Etienne. Any one of those guys I think could go in the third round. So.
The pick is in for the Detroit Lions here, and we'll see where they go. The Detroit Lions with this pick have selected Tate Ratledge, guard. And look at the hair, man. Look
Dude,
at
that is
I mean,
the stash.
that is Look, that guy is swagging right now.
That is pretty.
That is one swaggy guy.
Boss, if you ask me.
Out of Georgia, the second-ranked guard, according to PFF, getting him in the second round. Nice little pick there for Detroit, and I think Detroit, you're not going to continue to see that organization do what has worked for them in the past. Obviously, they're not going to be shy about taking these skill position players like they have with Jahmyr Gibbs, with Jamison Williams, with Sam Laporta even, but at the same time, they are going to build through the trenches, and that's what they're doing here with the offensive line pick. Detroit, one of the best offensive lines already in the league, and you don't really get to that point without knowing how to draft offensive linemen, and they've done a very good job with that up to this point. I think this is a solid pick if they're taking him here. I feel like this was probably an offer they couldn't refuse in terms of the deal that they're getting with Tate Rowledge falling here. So now you have the Raiders here. The Raiders obviously have been in the market for a wide receiver this whole time, and we haven't seen them take a wide receiver. The Broncos, you will notice, and I got this in my ears a couple minutes ago.
Do you think they really are in the market for a wide receiver?
Yeah, I think so.
Really?
Yeah, I think they would take a receiver if they liked him here. I think who's left? Noel wouldn't really.
Noel wouldn't fit Myers. It would
No,
have to be Alec.
Alec
Besh
would
actually fit.
I mean, Besh would fit okay.
Besh would fit. Yep, you're right,
but-
because he's a good blocker as well.
Yeah,
so
and-
he'd be nice in those run games.
But at the same time, they have a lot of team need across the board. The Raiders do, and so we'll see which way they actually go. But they noted in our ears the Broncos actually got up to 60, so we're going to see them pick, and they'll have another opportunity to not take
Denver.
Caleb Johnson. So
the third chance to not break our heart.
Yes.
Let's see what the Raiders do here
Raiders.
with the
Here we
58th
go.
pick in the NFL draft.
All right, the Raiders select Jack Besh, wide receiver. There we go. All right, this is a great landing spot for Besh, in my
It's
opinion.
really good.
You know, he's going to, and we had a second-round grade on Besh pretty much the whole time. But this is, in my opinion, this is a really good pick for the Raiders.
Jumping every single one of those receivers. He's right behind Dart.
Yeah. Will you mute the mic upstairs? Jack Besh, we'll have him. Where did you say?
I'd put him over Higgins here.
So behind Dart?
Yep.
Yeah.
I want to bring in Ryan Bread-Sterator for this pick as well. Ryan, tell us what you think about Jack Besh going to Vegas, if you think the fit is really solid there for them. I know Avery and I both think so. And are you taking him over that group of second-round wide receivers that we're looking at right now in Higgins, Burden, and Harris?
I would certainly consider taking him over that group of receivers in not ideal landing spots.
Yeah.
Jack Besh is an interesting one for me. His analytical profile is terrible. I mean, he's a fifth year breakout, I believe. A former tight end. When I watched his film for the first time, I was pretty unimpressed. But when I watched it under the premise of this is a former tight end, it made a lot more sense. He's a very friendly target to quarterbacks over the middle of the field. He's very unafraid.
Big target.
Yeah, it would not surprise me if he immediately is a complement in that offense. Kind of playing a little bit more athletic role than that of what Brock Bowers plays. To just give them another option, in the pass game outside of Brock Bowers and Jacoby Myers.
And we do have his reception perception profile, and it was really good, right? I mean, he was good across the board. 85th percentile against man, 91st percentile against press, and then the zone was 60th percentile. I mean, it's really good. His reception perception profile is awesome. So we had a second-round grade on Besh, so this is no surprise to us. And honestly, he goes to a landing spot that I'm very comfortable with here. And he's going to be immediately the third option in this offense. I think I don't think he's better than Jacoby Myers as a wide receiver, but I do think he's going to play well alongside Brock Bowers and Jacoby Myers, and I do think he'll have some fantasy upside. And like Nathan said, for us immediately we'll get the big board updated here soon, but we are going to have him ranked pretty aggressively here. So
right now, technically at the 201, you're going to see running backs jump this big chunk of receivers pretty easily.
Yeah.
But man, that's pretty much the best that you could have asked for with
I think so too.
with Jack Besh here.
I think
Get ready for all those obnoxious Puka Nacua
I think it was Tom upstairs that said they had his sneaky suspicion that the Ravens were going to take a running back. I wouldn't be surprised either.
Oh, Washington's up here
But
too.
it's Broncos and Washington, which of course the Broncos will trade back. I swear. I swear. That's all I'm going to say. I swear right now. I swear because I needed Caleb Johnson to go by now and he's not gone, and I'm losing my mind a little bit. Again, this would still be great draft capital for him, but I think all three of these teams here are going to be in play for a running back, but the Ravens will most likely.
But who's actually going to do it? Since we've thought 10 different teams have been in the run for a running back, and clearly none of them want to do it in the second freaking round.
You're preaching to the choir, my friend. You're preaching to the choir on that one. I don't know.
Third round's going to have to be our saving grace. That's all I'm saying.
Well, and again, any running back
Mike Green finally goes.
Okay, there we go. Sweet. All right, so
finally.
that is, and he goes to a Super Bowl contender. That's fun.
Yeah. That was a good pick for Baltimore.
At
from a
this
talent
point, I think
perspective.
it's worth the risk here.
Yes.
The second ranked edge, according to PFF, he is the 27th pick in the draft, and he had a top 10 grade on him from a talent perspective.
Yes.
He was one of the 12 best players in this draft, in my opinion. And he slid, obviously, because there are character concerns, there are concerns for whatever. But now you have Mike Green actually going off the board, and we knew eventually that if we said that Mike Green was going to get picked, that he actually would get picked. And this honestly made more sense for Baltimore from a picks perspective than anything else. So Mike Green, obviously getting in there, and now he has a helm with, again, a very, very good team and a solid defense as well. So
Yeah.
the Denver Broncos are now on the clock with pick 60.
Come on, Denver, don't let us down.
Okay, look on the screen. I can't do this. If we get through these three
keep
picks
doing
without
this.
a running back, I'm legitimately gonna start having a panic attack.
Maybe if you stop looking at the screen, then they'll actually pick
Then I'm
someone.
not gonna know what to say. My every word that I say is scripted up there. So how am I gonna know what to say? We've got teleprompters. Come on.
Yeah, we
man.
do.
All right. But three teams here. I'm not even gonna say it. You know what? All three of these teams, they need defense. We're going defense here. All of them.
Every single one.
This is gonna be three defensive
All
picks in
three
a
of
row.
them. Oh man, how nice would it be? How nice would it be to see just back to back to back? It's not going to happen, but
Defensive players? No, it's absolutely going to happen. No.
Defensive players.
Defensive players. Yes, that would be so nice.
Can
In
you
fact,
guys tell, again, we've been covering every single pick and breaking them all down, but can you tell we're a little bit partial to the
no, we're not. No, I like Mike Green. We've been talking about Mike Green this whole time.
running backs right now? I do like seeing Mike Green go forward.
Oh man, yeah, no, that's a good one. The Jack Best pick was
I
exciting.
don't dislike Baltimore either. I think they've always been so close to getting to the top.
Yeah.
And they just been so short every single time, just short, just shy of that Super Bowl appearance, like the Bills every single year as well.
All right, we're gonna
Someone's
see.
got to beat KC.
Right now, again, but like Nathan mentioned, we'll get the big board up here in a second. Hopefully, we can just wait on the big board. No. Actually, you know what? We can go ahead and get the big board because we're not going to have any running back picks in anytime soon. We're definitely not wigging out. We're fine. This is essentially a Zen garden behind us. Like we're the most peaceful guys on the planet right now. Nobody's freaking out. Nobody wants to. Again, there's really not reason for concern if I'm being honest with you. I just really want to see another running back off the board here. Like I'm craving running backs. Like
I know we haven't seen any.
like a
since
pregnant
Henderson.
lady craves Taco Bell. Like that's where I'm
Wow.
at right now. So
That's
a craving.
That's
isn't
some cravelage right there.
it? Taco Bell. Bing. Becca said, "Freaking hold on." Fine, Becca. Jeez, get sassy with me. Oh my gosh. But hopefully we're in for a pretty good pick here with the Denver Broncos. So they've obviously traded back multiple times. They obviously thought, hey, you know what the Broncos thought? No, they didn't think this. No, you know what they thought though?
What did they think?
They thought, hey, you know what? We're gonna get Caleb Johnson at 60, so let's just trade back a couple times and take him there. That's what happened here.
Yeah, that's definitely what happened here.
But what if they don't take him?
Then someone else will. Someone else will.
You sure about that?
Yes, I'm sure about that.
Okay.
Caleb Johnson can only fall so far. I'm telling you, dude.
I don't know. Maybe we were higher as a community.
What's he
than
going
the
to go?
NFL
Day
was higher.
3. His production
Oh,
profile.
you're right.
His production profile.
You're right.
dominator rating was way too good.
You're right. You're right.
He'll go to. I'm confident he'll go to one of these three teams. I really am.
Are you really now?
Yeah, I mean, you got the Bears.
What if you get Scattaboo right here? That would be insane. That would be insane.
You think you're going to throw a party?
I
with
heard the
Caleb
production
Johnson.
team just
I
say
heard
they
a
said
reaction.
something. There's a reaction upstairs.
There's a reaction.
You guys better shut up. You're spoiling things.
Okay, don't say anything.
I know something happened. It's a running back. It's got to be a running back.
It's got to be a running back.
All right, we're figuring this out. But that puts us up to.
Unless it's like a something insane, like Shador Sanders.
No, you know what's going to happen is it's going to be a running back, and they're going to put it up on the screen, and it's going to be like, all right, the pick's in. And
what if it's someone we've like low key really liked?
It's Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt. I'm like, God dang it. Oh man!
Oh my
no shade at all.
The suspense is intense.
No shade at all
Suspense,
to
intense suspense.
Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt, but
Yeah, sorry, dude. My bad.
but we are going to figure out here who's going to go very quickly. So
Luis Reese Zemet.
Luis Zamit.
Trying to think of all the most obscure
Kyle
like,
Monungai. I
running
mean,
back
yeah,
names.
let's go.
Yeah. I mean, it could be Tootin. Maybe he wants a speedster. Okay, let's think of it here. A Sean Payton running back. Think Alvin Kamara.
Okay, somebody with receiving upside.
I
then.
think it's Scattaboo.
It's somebody. There's somebody with more of a receiving skill.
If it's Scattaboo, I'm going to lose
Who
my
are the
crap.
Who are the guys with the receiving skill sets still on the board?
Scattaboo.
Scattaboo,
Jaden Blue.
Jaden Blue. Who else?
Let me pull this up here.
Let's see. Let's look at the RDOM. Just look at the RDOM real quick. It was obviously Genty, but then like you said, Scadaboo, DJ Giddens,
Did
Devin Neal technically, and then down here Ollie Gordon, LaQuint Allen.
Yeah. The notable ones are Scadaboo.
Oh, sorry,
and Jaden Blue.
I'm looking at the wrong column. It's Scadaboo, R.J. Harvey,
Jordan James
Jaden
showed
Blue,
some stuff
Raheem
too,
Sanders.
but Jordan James won't go here.
No,
He'll go
no,
third if he
won't,
goes
won't.
in day 2.
Yeah. Okay, I guess we'll see. But yeah, make sure if you're watching, you drop a like if you enjoyed the live draft stream. We obviously flew our entire team. 9 checked bags worth of equipment on the Southwest, who is as they are eliminating the free check bags thing. Would have cost us another
It's a lot of bags checked.
$1,000 to $2,000 to fly all of our equipment out of here if we do this next year. But make sure you drop a like. It's free, it's easy, and it does help support us financially because every like helps push this video to new people and helps grow the channel. If you're not subscribed, we're trying to get to 25K subscribers
I
as
almost
well.
looked at the comments. All I saw was a whoa. I didn't see anything else.
Oh, frick. Well, that's exactly what I heard from upstairs. So something's about to go down.
Come on, graphics team. Come on.
My lips are getting chapped. Becca's going to say, hold the frick on. Are your lips chapped at all?
They have been all day. I think it's because of the pool.
Ah, shoot. We did get in the pool today. We played horse.
I've put chapstick on twice since I got out of the pool.
Let's see if the chat can get this right. A game of horse between Nathan, myself, Ryan Brett, and Tom Lennon. The horse is into a laundry basket on the side of the pool, which we had to put a rock in the bottom of. Who do you think won? We'll take wagers in the chat, and we'll see who you guys think won. But again, their options are me, Nathan, Ryan, or Tom. Who do you think won in horse? But we're still waiting on this Denver pick, and I've got to say at this point, the suspense is actually killing me. Like I feel like I'm having.
I'm gonna die.
Yeah, this is a lot for me.
Oh my god!
You guys making all these reactions, you see, whoa, and it's like, okay, can we at least like?
I think at this point they're just screwing with us.
I think
that's why they're doing it. But also maybe it's taking them so long because maybe it wasn't on their board.
Oh, maybe they weren't even. Maybe they didn't even see it coming. Like it was like, oh, this is out of left field.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. But.
Come on.
Caleb, I don't know what else to say.
Caleb Johnson.
Where's Shador gonna go?
No, frick.
That's like the last thing I can hang on
Watch,
to.
That's the pick. It's gonna be Shador right here.
We haven't talked about Giddens for a while.
Oh gosh, Mark just sighed, and he's a Broncos fan. The pick is in. Let's see it. The Denver Broncos. They have drafted R.J. Harvey. Holy crap!
The dude is 25 years old.
Oh my gosh.
Can this night get any worse?
All right.
Our domain rank for RJ Harvey is running back 17. We need to get Ryan Bread-Sterator in on this to break this down.
And that is the updated bakery score, 9.96.
Yeah, Ryan Bread, break this down for us, please. I don't want to talk about it.
He's in the same tier as Judkins.
I don't know if I can break this down for you, fellas. I, for one, am shocked.
This is a shocker to me.
To peek behind the curtain, coming into today, Tom and I sat down and got things prepared and said, what 10 running backs go in the second round? Who do we think they are? To get scores prepared and ready. Guess who wasn't among them?
R.J. Harvey.
R.J. Harvey.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, he's 25 years old, but he's 24.
He turned 24 in February.
Right. And he's I get it. He's really good. He ran a 4.4 at the combine. Like he's got all the tools. He's been
I'm not gonna lie, guys. He's
4-year success.
He's in a solid tier analytically now. He jumps up.
Yeah,
I don't think you can, because of his age, short him. Ryan, what do you think about that? I mean, his bakery score is not bad.
No, it's not bad at all. I mean, I just didn't think there was a world in which he was going to go in the second round.
Holy cow!
I didn't see it in when I watched his film, but.
All right, both of you, Besh or Harvey?
Harvey.
Ryan?
Oh,
you have
to. I mean, I feel like it's got to be Harvey.
Yeah.
And Dart or Harvey?
I'll go Dart there.
I gotta go Harvey.
Wow.
You go Harvey? Okay.
I think you have to go Harvey as well. Warren or Harvey, Ryan?
Warren.
Yeah,
Warren. So he's in that tier. Sure. He's in that Dart tier.
Yep.
That's crazy. Big board's been updated, you guys. I'll send it again, but we'll see. I mean, hopefully we have to keep updating the big board.
That might be the oldest running back I think I've seen go this early ever.
He's 24 and change. Wow, that is a shocking pick that we just got. But again, you give this guy second round draft capital. Clearly, Sean Payton believes. I mean, you better. But again, he's going to be in his rookie deal. And by the time his rookie deal's up, he's going to be 27.5.
So yeah, second round DC. I'm trying to pull up his. Oh man, where's his speed score? Decent speed score. Solid BMI.
So you've only got Audric Estimé there. He is going to be the starting running back from day one.
Yes.
So, like, that's the other thing. Situationally,
That's why
the Broncos were one of the best
That's why you
landing
cannot
spots.
short him with this draft capital. You can't.
The Broncos were one of the best landing spots for running backs. And so, again, the Bakery score is not atrocious. It's not like outlier stuff if he hits. Looking at the last, I just want to look.
Freaking believable.
Last couple years, the guys in this tier that have hit. You've got Trey Benson, Marshawn Lloyd, Braylon Allen. None of them have technically hit yet, but Achane hit in this tier from 2 years ago. That was the only one. You also had Banksby, Charbonnet, and Spears. Rashad White was in this tier a couple years ago. Najee Harris and Ramondre were in this tier. Come on, give me something here. Give me something here with Washington. The pick has been made, and that the 61st pick, the 29th pick of the second round, the Washington Commanders have taken Trey Amos, cornerback. So they take the smart pick. They've already got an offense that they feel pretty comfortable with. They feel comfortable with it. But just looking. Continuing our conversation about R.J. Harvey here. Najee and Ramondre were in that tier. DeAndre Swift was in that tier. You had Cam Akers in that tier. You had Antonio Gibson in that tier. You had Keyshawn Vaughn in that tier. Miles Sanders, Darrell Henderson, David Montgomery. So those are some of the notable names in that tier. Again, it's one of the best landing spots.
Interesting thing to note here: the volume wasn't anything insane as a receiver, but his efficiency was out of this world.
Yeah,
12.5 yards per reception, 13.5 yards per reception over the last 2 years. With like 20 receptions per year. We were talking about like a versatile running back that would be Kamara-esque. Peyton probably said he saw it on the film or something.
I'm not even going to say anything about these next two picks, but they could get spicy.
Yeah, they could.
All right, let's look at the Denver team stats from last year. We do have the team profile for the Broncos. They just start with the letter D. So the pass blocking obviously stands out here. But when you're talking about the rushing last year, it was literally no question that even though they had one of the better, a top half passing offense in the league, and a top 10 run blocking grade in the league, their rushing grade was still 28th in the league, and it was no question that they were really struggling to find who they wanted to start at running back last year. That you saw that we were monitoring from a fantasy perspective that the usage in that running back room pretty much all year, trying to figure out who we should, if anybody, start in our flex spots in fantasy football, and it was really hard to figure out because they had nobody there.
Right.
So R.J. Harvey is an instant upgrade from all the guys they have there.
Instant.
It's not even question. It's not even a question.
There's no one that's going to compete with him in that running back room. He will get all of the usage there.
And sure, from a fantasy football perspective, we don't have R.J. Harvey super high. But do we know a lot about football, or does Sean Payton know a lot about football?
Payton.
I'm going to trust Sean.
Yep.
I'm going to trust Sean.
Yep.
Sean Payton. I have reason to trust him.
He knows what he's doing. So
I feel like he's moderately good at this. Moderately good at his job. So we'll trust him, and we're going to be aggressive. He's going to be a 1-2 turn guy.
Like $100 million good.
Man, if it were Caleb, here's the thing about the big board. If this were Caleb Johnson, Tom just said Jaden Higgins' mom answered the phone because he was in the bathroom. That's really funny.
That is hilarious.
If I got drafted, that's what would happen to me.
That's like a lifelong story that you'd be able to tell.
I
got drafted once in a lifetime thing. I was pooping.
I personally don't. I don't necessarily think it's outlandish to rank Harvey above Warren and Ibuka and Loveland here. I'm just being honest with you. If this were Caleb Johnson, I would comfortably have him above those guys.
Yeah.
I would. I'm just being honest with you. So I think my bias is getting in the way a little bit here. Chad, I'm curious what you think.
24 years old versus 21 years old is a significant difference.
I know, dude, but
significant.
I know. You're right. That is a huge limiting factor.
And there would be a tier difference. Like even though R.J. Harvey's in a solid tier, it still is the lower tier that is not nearly as guaranteed. It still is that drop-off tier compared to like Johnson, who will be in the green tier with second or third round draft capital.
Upstairs, can you answer this question for me? Who did the most people vote for? Who won the horse challenge in the pool? Were there people that kind of gave the guess? Who won that consensus? What was the most popular guess for that? I haven't been looking at the comments because
I'm not sure if anyone was following.
They probably weren't.
I highly doubt.
Okay, they're working on it. I want to see because I'll reveal the answer here in a second to distract us from really a crazy pick. Now,
crazy night.
Yeah, that was not the running back I expected to go tonight.
I don't think any pick that's happened tonight outside of
the Judkins pick was pretty...
and Henderson have been wildly unexpected.
No.
Every single one has been.
Yeah, I think you're... Tom was the favorite to win Tom, I kicked Tom's butt.
Trick question is
horse. It was me, of course.
Yeah.
I'm the shooter. I'm the shooter of the group. But Ryan is the hockey guy, evidently, which means pretty much nothing because we're in Arizona and people aren't playing hockey.
Yeah, and Tom's excuse was, I play lacrosse. I'm like, then don't play a sport that no one plays.
Don't be an East Coast elite, Tom. Like, what? It's not my fault.
Who does this?
And Nathan played soccer, so I mean, again, this is kind of where we're
Worldwide.
at. Oh yeah, whatever. Yeah, Nathan. They call Nathan Mr. Worldwide. But all right, the Bears still on the clock.
Worldwide with some bright side.
Can we get confirmation that the Bears have not traded out of this pick and they are going to select here at least? Do we have that confirmation? The Bears are on the clock. Okay, cool. Then that's all I wanted to know. The Chiefs could be interesting. I mean, we've seen Cam Scotty mock to the Chiefs and Dylan Sampson mock to the Chiefs in this particular
But
pick
we've seen it
multiple
happen in the
times.
third round.
But also, we haven't seen Caleb. If Caleb Johnson goes to the Chiefs, I'm going to flip my lid. I will flip my lid.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm gonna.
Yeah.
I will be irrational on this live stream. You will not be pleased with the things that I say.
We're getting to a rational point anyways because we're
The
starting
Harvey
to
pick
lose
just
our
threw-
mind with these ridiculous. But the Luther Burden pick was not a good start to the day
No, it
because
wasn't. It
the
threw
wind,
us through a complete
the wind
loop.
gusts have been throwing us off all night.
My lips are chapped.
Lippies are chapped.
Yep.
That's not good.
Yep.
And then Burden goes to the
Just
Chicago
call them
Bears.
lippies? Seriously?
Yes, I
We
know.
just lost 1,000
That's why
viewers.
I was laughing.
Yeah, make sure you drop a like if you're watching, by the way. But and make sure you subscribe. Yeah, this is gonna. They are on the clock. They're not moving back, so we're gonna have two opportunities here. Okay.
Pick is officially.
I don't even want. Just throw it up. I know it's a defensive
our
player.
eyes.
It's a defensive
Close
player.
your
The
eyes.
Chicago Bears. They have taken. It's Jamar.
GT.
Yeah. Cool.
All right, cool.
So DeAndre Swift stock. If you own DeAndre
Hey,
Swift,
maybe Luther Burden's going to be their running back.
I mean, honestly, at this point, that's probably
That's
the
the
direction.
only way he's going to get on the field.
Shamar Turner, that's Texas A&M there. He's the 11th ranked defensive tackle according to PFF. And yeah, Chicago, I mean, they do have defensive needs. So it's not like, again, if you have DeAndre Swift, congratulations, you win.
Yep.
Nah, I'm just kidding. Chicago's going to take a running back in the third or fourth round. But it's just, I'm just being dramatic right now. This is the second to last pick in this round. That was the 30th pick. We have the 30th, 31st, and 32nd pick for Kansas City up next, and we're going to see which direction they decide to go. Obviously, Kansas City has a boatload of needs here. They had a huge offensive line need that they somewhat filled last night by taking a tackle, but they could go offensive line again. I'm trying to think where the other glaring needs are.
It's really O-line.
It's really O-line. The defense was good last year.
Yes.
The defense was
one of the
elite.
best.
One of the best in the league.
Spags.
And they took offensive line, so that's why I think they're a sneaky candidate here to go running back.
They could actually go running back here.
I will say unnecessary things if they go running back. Now, I mean, looking at this, where their PFF grades were last year, obviously the pass block was a very big issue here, right? The pass block was the worst thing in their offense, right? The run block also wasn't great. You guys can't do that. It may crinkles your mic. Okay. The rushing grade actually was really high for a team that I wanted to draft a running back.
Well, really high for a team that ran the ball with freaking Kareem Hunt for most of the season.
Yeah.
Which again, think about how much better it would be with a.
I didn't know they
back that
signed. Oh, well,
actually
okay. Well, they have Elijah
isn't
Mitchell, so actually they don't need a running back.
Oh yeah, that's right.
But I appreciate. I didn't know that Justin Watson left. Where did Justin Watson go?
That's a good question.
And D-Hop is technically gone too, and he didn't sign anywhere. Did he?
D-Hop is no, he signed with the Ravens.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so long ago now.
Yeah, I know. And it honestly, it's just kind of an irrelevant.
It's kind of
doesn't
irrelevant.
matter.
Yeah, he's done at this point. So
He is done.
So rip D-Hop, but the team need here, we don't even really have team need as running back, so I don't know what the frick I'm talking about by saying that they should take a running back or that they would take a running back or they're going to take. Let's take a look at our rookie board since we're probably not going to get any rookie picks here that are worth looking at. And this is how we have it as of right now. And I'm going to be honest with you, the most uncertain I feel about this page right here is I wonder how high RJ Harvey should be. I don't know that I think there's a teardrop between Henderson, Judkins, and then Harvey in terms of running back, clearly. But it's just a matter of would I rather have Loveland and Warren and Igbuka over RJ Harvey, who is
honestly,
second-round running back that's going to get all the volume he wants.
Would you rather have Warren and Loveland over Igbuka?
Loveland, I would for sure. Actually, I would rather have Warren over Igbuka too.
I'm willing to change it.
And so you want to move Warren in?
Because to me, I'm more comfortable moving Harvey.
I don't know why.
I'm more
Igbuka
comfortable
shouldn't be
moving
sitting at
Harvey
10.
over Igbuka than I am moving Harvey over Warren or Loveland.
Yeah.
That's just me.
Okay, so let's look at the second. Dart, Besh, Higgins, Burden, and then Harris, Shuck. So our mid-late seconds now are starting to take shape, and we got a quarterback down there and 3 tight ends. So we'll get more running backs that are going to push some of these guys down, and we're going to get some wide receivers and running backs. I think at the end of the day, Luther Burden's going to be a late second-round pick, and so will Trey Harris.
Yeah. Apparently, it was Quinshon Judkins' mom, not Jaden Higgins.
So you said move Igbuka below Warren.
Below Warren
And Harvey.
And then you can jump Harvey because I'm more comfortable moving Harvey over Igbuka than I am the tight ends.
Yeah, I'm with. Okay.
I think that's where a disconnect is because you said Igbuka and I was like, I could see that. And then you're like the tight ends. And I was like, I don't know about that.
So you're comfortably taking Matthew Golden over R.J. Harvey in rookie drafts. I don't think the community will. I think the community will take R.J. Harvey.
I don't know about that.
I think they're going to be in the same tier at the very least.
We can test it and see what they think.
I'm gonna put Harvey above the tight ends.
The dynasty community is obsessed with Golden.
Yeah, that's true. So right now I have it as Golden, Harvey, Loveland, Warren, all the same tier.
That's what I'm saying. I would rather have the tight ends over Harvey.
All right, fine.
Than I would. They went 10 and 14.
I know.
Like that
You're
is
right.
that's
You're
insane.
right. You're right. Okay, so Harvey does settle higher in the first round, and Buka gets pushed down to like the turn,
Yeah.
which again another running
Because
back pick here would be
the analytical tiers, the draft capital, big thing, but the analytical tiers do still matter.
True.
And Harvey does not get into the ideal tier that you'd like to see for a second round wide receiver or a second round running back. He gets into a good tier, but not one that like Caleb Johnson is going to be in when he's drafted,
man.
which is why you would rank Caleb Johnson if he goes here or even third round probably over RJ Harvey.
Yeah, really. I'm really curious to see which direction the Kansas City Chiefs go here. Obviously, they're fairly set at wide receiver. You've got Worthy, you've got Higgins, still got Travis Kelce in that offense, even though he was not super relevant last year from a production standpoint. And then again, like the main question on offense, in my opinion, has been running back. But they obviously have other needs, mainly on offensive line. Maybe they go another offensive lineman here, and they know like, hey, we were this close to winning our third straight Super Bowl, and really that's what stopped us. So we're just going to bolster offensive line here. Maybe that's the way to go. But
yeah.
But that big board, we're going to update that. Again, tonight's mock drafts are going to be really telling, I think, for where we're going to be ranking R.J. Harvey in these Dynasty rookie rankings. Like, I think it could be all over the place. So,
yeah, people might be just as confused as we are with that one.
Yeah, I'm curious. What's the general reaction if somebody could message me and tell me, like, with the Dynasty community, like, what are people saying about this? I know people are shocked.
Yeah, actually, I want to bring back in Ryan Bread Sterator for this because right now, analytically, you've got Warren or you've got Harvey and Judkins in the same tier technically.
Yes, they are.
And Ryan Bread Sterator, I would like to pick your brain on that. Why is that the case when you've got a 3-year gap between Harvey and Judkins, and you have a true freshman year breakout for Judkins compared to Harvey, who took quite a while?
The main thing is that despite R.J. Harvey playing longer and having older age, Quinshon Judkins didn't have super great metrics in a couple of the key things that I prioritize in the bakery, those being yards after contact per attempt and missed tackles forced per attempt.
Yeah.
Those are the two key pieces that go into PFF's elusiveness rating, which is also a part of the calculation for the bakery score. Little bit of conflict of interest there between those ones, but that is the main reason why Quinshon Judkins gets a little bit of a knock. He's below the 50th percentile in both of them, and obviously then would be below the 50th percentile in the elusiveness rating, which really dings his profile a bunch in comparison to somebody like R.J. Harvey, who is not below the 50th percentile in those and actually had really good numbers in the past 2 seasons.
Yeah, and I think the one thing that you could maybe attribute to that is like strength of schedule, level of play. You've got UCF versus Ohio State and Ole Miss, SEC and Big Ten, which is a big difference there. But that does make sense analytically from an efficiency standpoint. You basically have Judkins, who's inefficient, R.J. Harvey, who's hyper efficient, which kind of makes up for the age gap there. So.
All right, we have the pick from the Kansas City Chiefs. This is going to be the second to last pick of the second round here, but let's see which way the Chiefs go. Kansas City Chiefs have taken Omar Norman Lott, a defensive
Oh, that's a real Omar.
tackle. So, yeah, that's Omar with 2 R's. All right. And look at the neck tattoos. That guy's got the neck of a freaking, oh my gosh, that is a neck right there. But they take defensive tackle here. They keep building through the trenches. They've done that with both their picks so far, and they go, again, the defensive tackle out of Tennessee, Omar Norman Lott. So the Eagles are, I'm so glad Mike Green did not make it to the Eagles here. I'd be
Chiefs are picking again at 66. Did they moved up?
Did the Chiefs move up?
Or did they have that extra pick?
They had a pick, I think, there. It's original.
That's an original pick that they had.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, okay.
Nice.
But the Eagles are going to make the last pick here of the second round, and then we're going to get into the third round. So we can safely say that the running backs that went tonight in the second round of the NFL draft this year, in a very strong running back class, Henderson, Judkins, and then R.J. Harvey. The receivers that went tonight in the second round include Jack Besh, Jaden Higgins, Trey Harris, Luther Burden. You had 3 tight ends go, Ferguson, Arroyo, and Taylor. But we are through, 2 rounds, and we have, let me just count them up here. I think we're at 20 now, right? 20, no, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I can't count. You talk, I'll count this.
Yeah, a lot of guys have gone. A lot of depth, a lot of gross landing spots. Mm-hmm. A lot of gross landing spots. And 3 tight ends additionally down here that are just kind of clogging up the board. Ferguson, Arroyo, Taylor.
21.
Taylor are going to continue to be pushed down boards.
Yeah, so we're at 21 right now.
21. That's
and again, I think right now to feel really, really good about dynasty rookie drafts coming out of tonight, I think we need to see at least 4 running backs go in the 3rd round. At least 4.
Yep.
And if that happens, I'm going to feel good.
Yep.
If it doesn't, I think I'm going to be scared.
Yep.
Because 4th round is not near as good as 3rd round.
No.
Ryan, do you agree with that sentiment? That if I think we need to see at least 4 more tonight.
I would love to see 4 more. I would really hope that we see 4 more. There's a lot of really good talent that I think would be going to waste if NFL teams let them pass and say, "Oh, we can get somebody later."
I mean, it's a very strong running back class. I mean, the NFL.
We got a full round left.
This isn't just dynasty think here. Like the NFL executives, NFL scouts have talked about the depth and the talent of this running back class, and that's really one of the strengths of this class, as a whole. And so I would think that the 3rd round is where you're going to start seeing again. People know that they can get, people know that they're going to get, running backs in the 3rd round. I think they're just playing it safe. So the Eagles, are there any notable followers here that we are missing that the Eagles are going to get, because it seems like it always happens. People have said that Howie Roseman is a Twitter GM or whatever. So we'll see if we'll see what kind of picks he makes. I mean, again, they are notorious for people falling to them. So I honestly, the Eagles haven't done anything crazy, and obviously Super Bowl champs, right? I don't think we had any light pole incidents. You remember the video of when the Eagles won the Super Bowl and the guy was running with the train and he hit the beam? That's like one of my favorite videos of all time. I love that video. If there's a way we could get that video somehow on the broadcast, like download it from YouTube, like I would love you guys forever if we can get that video somehow later tonight. But the pick is in. Let's see who the Eagles took here. I'm sure they took somebody from Georgia, right? The Eagles have taken Andrew Makuba, safety, and not a Georgia Bulldog for once. Which is honestly, that's as much of a surprise as anybody, but the last pick in the 2nd round. And the Eagles decided to go safety. Obviously, they added some serious depth at cornerback in last year's draft, and it really, really paid off for them. I mean, Cooper DeJean had a pick 6 in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, Colts could have had both of those guys.
Yeah, well, let's not
instead
talk
they
about that.
settled for crap.
Cool. So ranked as the 4th ranked safety according to PFF out of Texas, but they had a pretty good draft last year. Obviously, the Super Bowl champs. They're just basically adding to their riches. They've at the point where you've got Jalen Hurts and Saquon, like in AJ Brown, you're going to be just fine.
And Devontae Smith.
Yeah, and Jalen Carter. Yeah, and
and Lane Johnson as your left tackle.
Yeah, and Quinton Mitchell.
And Cam Jurgen, who you just got extended,
and Big Dom.
Big Dom.
Yeah,
Big Dom.
Big Dom.
Yep.
All right, so we start the. This pick stands out to me.
The Giants, yes, it does.
Okay, so let's just talk about this. Let's preface this.
We've been telling people
to sell Tracy,
sell Tyron
for this pick right here.
Before the
if they actually
for this exact pick.
This is literally the pick. I'm like, okay, they're taking Caleb Johnson.
In all seriousness, if they don't go running back day 2 here, I still
not gonna
think
matter,
any running back that they take day 3, which they will take running back day 3, would beat out Tyron Tracy.
100%, because Tyron Tracy wouldn't go near as high as he did. I mean, I think it's pretty much.
That's kind of the whole point. Is even if you don't believe that a day 3 running back would beat out Tyron Tracy, there will be a competition heading into training camp, and it will be a news line.
My prediction here is I think this is locked in a running back pick, and I'm not just saying that. I think this is a running back pick right here, and I think we're going to be right about Tracy. we've been telling people to sell Tracy before the draft.
7th time is the charm. Right? Right?
Man, I mean, I just have dynasty brain, which I know that, but like I'm just.
I mean, once you get into the 2nd and 3rd, once you get into the 3rd round, I think it's okay to have dynasty brains because just kind of
because at this point, like
dynasty brains.
Like I'm not gonna lie, I didn't really watch a lot of film on Andrew Makuba. Maybe.
Neither did I.
Maybe.
I saw some Texas, and
no, we did watch Texas this year.
I know about him, but
we know of him.
Yeah,
but I know a lot more about some of the running backs.
Didn't do a super duper deep dive into Andrew Makuba. So
they don't take a break between the 2nd and 3rd rounds, do they? For the NFL draft?
I don't believe so. They go.
Okay, so we're still going, and the Giants they're making this pick, right?
The clock gets smaller as well. 5 minutes per.
Okay,
for these picks.
Yeah, so the production team we can do it with the graphics and just tell me when the pick's in and flash it up on the screen with the lower third. So they're going to get quicker here and.
Speeding up.
Honestly, yeah, I'm locking it in. I'm putting $100 on it. This is a running back here. All right.
$100.
Cool. Pick is in. Here we go. The New York Giants have selected a
Darius Alexander.
freaking defensive tackle.
All right.
Okay, there's Darius
DT7
Alexander
out of Toledo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The first pick of the 3rd round, and frick me.
So they go defensive tackle with Darius Alexander.
Frick, man.
And they go dual Carter in the first round. So they get 2 defensive guys, 2 defensive linemen, and then Jackson Dart.
Yeah, I lost $100 on that, so not super thrilled at the moment. That's I don't understand. I'm just gonna shut up. I'm not saying the words running back for the rest of the night. I literally this is the last time I hear it.
I think you've been jinxing the night.
I don't care at this point. I promise you, I will for every time I say the word running back, I owe you $10. The 2 words running backs, okay? That's how bad I'm even when they take one, I'm not gonna say a rusher or what else can I say?
All right, I'm gonna keep this.
A half back. That doesn't count, right?
No.
All right,
I'll give that one to you.
I'm not saying, you guys. I'm not going to give you all $10 every time I say it, but the production team wants in on this as well. I'm not saying those words anymore. The RB
Starting
words.
when? Just
right now.
okay.
I'm done saying it.
Okay.
I'm done.
All right. Kansas City Chiefs are on the clock, and then you got Cleveland after that, Vegas after that. So probably going to be a slow few picks here from an offensive perspective because you obviously got I'm a little washed out.
You're glowing, buddy.
I am so beautiful.
That's what I see when I look at you every time I look at you.
The face of an angel.
All right. No. So the Chiefs again.
Yeah.
They just picked. They've gone offensive line. They've got defensive line. Where do you think they go now?
I think that they go running back, and I don't owe you $10 because I didn't make the same bet.
They're not going. They're not going with a backfield half person.
A halfback.
Okay, halfback. Yeah, sure. They're not going to take a halfback here.
Maybe a quarterback.
No. You know what they could do? They're going to take Sanders here, and he's going to beat out Mahomes.
Is there such thing as an 8th back?
Yeah, that's true. But the Kansas City Chiefs. I mean, obviously, again, plenty of need. Obviously, they were this close to winning a 3-peat, and they got. I say this close. They got shellacked in the Super Bowl, but.
Yeah, eyes on Cleveland for real though. At 67, at this point, you're kind of playing with house money. If you just want to take a shot on a quarterback, unless you
I don't know why they wouldn't take Sanders.
Shador, just take him.
I don't know why they wouldn't take Sanders there.
Por favor.
I think it would kind of be irresponsible not to take Shador at this point. Shador's dead though. I mean, in the 3rd round, he's dead.
He is dead.
He's dead.
Yep, I won't touch him.
I mean, and there's
All
no
y'all
reason
are
to be
welcome
excited.
to touch Shador Sanders now. I will happily avoid him, and we will not be.
I mean, the dynasty community kind of snuffed this one out, I think, because he was consistently going mid-second in our drafts.
Yeah.
So I mean, you guys kind of were on it with this one.
Could be the light too.
You know what they could do? They could just move Shador Sanders. They could play halfback instead.
Yeah, they could.
Yeah. Frick, the Chiefs, man.
Frick everyone, dude.
Right.
Luther Burden, are you kidding me?
The Bears, I mean,
you just ruined our hopes.
Swift got out of that round scotch-free. Tyron Tracy got out of that round scotch-free. I mean, you freaking almost had Audric Esme get out of the round scotch-free. So.
Yeah. Javonte Williams got out of there.
I love how we have the deepest running back class in a while, and NFL teams are like, no, okay.
Nah.
What running back class?
I mean, clearly you see how they value the depth of the TT class more than.
I really need to shut up and stop tweaking. I know there's going to be a bunch of running backs that are taken here.
All right,
Crap.
so far you owe me a lot of money. I've been letting it go.
How many times have I said it?
It's been 2 or 3 times. He counted.
No,
17.
you didn't.
Yeah.
I did not. 17 is not true.
Okay, he's with me. It was twice.
I've said it twice.
Yes. Yep. That's $20 right there.
You guys can keep track in the chat.
Keep track
as well.
of it.
It's coming out of my pocket too. So
Self-inflicted at this point, man.
Ryan says it's scot-free, not scotch-free.
Scotch-free, Scott-free. So Scott, the name.
Let's bring in Ryan Brad's territory to talk
drink.
about that. Ryan, I'm obviously having a hard time down here, and you're correcting that phrase. So where was the origin of the term scot-free?
Couldn't tell you, but I know that it's scot-free, not scotch-free. It's
All right.
not tape.
The pick is in. I'm getting trashed all over the place here. It's turning into a bad night for me. And they're going to go with an edge rusher here. They're going to, and so Nathan was wrong. So that offsets what I owe right now about the halfback thing. But
What?
yeah, no, I'm just kidding. It's the edge 18.
wasn't part of the gamble.
They take Ashton.
This is a one-sided thing.
I'm assuming that's Jalot is how you say his name. Ashton Jalot out of Louisville, and so they're going edge here.
Gillette, but with an O.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it looks like to me. So it does look like the Browns here, again, are going to have an opportunity if they want to take Shedeur Sanders. So we'll see. I mean, the Raiders technically could, too, and just sit him. I mean, I don't think that's out of the picture, but, yeah, I mean, pretty interesting here. I don't know why you're doing a close-up on me. I'm freaking tweaking right now.
That's the story of the night, man.
Yeah. Oh, man. Okay, cool. Yeah, can somebody message me the most likely teams to take a halfback in this round, please? Because at this point, like I'm not really. We're getting to the point now where I'm not really going to be excited about any receivers that go. I don't think.
No.
Because yeah, at this point the hit rates are abysmal.
Bad, very bad.
The running backs are the only
At
thing
this
that
point,
can like
any running
solidify
back
these
that goes,
top.
any running back that goes in the third round needs to be going. That's 3. Self-inflicted. You decided to do this to yourself. I will say, yeah, any running back that goes in the third round, I don't care who they are. I don't care if it's the last ranked running back in the bakery. If it is,
Who is it?
If it is
Which halfback is ranked down there?
K'Ron, Lynch Adams,
Lynch Adams not
Jaquindon
bad.
Jackson, or Marcus Yarns.
Marcus Yarns,
Any
baby.
of those guys go in the third round of the draft here. I'm taking them over any of
Corey
the wide
Kiner.
receivers that are drafted in the third round.
All right, yeah, no, I 100%. It's not even relatively close.
Some of them with good enough landing spots, and again, day 2 draft capital can jump up into the late first round.
But you have seen the Browns obviously took Quinton Judkins. The Raiders have Genty, and Henderson goes to the Patriots. So none of these 3 teams are in the market for a halfback right now. So you're not going to see that here. The Browns could be in the market for a wide receiver here, but again, I'm not going to be super confident with the hit rates there. And I think the Browns have other needs, so I think they probably go defense here. So,
Yeah,
but these picks down, it's down to a 5-minute timer. So it's going to be really interesting, I think, to see where guys like R.J. Harvey go in our mock drafts tonight. And again, once we have the dynasty, the updated rookie board, we'll push that and we'll kind of see. Tom says the Jags, the Bills, and the Cowboys. Great. Now all of our hope lies with the Cowboys. So the Bears don't have another pick tonight.
I don't believe so.
Is that true?
Didn't they give up a third? I think they did. They are done for the
I hate
night.
the Bears.
Bye, Bears.
Hey, what about are the Giants done for tonight too?
They, I think
Please tell me they have another pick.
Oh, they are done for the night. Okay, so you're gonna need a day 3 pick there for running back at the Giants as well.
Oh boy.
This is getting dicey.
Oh boy.
Very dicey.
That Tyron
very
Tracy
fast.
pick. Pull your pack up because it's hissing my ears a little bit. Freaking killing me. There we go.
I didn't
Okay, so
say
Jags, Bills, and
It's
you
my
got one.
arm.
Yeah, it
actually.
is your arm.
Got in the way of it.
Your arms are so, they're just straight iron. You can't send a signal through that. So.
So jacked.
All right, again, make sure you drop a like, make sure you subscribe, and make sure you donate to my GoFundMe for the amount of times I'm going to say the RB word tonight because I'm already at $30, and I bet by the end of the night I'm going to be at least over 200. So, yeah, I probably shouldn't have said that. I don't know why I'm the one that came up with that idea.
I know.
Honestly, not a good idea at all. I think this is one of the best lighting of the night, though, in terms of how we look on the screen. So, shout out to our production team again. We got Mark up there. We got my mom. My mom Rachel, she's been doing all the lights and stuff. She's been the unexpected contributor on this trip. But Becca's up there doing graphics with Sherry. We got Tom and Ryan up there just being smart alecks and also counting how much money I'm losing right now. So, but we appreciate all our team. All right, we've got the pick. Here we go. Browns. They're gonna make their selection. Push thing. They take
Harold Fannin. Wow. Okay.
I mean,
he's not Njoku, that's for sure. They'll probably
they're
run him
very
as a true wide receiver.
different.
Very different.
A true. I mean, yeah. I'm just digesting this. I'm not.
It's a third round. It's a third round shot.
It's a third round tight
so
end,
for a
so it's
tight
not
end,
gonna
it's
super
not going to matter that
All
much.
right, I'm gonna update the big board here real quick.
Yeah, let's look at this.
Behind Taylor or ahead of Taylor?
Ahead.
So okay.
Am I nuts for doing that?
Well, no. Analytically, I think you have to do it.
Yeah.
Lots of tight ends here. You're going to be in the second round as of right now. So.
Let's bring in Ryan Brett's territory with this pick. Ryan Brett, if you want to let us know your thoughts on this pick for Harold Fannin going to Cleveland, obviously we're assuming that this is not really going to impact like what Njoku's going to do there schematically. They're very different skill sets. Fannin might even line up as a wide receiver there because he is undersized.
Yeah.
Analytically, how's he looking now with third round draft capital in the bakery?
Third round draft capital is actually super, super good for him. Obviously, you preferred him to go earlier. However, with third round draft capital, he is still the tight end 3 in this class.
The production's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Like, that's what's propping up his scores. Dominator Riggs a 10. Breakout Edge is a 9. His yards per route run is a 10. Yak per route is a 10. So, I mean, like, analytically, he grades out extremely well. I think you'd agree with that. What about the fit? How do you see the fit with Njoku?
Fitz brutal.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. Like,
No,
Yeah,
no other,
it's
no other way to
rough.
slice it. I mean, it is a terrible fit in the sense that he's a tight end who plays kind of similar to that of David Njoku.
I think so too.
He's a little bit more athletic, obviously. He's also 6 years younger, but
So you do think he's similar to Njoku schematically?
yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, both of
Really?
them are not your Robert Gronkowski type of tight ends.
Correct.
Where they're going to be down on
Correct.
the line. They're going to be getting
Okay.
their nose in blocking. They're not George Kittles. They're more Kyle Pittses, but frankly,
You want to look up Njoku's deal?
probably both better than Kyle Pitts at this stage.
Yeah. It is an interesting pick because we like Fannin. He obviously was a very good prospect. He gets decent draft capital for a tight end, and he goes with where there's an already existing guy. So the next pick is in. The Raiders have made their selection. And with this selection, the Las Vegas Raiders have taken Darian Porter, cornerback from Iowa State. Okay, so Vegas already has their running back right. They took Jack Besh in the second round, and now they go corner. And now you got the New England Patriots on the clock. You have a couple guys here, a couple teams here really that could be dangerous. Again, we talked about the Jags. The Jags are a potential RB spot for tonight, but Tom just messaged and says we are winning the Super Bowl. I have no clue what that means.
I wonder if the pick's already in.
I'm
If
sure they
already
know. I mean, they
it.
have to know the pick. They wouldn't
This
be
is
saying
pick
that.
number 69, so it's got to be nice.
Nice. This is probably a nice pick that's coming in here. But yeah, Porter goes to the Raiders. Now we're going to have the Patriots on the clock. The Patriots obviously took Henderson in the second. And I wonder who they're taking here.
Oh my!
What's Njoku's contract?
Njoku's an unrestricted free agent after this year.
Okay,
$11
so
million.
so they might have just drafted his replacement.
Yes, $11 million cap hit, which they did pick up, I believe, because there was an out after 2024. I think they're locked into 2025 now.
Who
Since the new league year has come.
Let's try to guess. Who do we think that the Patriots could have taken to make him say that? It's got to be. It's got to be
a receiver.
It's got to be a skill position player. It's got to be a receiver. Who are the receivers?
Could be a tight end.
I don't think it's a tight end. I think you're right. It's probably a receiver.
Yeah.
Who are the receivers left that we have yet to see drafted? Jalen Noel.
Jalen Noel, Ellick.
Maybe they go Alec here.
Yep.
I don't know. I don't feel like Tom would be reacting that way otherwise. I mean, I don't know who he's talking about here, but I'm assuming we have that.
Maybe he's just saying it as like, get ready for it or something, like where he hasn't seen the pick.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, but it
He's
definitely seems like he's reacting
Patriots
to something
fan.
here.
Like I don't know.
I will tell you this: I need a halfback selected at pick 70. Bad.
Yeah.
Bad. Like seriously.
It's getting bad. He's starting to like
bad.
twitch and stuff over here. So
I mean,
starting to fiddle.
the top 12 is nice. Oh, the top
really
the
nice.
top 10 is very nice.
Yep.
Like, I mean, Genty,
Very
Hampton,
nice.
Hunter, Ward, Ted, Henderson, Judkins, Golden, Loveland, Warren, and then Harvey is nice as well. And then
That
it gets
is nice.
shakier after there. I don't know why we wouldn't have Dart over Igbuka. Or sorry, Besh over Igbuka. Don't you think?
Oh, I'd much rather have Igbuka.
Okay.
We can't have a double standard where we say the second round drop off for wide receivers is so much greater than first round and then put Besh over Igbuka.
Yeah.
We can't do that.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
All right.
definitely not.
We'll see. Let's pick 69. This is the one we've all been waiting for. This is probably the most consequential pick of the draft just because of the number of the pick that it is.
Number of the pick is huge.
I mean, people have said this is the nicest pick.
I mean, historically speaking, it is the nicest pick.
Yeah.
I don't think you can really match it. And with New England having this pick as well, hopefully they can make it extra nice. So
That's New England.
Tom
I'm sure
definitely
they will.
believes it's going to be nice.
Yeah, Tom always. I mean, Tom, they could draft a nobody here, and Tom would be like, no, yay, Eagle Pits. Tom says he's not an East Coast elite, and he roots for the Patriots. So.
he screams.
All right, let's see it. Who's Tom excited about? Picks in, and they go
Kyle
Williams.
Williams in the
That's
third
honestly
round.
a really good pick.
Nice.
It's a really good pick. Let's go ahead and get his bakery score, and then we'll bring Ryan in here in a second. But we have him as the wide receiver 13 coming in, but right now, I mean, he just got drafted as what, the wide receiver 6?
So he'll jump all these tight ends.
100%.
Put him right behind. I think I put him behind Shuck.
Yeah, I mean, conservatively, this is going to start to get messy here.
Yeah,
Again,
it is.
these hit rates aren't great.
No, they're not.
It's not good at all. Let's bring in Ryan Brett's territory here. Ryan, with Kyle Williams, I'm assuming you're putting him in the bakery right now with third-round draft capital. What does his profile look like?
So with third round draft capital, he ends up as a 9.77, which is good for 8th in the class as of right now.
He's in that tier with all the other guys.
Ooh,
Everybody's
good
in
for him.
that tier. Everybody.
I hate that tier is what the problem
That
is.
tier is awful.
Kyle Williams is a great separator. Having Stephon Diggs and Kyle Williams is going to be really good for getting guys open for Drake May. My concern is that they just drafted another Jalen Polk because those guys are not too dissimilar in terms of prospect profile.
Dissimilar.
Gosh dang it. Where's Polk at? Polk was a worser prospect though from an analytics
Correct.
standpoint.
He was worser.
Yeah, he was
Worsers.
definitely he was definitely worser. So nice. I think that's a good pick for New England. I think Kyle Williams is pretty underrated in my opinion. And really, when you're looking at his analytical profile, I think, and he would be, him and Lad McConkey are literally back to back. And did I say that in a video recently or something? Who was I talking about that was back to back with Lad McConkey when we were? No, it was Kyle Williams in the sleeper video. I said if he gets third round draft capital, he is back to back with Lad McConkey.
Oh, analytically.
Yeah, their bakery scores are exactly the same.
No, that's
Now,
crazy.
Kyle Williams, think about this from an analytical standpoint. He technically, Ryan, you can confirm this, that they know I'm not crazy. Both elite separators. They both weigh around 185, 190 pounds. They both ran a 4.39 and a 4.40. There are different types of players with different builds, but Kyle Williams has a stronger analytical profile than Lad McConkey did.
Yeah, I mean, Kyle Williams' profile is really impressive. He did a lot of really good producing. He wasn't necessarily at giant schools, going from UNLV, I believe, to Washington State. But, yeah, he has a very, very, very strong profile for somebody who was, frankly, a pretty late riser in this whole draft process.
Yeah. I like the pick. I think this is a good pick. I'm not sure this is going to win them the Super Bowl, Tom. I don't know what you're talking about with that.
Yeah, that
was kind of an overreaction there.
Yeah.
It's Kyle Williams. Like, you didn't just draft
It's not like you drafted the
Antonio
next
Brown.
Julio Jones.
Let's chill with that. Okay. But the fifth pick of the third round, and obviously Kyle Williams. At this point, up to this point in this draft class, we have 8. He's the 8th wide receiver drafted in this class. So,
Okay.
and again, it's Tet, and then right now it's Tet, Hunter, and then the field in terms of analytically. I don't know. There's a lot of guys that are getting elevated this year that just don't have great analytical profiles. And I mentioned this. Like, I just want to go ahead and I want to filter this. I'm just going to look at just in the Bakery first round draft capital guys. Here are the first round draft capital guys in that yellow tier that we're talking about here: N'Keal Harry, Zay Flowers, John Ross, Quentin Johnson, Kadarius Toney, Corey Davis, Jahan Dotson, and then this year it's Hunter, Igbuka, and Golden were the guys with first-round draft capital in that tier. So obviously not great there, but again, a lot of weird analytical profiles that could be outliers. In terms of the second-round guys that are in this tier, Elijah Moore, Curtis Samuel, Paris Campbell, Christian Watson, Terrence Marshall. You got like Rondale Moore. You got Rishi Rice, Michael Pittman in this tier, Jaden Reed in this tier, Lad McConkey. So there you can see a lot of the hits come from the second round. And in this year in the second round, it's Luther Burden, Jaden Higgins, and Trey Harris are in this tier. Detroit traded up here. Okay, cool. Let's go ahead and look at Detroit, who they traded up for. And they traded. Wow.
Tesla.
They traded for Isaac. Yeah, interesting.
Okay.
That is a fascinating pick.
That's a name that we were aware of. We knew heading into the draft here, and we honestly just didn't think it was worth ranking or talking much about because we just thought he was kind of a late round riser or a late off season riser. We'll bring in Ryan Bread, Sterator for this. Ryan Bread, let us know about his analytical profile here, how he's going to grade out in the Bakery with unexpected third round draft capital. What are we thinking here?
Yeah, he's currently wide receiver 9 with a 9.53, slotting right in behind Kyle Williams, but he is the first wide receiver who has gone down a tier. He is down to that first of the 2 orange tiers.
Yeah.
Okay.
Isaac Tesla is an interesting one. He played his first 2 seasons at a FCS or a D2 school. I can't even remember the name of it, honestly. I don't know how I'm blanking on this. But then he transferred to Arkansas. And he didn't necessarily have incredible numbers at Arkansas. He was under the 20% threshold for a breakout season, both seasons when he was at Arkansas. However, he's got, like, when he was at his D2 FCS school, he had a season where he had 60% of their total receiving output.
Yeah.
So he's clearly got at least some skill in him. He tested incredibly well at the combine.
He did test well. He was a combine riser.
I think his RAS is something kind of unbelievable. But he's interesting, to say the least. He's got a yards per route run of 1.99, which is pretty low. I mean, that's good for a 3 in our Bakery, which isn't a great indicator of, or it's not an indicator of great things.
Yeah. I did want to pull up his reception perception real quick and read this to you guys as well. Isaac Tesla, the reception perception looks pretty good. The success rate is not great. The man coverage percentile is 35th percentile. Zone coverage is 62nd, which that's obviously his best. And then press coverage is 15th. He was in the slot for 70% of his snaps. And so, I mean, he's probably going to be more of a depth piece here. It's very questionable. Yeah. I think it's a very questionable move for the Trons to move up for this guy. I'm not really seeing why you do this.
I mean, rankings wise, he's at the bottom of the guys that have gone so far.
Yeah, he definitely is.
There's no opportunity there.
No, there's not.
So
there's not gonna be
interesting profile. Absolutely no room to be productive at all.
No, and so that's an interesting one. There were a lot of guys I thought would go before Tesla. Yeah. So, but I mean, definitely somebody that we had to be on our radar. The problem is, like Ryan mentioned,
that's just indicative of how these teams are really valuing wide receivers in this range, anyways. Which is like, hey, we need to really temper our expectations.
I agree.
Even if we like a name and they go to a quote unquote friendly landing spot, like there's no guarantee that they're going to do anything.
So just analytically, just to give you kind of an update here, the lowest drafted receiver so far analytically is Jack Besh. Jack Besh, second round draft capital. So his Besh and then Tesla and then Kyle Williams are the bottom three. So interesting pick. So it looks like the Saints are on the clock right now. Is that correct upstairs? We got the New Orleans Saints on the clock. Okay, cool. And then, so the Jags, how far did they move back? Do we have the details from that you guys want to share? Okay, the pick's in. Let's go ahead and push it. I want to see who the Saints take here. The Saints have selected Vernon Broughton from Texas, a defensive tackle. So Saints go tackle again. Obviously, you know, the Saints, I mean, they took their quarterback in the last round, and so they're going to go defense now. I don't think there was probably any market for them to take any other type of player here. They really needed to go defense, and we'll continue to talk about some of the guys that so we have Tesla behind Taylor, Fannin, and Royal Ferguson, so he's going to be like a third-round guy, I think, even with third-round draft capital.
Right.
Just interesting.
It's like the Luke McCaffrey pick last year.
Interesting. Like we haven't even talked about Jalen Royals tonight. No. We haven't talked about, like you mentioned, Jalen Knoll, who I thought would have already gone by now. So we'll see. Those guys might just end up being guys we don't end up drafting. But as you know, I could safely say I'm
taking early day 3 running backs over third-round wide receivers.
I mean, hopefully they start rolling in. I keep waiting for those halfbacks to roll in. I'm only at $30, right? I'm not bad, but I haven't seen them yet. So
no.
Honestly, I thought we would have had more by now.
Running backs?
Yep.
Oh my gosh, this has been the shock of the night.
Buffalo's pick is in. Okay, this could be spicy, but probably not. Let's see Buffalo's pick. Yeah,
Landon Jackson. Okay, edge. Cool. Yeah.
Why is it all the bald guys go to Arkansas? Have you guys noticed that in every sport? And like the basketball team has a bunch of bald guys. The guy on the Celtics that went to Arkansas is from. Like, is it an Arkansas thing? Can somebody research that? I don't know. Anyways, he's the 8th ranked edge in this class, which, I mean, Landon Jackson actually gets a pretty good PFF grade here for going in the 3rd round. And the Bills probably feel pretty good about that. It seems like at this point, you know, at least from a high draft capital standpoint, you don't have Buffalo pull the trigger on a running back. And so you know that James Cook right now is looking like he's in pretty good shape for this year, which, you know.
I think they're going to play hardball with him. And
from a contract standpoint?
If he actually holds out, then they'll just ride out with Ray Davis.
Yeah, you're probably right.
So
Ray Davis, man, you could have picked him up, dude. I swear you could have. All right. Make sure you drop a like in the stream. Make sure you're subscribed if you haven't been already. And also, like I said, link in the comments. Link is pinned. If you want to come join the domain community, get in our exclusive Discord. We've got the On the Clock section. So you guys, during your rookie drafts, can come in, tag Nathan and I, and we can give you advice on every pick. You can also get advice on all your picks through the team blueprints. You get our rookie draft toolkit, which comes with everything that you need to dominate your rookie drafts. We've got the rookie draft guide. You've got the bakery database. You've got the rookie draft tool. We'll be updating all of this as soon as possible. Plus, right now, you get 2 free team blueprints with any annual Motherflocker membership. Nathan and I sit down, do these team blueprints personally for you. We review your team, give you a team archetype, what kind of build you have, give you your 3-year outlook, and tell you which moves you should be making on your teams, especially as you're going into a very crucial time in Dynasty where this is one of the most important times to make moves. So who you should trade off your roster during this time, players to target, and then 2 rookie draft blueprints as well to show you exactly who you should be targeting with every single pick based on the build of your team. So you can get 2 of those free with the annual Motherflocker membership with code DOMAIN. Again, the link is pinned and it's going to be down in the comments. We'll drop it down there for you, but we've got that deal going on right now. All right, who is we lost our little on the clock, whatchamacallit, or so who is on the clock right now? Oh, can't keep up. It's going too fast right now. So can you guys keep me updated with who's on the clock then? Because I'm gonna need to know. I guess I'll get to this point. I'll just pull it up. I just don't want to see any spoilers. Although at this point, I'm not sure there's going to be anything to be spoiled. So the Jets are on the clock. Okay, cool. So they're going to draft the Breece Hall replacement right here, aren't they? Oh, man.
No, they're not.
And did anybody did it? The picks in.
Pick
All
is in for
let's go.
the Jets.
The Jets are in, and now we have
A corner.
as a yay Thomas. You just said you looked at that and you said a corner. That's what I should have said. Out of Florida State, the cornerback 9 according to PFF, and New York bolsters their secondary to play alongside Sauce Gardner, obviously one of the best young corners in the league. You feel pretty good about that. But yeah, if the graphics team can't keep up with the picks, it means they should start rolling in pretty quickly. The Broncos are on the clock. Man, that was a good one back in the day. Remember when we thought the Broncos were going to take a good running back?
When he said the Broncos were on the clock in my ear, that was just like a dagger to the heart.
Hey, here you go. You've got the Cowboys up in a couple picks. What do you think they're going to do? Who do you think they're going to take?
Be stupid.
Defensive
and
tackle?
Take
You think?
a running back?
Linebacker, maybe?
I don't think they do.
Safety?
Yeah, they're gonna do something dumb.
Yeah, they will.
Yeah.
I love how when they take running back.
All right, that would be twice. So you're now at 5.
Twice?
Yeah.
I didn't say running back. Did I say it twice just then?
Yeah. We're on to you.
Crap.
That's
man.
5.
All right,
That's
so
$50.
$50. That's not bad yet. What are you going to do with the money?
Probably put it to my kitchen that I'm remodeling.
Yeah, that's true. That's good. We should give the audience.
Your kitchen donation.
Yeah, which is fine. I mean, that's totally fine. But I'll see. I've got a DM from Ryan Bread. See if he's correcting one of my things again. Isaac Tesla, his RAS score was a 9.93. This is actually extremely useful when talking about the Tesla pick. They moved up. The size grade was obviously really good. 6'3". I didn't realize he was that tall. 6'3", 215. His vertical was 39 inches in the 94th percentile. His broad jump was 10 foot 9 inches. And was it 10 foot 9 inches? I don't know how to read that. His 40 was 4.43, which at 6'3", 214, you're in a 4.43. That is elite.
Yeah.
I wonder if in the bakery the height adjusted side speed score is just off the charts here. If I had to guess, it probably is.
What's his skill set? Is he a big yak guy?
Who was on the clock again? Who's this pick?
This
All
is
right, Denver Broncos.
Yep.
Let's see who they picked here. Denver Broncos on the clock. They picked Pat Bryant.
Ooh,
there
wide
you
receiver out of
go.
Illinois. Okay.
Nice. All right,
All right.
Pat Bryant. This is an interesting one. And, Pat Bryant was somebody that a lot of people said could be a sleeper. We didn't have him on our sleepers video, but somebody commented and said, hey, Pat Bryant's a sleeper. I honestly agreed with it. He gets third-round draft capital. And, Ryan, I'll let you kind of break down with Nathan what the analytical profile of Pat Bryant looks like. So,
His analytical profile looks like
Ryan's mic. Hold on, Ryan. You're not unmuted yet. Are you there now? You good? Okay, you're good. Go ahead, Ryan.
Pat Bryant is a late declare, late breakout rookie coming into the NFL. He doesn't have a good yards per out run. He doesn't have a necessarily good yards after the catch. He ran a 4.61 at the combine. This is like 3 rounds too early to be taking him.
I mean, yeah, that's. I'm kind of on the same page with you there. I know Avery said that he could be a sleeper guy. I know some people have been saying that he could be a sleeper. Clearly, they were right because he goes third round here. But analytically, I'm with you. I don't think anything really stood off the page here with Pat Bryant meriting him going in the third round. But again, all that to say, you see a guy like Tesla go in the third round as well as essentially just a depth piece in the Lions offense, who's probably not even going to get that much opportunity. This is how the league values those wide receivers that are going in the third round. They're just depth level pieces. I mean, when I'm looking at ranking Pat Bryant right now, I'm probably just putting him in the same tier as Tesla. I'd probably put him above Tesla, but I wouldn't put him above the second round tight ends, Ferguson, Arroyo, Fannin, and Taylor. Are you with me there, Ryan?
Totally with you. I mean, Tesla and Bryant, I think, were both pretty heavy reaches for the teams that drafted them where they drafted them. I don't have a lot of faith in either of them long term. And I do think that those tight ends probably have a lot safer of a floor just on, to start there. I think they have a safer floor. Tesla might have a stronger upside. Bryant might have a stronger upside, but I think they should comfortably be after the tight ends as of right now.
Yeah, no, I agree. So Pat Bryant is going to be at the bottom of our list here, just above a Tesla, because of the volume opportunity there is going to be higher in Denver. There's not as much competition to deal with, but honestly, there's still a decent amount with Sutton, who looked really solid with Knicks last year. Mims finally came into his own and had a role in that offense. And yeah, there's going to be some room for him to maybe get some opportunity, but he's going to have to earn it as a third round pick. So. We've got San Fran on the clock here next at 75. Not expecting anything super big here. I don't think, again, they're just trying to clearly fill out their defensive line and their defense overall, since they're going to have to build through the draft and start to pull in LA Rams over the next couple of years. I think to be super successful, they're not going to have the luxury of having a successful, cheap rookie contract situation, or quarterback contract situation, and you're not going to get Brock Purdy for an absolute steal financially.
I mean, what a flashy pick. I mean, Pat Bryant of all names. That's a pick right there. I'm shell shocked he went over some of the guys he did.
Who the actual freaking heck values Pat Bryant over these running backs that are left on the board? That's what I want to know. Like, this is.
I mean, they just didn't need a running back.
This is starting to get annoying.
Yeah.
Denver doesn't need a running back. Yes, they do. Or no, they are Harvey.
They took Harvey.
Now I'm brain farting.
I said RB again, didn't I? Nobody caught it. We're good. If nobody caught that, then we're good.
I'll give that one to you.
Okay. If you didn't catch it, I self-caught that.
It's like Uno.
Yeah.
If you don't say Uno and nobody catches it, you're fine.
Uno.
Dang.
I have about 1% patience left for these halfbacks not being selected in this draft. The 49ers. This one's going to be interesting. Yeah, I
think they're going defense again.
Yeah, I think they have to.
That's what they've been doing all draft.
I think they have to. What are we at? We're at pick 10, so we have,
the window is closing.
The window is rapidly closing.
Fast.
I think the Cowboys are going to be up soon, though, right? The Cowboys are after the 49ers, if I'm not mistaken.
I have zero hope at this point, dude.
Yeah, no.
Zero optimism.
Yeah, I'm not.
I don't.
Cowboys are after the Niners. This is our last chance before I flip my lid.
Yeah.
Like, I'm
going to start losing my mind.
I'm going to need a play. We got paper bags up there, you think? I need a paper bag.
He's been freaking out for the last full round.
Because I started to see it coming. I'm like, oh, crap, oh, crap, oh, crap.
I'm starting to panic now, too.
Oh, crap. Like, Again, it's still We'll break it all down. You'll hear that. We need time to digest this. I don't want to overreact. But
no.
Again, that's why I have to be aggressive with Harvey, because at this point, Harvey's the only one that's gotten up there. If he's the only one, you have to be aggressive with him.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know. But I did hear all right, the pick is in San Francisco. We've got the pick here. And they take Nick Martin out of Oklahoma State, which looks like a guy that our graphics team didn't even have. We knew there were going to be a couple of these guys, right? Like we knew it was going to be a couple of them. So now we're getting to that point where round 3, pick 11, So Nick Martin from Oklahoma State. I need to see even what position Nick Martin plays.
Yeah, I'm pulling it up right now.
Okay.
He's a linebacker.
Yep.
He's on the smaller side.
Yeah.
5'11", 221. Jeez Louise.
Dang. Yeah.
That is a tiny linebacker.
He's from Texarkana, Texas, which you'll recognize the city Texarkana from the George Strait song, All My Exes Live in Texas. Mm-hmm. Rosanna lives there in Texarkana, actually. So in case you didn't know that, it's a fun fact for you. Went to Pleasant Grove High School. What else can we tell you about Nick Martin? No, this is Help Me Obi-Wan Kenobi, You're My Only Hope. I'm saying that to the Cowboys right now, and Jerry Jones is looking at me, and he's getting on the radio shows and threatening to fire a radio host. Like, I'm going to run the Cowboys. We're going to take whoever we feel like the Cowboys need to take. And if we think the Cowboys don't need a halfback, and I'm not going to say the RB word because I don't want to owe Nathan another $10, then we're going to do it.
I'm going to find the most obscure wide receiver name. Actually, if they go Restrepo, I will die.
If they don't take a running back here, I'm going to call Danny tonight and just talk endless crap. Danny's over there on the FSC stream, and he's definitely just floored right now. Yes. He is just gone.
Yeah,
100%.
Yes.
The FSC stream is going to be nuts when Danny texts the creator group chat a picture of a blunt, and I heard there were some funny clips from last night. So.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh no.
But Nick Martin, there you go. There you have it. The Cowboys, help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi, You're My Only Hope. Let's see who the Cowboys took.
There are no words left.
Can we put Ryan's mic on, please? I need. Now it's therapy. Now this is the therapy chair.
Ryan, talk.
Are you?
Just talk.
Are you as confused as we are, or are we just stupid?
Sterator.
I don't know what's going on here, guys. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't understand why this is a great running back class and we're not getting any running backs.
Objectively, it's a great running back class.
I don't understand it. I mean, next year, as of right now, the Dallas Cowboys are going into the season with their RB1 being Javonte Williams. We've seen that before. That doesn't work great.
No, it doesn't work great. It doesn't work goodly. It doesn't work nice.
This is my upset face.
Doesn't work solidly.
I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed.
Yeah. Like,
At what point are the Cowboys going
ultimately-
to stop letting a senile old man run their
Like
organization?
ultimately, especially with first round picks like this class so far,
I mean, Jerry Jones.
even with the disappointment of the running backs, has still delivered. The first round picks are looking really good.
I mean, Jerry Jones is going to be in diapers within the next year and a half, and he's making these dumb. I mean, seriously.
all in.
Oh my gosh! All right. So who's on the clock after Carolina? We have. Is there? I mean, I'm legitimately like.
Carolina did trade up for this pick. New England was originally supposed to be here.
Okay.
And the
Okay.
Cardinals
And then
will
Arizona
be after this.
the
so.
Texans, and then the Colts. Still no Shador Sanders either. The Bengals could get interesting in
Dude,
a
I
couple
forgot
picks.
about Shador.
All right, let's. Okay, the picks in. Let's go ahead and
Pick
push it.
is in for the Carolina Panthers. We'll see what
Panthers
this
take
is.
Princely. Oh man.
Uman Milan.
Uman Milan from Ole Miss, an edge rusher. So another edge going to the Carolina Panthers. Now in the third round, I'm just looking at we have a lot of picks left, right? Because we do have 38 picks total.
Yep.
And so we're at 13.
Yep.
So we have 25 more picks, right?
Yes.
So here are the guys that I think could end up taking a half back in this draft.
Is RJ Harvey really better than the remaining running backs on the board?
I don't know. I think if we're learning anything tonight, it's that we don't.
Is
know
RJ
anything.
Harvey really better than Caleb Johnson?
I mean, again, if I'm learning anything tonight, it's that I know nothing.
Yeah,
I
clearly.
essentially know zero. The Texans are still in the market for a halfback. The Bengals technically could get spicy here in a couple picks. The Steelers haven't taken anybody yet. We still have the Jacksonville Jaguars that are going to be up. The Texans have another pick, so that's 5 opportunities. The Ravens, I think, could get dangerous, and I won't even count that one, honestly. The Chiefs have another pick. The Vikings have a pick in this round still. And the Jags have another. So we technically have like 7-ish opportunities here.
You just read the tea leaves, and based on the way the board was falling with these running backs and where they were going up top, it's just not even a question.
I mean,
that
Ryan,
more
can you
guys were gonna
remind
go.
me? Can you remind me how many running backs that Dane Brugler had a second round grade on in this draft class? How many was it?
I do not know off the top of my head, but I think it was. I would say conservatively it was probably like 8.
A top 2 round draft capital grade on.
Yeah, if not
8.
maybe it's slightly less than that.
Yeah.
But I know. I mean, he certainly had Caleb Johnson in there.
I don't think anybody with a brain did. I don't understand. I legitimately don't get it.
Waffle said you said running back, Avery.
Frick. Okay. Waffle, will you stop?
6.
Okay. Whatever. All right. So
You did get some good halfbacks in there, though. I was proud of you on that last run.
I'm calling this right now. Jalen Noel goes right here to the Cardinals.
Okay.
100% sure.
100%.
100%.
If I've learned anything from tonight, it's that I am
That's that we-
100% about this.
Again, if I've learned
100%
anything
sure
from
about this
tonight,
next
it's that
pick.
obviously that Caleb Johnson sucks, and we just didn't realize it. So we have the pick after, but how does that even happen? Are they? They just came on my ears and said they don't have the next pick. They have the pick 2 picks from now. All right. Well, who's the pick 2 picks from now? Do we have it up? Here we go. Let's just see it. I don't even know who it is. Do we have it on the screen? Oh, okay. It's Houston. So the Houston Texans, we have the Houston pick, but we don't have the Cardinals pick. Interesting.
We'll wait on the Cardinals pick.
This is 3rd round antics right here.
Yep.
Shout out to our graphics team. You guys are killing it again tonight. You guys have absolutely nailed it.
Killing it.
Yeah, I would probably. Okay, here we go. The Houston pick. They have selected.
Jalen Noel.
I was close. I was 1 pick off. That is a beautiful landing spot
They
for Noel.
literally, when you called it by accident earlier, because you're like, wait, no, that's dumb, because they took Jaden Higgins.
But they did.
Actually,
So they drafted both of those guys.
that is so funny.
Okay.
The Cardinals took a random edge that was not on
we're not gonna
anyone's
talk about
board
that.
in the 3rd round, and we're just not going to talk
And
about
so again, you have another opportunity
Sorry, guys.
where you have another opportunity where Houston could have.
it. All right, Jalen Noel, 3rd
let's
round
just-
wide receiver.
Let's open Ryan's mic again. I mean, the draft cap. Well, let's look at where he goes in the bakery first. He's up there in that. He's up there in that tier, baby. He's in that big tier. It's all literally one huge, ginormous analytical tier here. But I think with 3rd round draft capital, man, like I think he's just going to be an outlier if he hits at this point, right, Ryan?
He'll jump Pat Bryant and Tesla,
Yeah, well, yeah, he does.
and that's it.
I think he needs to jump them in our rankings as well. Who are the guys we haven't ranked? So, but Ryan, anyways, what I was saying was, I think that at this point, how comfortable are you with taking a receiver like Jalen Noel?
I'd be comfortable taking Jalen Knoll if he were to go to just about any situation other than this one.
Awesome.
As good of a team as Houston is, he's immediately going to have to compete with two already. One was drafted around ahead of him, and one of them's a proven top 12 wide receiver in the NFL. Like, that's not to call a spade. That sucks, right?
Yeah, it does. It absolutely sucks.
Where are we putting Knoll? Behind ahead of the tight ends, Ferguson or Royal Fannin, or no? Kyle Williams is
Kyle
above those
Williams
guys.
went third above those guys. I'd put Knoll probably above the tight ends behind Kyle Williams.
Which I guess at this point my hope for the wide receivers was pretty much gone anyways. But
I'm telling you, dude, early day 3 running backs are all jumping these guys.
Yeah.
Every single one of them's jumping Kyle Williams. They'll be behind Shuck. That's going to be your tier.
Okay, so Jalen Knoll, I think he fits well in this offense, man. I honestly, if he had gone in the second, I think we'd be having a completely different discussion here, right? His bakery score again. He's the wide receiver 8 right now in the bakery. That's you put second round draft capital in for him, Ryan. Shouldn't that be third?
Oh boy.
Oh gosh, it's about to get worse. keep Ryan's mic open right now. I just want to hear him. So Knoll goes.
Hear him be miserable.
Frick, he doesn't jump. Tesla's higher than him.
I don't care situationally. I'd still take Knoll.
Oh, I was potting. Ryan or Tom told me that the Lions essentially traded 3/3 for Tesla.
Are they going to trade JMO like the rumors have been?
But even if you trade, I don't know.
Tesla's not a JMO.
No, he's not. That's kind of what I'm saying. Like, what's the point?
Right. Yeah.
So I don't know. Okay. So Knoll is in that tier, and just reading the analytical tier where Knoll falls in now that we have, and the Colts are on the clock, and take Sanders. Just do it.
May his freaking well.
Not a lot of hits in this tier.
They're not going to do it.
Nico Collins hit in this tier. Hey, you had Andy Isabella in this tier. No, not really. Nico Collins in this tier. This was the Xavier Legette tier, if that tells you anything. Xavier Legette got in that tier with first round draft capital. That should have been the red flag of all red flags right there.
Yep.
But you got Sutton in this one. This is the Puka Nacua one. So maybe Jalen Knoll's the next Puka Nacua. Maybe we finally found the next.
That's
Puka
what we're
Nacua.
hanging our hats on at this point. It's
Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. Mm-hmm. Shout out to the Cowboys.
The Colts are definitely not our Obi-Wan Kenobi. That's for sure.
No, they are not. The Colts are going to go. Actually, you know what? They're going to pick a defensive lineman. Screw it.
Yeah, they are.
Just do it, Colts. Just show me the pick. It's defensive lineman. Just tell me it's defensive lineman. I don't even freaking care anymore.
I think we're going to laugh pretty hard when Shedeur is going day 3.
The Bengals are up after this, right? The Bengals, Bungles, Bugles.
Bugles.
Yes.
Okay.
The Bugles.
All right. Bengals. All right, Colts.
Let's look on the bright side tonight. What's been your favorite pick tonight?
Luther Burden.
Shut up. I said let's be optimistic.
Oh,
and
my bad.
positive. What's been your favorite pick
You're right.
tonight?
You're right. That's on me. In reality, my favorite pick is probably Judkins.
Cool.
Yeah, I think Judkins has to be my favorite. I like Henderson too, and I'm higher on Henderson, but I think Judkins going that high was awesome. So
That was very good for him.
Yeah, I love it. I think it was a really good landing spot. I don't know if there were many more landing spots. Ryan, you can chime in on this too. I don't know if there were many more landing spots that were better for Judkins than the Browns.
No, I don't think there were.
Yeah.
That was one that we saw him mocked there a bunch of times.
Yeah, it worked out really well.
I think it's a perfect spot for him because he plays similarly to how Nick Chubb does.
Yeah.
Just slightly bigger and younger, better ACLs.
Well, that's a huge one. Yeah, he didn't have his knee nuked in the
Rip,
middle
no
of the
pun
football
intended.
field. Rip. Crap.
Yeah,
All right, picks in. Who do the Colts take? Defense.
I heard that.
Yep.
Justin
Wally. Okay. All right, let's go to our resident Minnesota expert, the cornerback 15 in this draft, according to PFF. Ryan, what should we expect as Colts fans from Justin Wally?
I love Justin Wally. He was one of my favorite players at Minnesota for forever.
Get us hyped.
4-year starter. You started as a true freshman. He played outstanding. He suffered a little bit more in the past few years. Maybe his true freshman season was due to Antoine Winfield being in the defensive backfield with him. But I like Justin Wally a lot. He's fun to watch. He plays aggressive. I like him.
Yeah. Good. All right. Thanks, Ryan. I appreciate it. I think we up top for that one, baby.
Yeah,
Being a Colts fan has never been better.
Hey, that's going to be a front office career saver right there. For
in fact,
Ballard.
give me Nux too. Give me Nux again. Snail. Boom. I snailed Nathan live. And that erased my debt. I now owe him zero money. That's the rule. If you get snailed, then you get out of debt.
Never heard of that one.
This is basically the plot of It's a Wonderful Life, right?
Interesting.
All right. The Bengals, Bugles, Bungles, Bowgles, Bangles.
They'll go defense here most likely. With the depth of the defensive tackle class, maybe they'll go defensive tackle.
You know what? I don't think. You know what? I think hot take. I don't think they're going to go.
Restrepo.
I think they're going to take a defense player here.
Yeah. Yep,
All right, here we go. Let's see who the Bengals take.
The
Pick is in. The Bengals have selected. Oh, they took a guard. Okay, cool. Dylan Fairchild. All right. Now the Tennessee Titans on the clock. The Titans technically aren't out of the running to take one of our beloved halfbacks.
How is like my heart sinking more and more every single time?
This is literally like the biggest letdown. Honestly, this is a good pick for Cincy in this late in the draft. I think Fairchild's a nice selection here, good value.
It's not awful that they took an offensive lineman. Like that's a good smart pick for Cincy.
All right. And then the Tennessee Titans are going to be up here. And again, I don't think the Tennessee Titans are out of contention here to take a halfback. But at this point, I am not sure any NFL team needs halfbacks anymore. I mean, heck, we have Tony Pollard. Why don't we just run with him? We have Tyron Tracy. Why don't we just run with him? We have Chase Brown. Why don't we just run with him? We have Javonte Williams. Why don't we just run with him? We have, who do the Steelers have? Jalen Warren. Why don't we just run with him?
Just run with Jalen Warren.
Just run with him.
Forget him.
Just do it. 3 rookie boards now. We are that far in. Let's go ahead and let's take a look at our rookie board right now, but we wait for this pick.
Great first round.
And we moved Harvey up now. Nathan still says Harvey behind the tight ends there, but Igbuka gets pushed down to the 12. Really, honestly, a solid. I'm not gonna lie to you. That 8 to 12 range is scaring me a little bit right now. I expected the tight ends are nice safe picks, but like the upside there is very limited in my opinion.
It is limited.
So those late first round getting a huge boost. Although I think the first 7 picks of this draft, you're feeling really good if you have the 101 through the 107. Let's look at the second round of this rookie draft here, or our domain rookie board, I should say. I'm pretty sure the top guy here is Jackson Dart. Do we have a next page of this, or is it not there? There it goes. Dart, Besh, Higgins, Burden, Trey Harris, Shock.
Actually, those first 6 aren't that bad.
No,
like
but
from a talent perspective, they're not that bad.
But you're talking about in the second round of Dynasty rookie drafts. You're taking a second round quarterback, a second round receiver, a second round receiver, a second round receiver, a second round receiver. I mean, woof.
Second round receivers in the second round are pretty common.
And then Pat Bryant.
You were just hoping they were going to be running
Isaac
backs.
Tesla here, which they're destined to be third round guys for sure, if not fourth round guys by the time it's all said and done. And again, the only way we're going to get out of this mess is if we start seeing some halfbacks go off the board here. So
right. Oh, it got dark really quick. It was like you could see the background, and then all of a sudden you couldn't.
It's my mood. This is indicative of my mood. You can still see the glowing cacti, though.
Yeah, you can.
Make sure you guys drop a like as you sit here and watch me lose money and suffer. And also, again, the Titans. Who's after the Titans? Can you guys tell me upstairs who's after the Titans? The Steel.
They're not going to.
Okay, all right, yeah, fine. You know what? Yeah, screw it. They're not going to. Right. There's a bat over there. That's kind of cool. I haven't seen any rattlesnakes here. Honestly, I kind of wish we would have seen one.
I wish a rattlesnake just bit me right now. Actually, make me feel a little bit better.
That's nature suicidal, like right there, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, that's like a whole new level. But no, I.
I'm joking, obviously, but I think at the end of the day, the only way to rationalize these running backs falling is that the NFL is just laughing in our faces right now.
No, they definitely all the GMs are sitting with our stream on. They're like, let's not take a halfback here. Let's not take a halfback here. I'm getting really aggressively mad at this point. Who got RJ Harvey though, right?
Like the 5 stages of grief.
I'm still on. What's the first one?
I don't know what's worse. None of the quarterback or none of the running backs going that we expected to go, or RJ Harvey being the 5th running back off the board.
RJ freaking Harvey. Count on.
Of all the guys.
Yeah, there's that bat. It's getting closer now.
It had to be the 50-year-old running back.
You think that's a vampire? No. Okay. Okay, the Titans pick was boring. Awesome. All right, did we have the pick already?
Have a pick in.
We have the pick?
We're back. That's a good pick. That's good stuff right there. I don't care that he's a 3rd-round pick. Ryan Bread Sterator, we're going to bring you in here. Tell us where he actually lies in the bakery with this draft capital, with his production profile in college. this guy in my eyes is he's in the first round.
Heck yeah, baby.
You guys want to hear something crazy?
Yeah.
He's presently the running back 3, ahead of Travion Henderson.
We're back, baby. One would say we're half back.
Someone finally caved.
I know, the Pittsburgh Steelers are like, you know what? There's a really good running back here. Let's take him. Honestly, I'm not going to lie.
The Braves, they made up for not taking a quarterback by taking someone who fell way too far.
Oh man, the big board. Let's update our big bird. I have a graphics request. Can we get a big bird on our big board? Just because I've said that 6 times tonight. With Johnson, here's an open discussion between Ryan, between Nathan, and myself. Obviously, he goes to a wide open running back. He is the workhorse 3-down back in my opinion in Pittsburgh. It's a great landing spot for him in my opinion. Running back 3 is what we have him down there. Mm-hmm. Running back score looks like it's updated as well. Ryan, are you taking Loveland or Caleb Johnson?
Screw it, Caleb Johnson.
I'm taking Johnson.
Golden or Caleb Johnson?
Johnson.
Caleb Johnson.
Judkins. Okay, so he's there.
Yeah.
I think I got to go Judkins.
Yep.
Solid. We got another one in the first, baby. Let's go, dude. All right, I'm very pleased with this now. Okay, I can breathe a sigh of relief. I just didn't know if it was going to be coming. I just didn't know. You never know if it's going to come. But when it comes, it's nice.
Do not come.
All right, that made me feel a lot better. Judkins is a first-round pick in Dynasty.
I think I was getting paler and paler by the second.
And you're already pale, dude.
I know.
Like you're already very
it was getting
pale.
very, 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 very bad there.
And so Caleb Johnson,
Like,
we've exhausted this, right? And the reason we love Caleb Johnson so much is because we talked about this. His analytical profile, had he gotten second-round draft capital, would be up there with Amari Hampton. He's still in the tier here with he's in the green tier. He's in the 3rd tier overall. Right now, he is the 15th ranked overall player in the history of the Bakery in terms of the running back position.
Every class is different, which I completely understand. In what world is Blake Corum going where Caleb Johnson is? I don't think we're out of our minds here, dude.
No, I don't think we are.
I think the depth of some of the other positions in this class are pushing running backs down boards because of the positional value. It has to be.
Yeah, that has to be what's going on here. But again, Caleb Johnson, we wanted 3rd-round draft capital. I'm really, really surprised he made it this far. I'm really surprised it wasn't early 3rd at this point. I mean, I'm really surprised. Is that the first running back that's gone in the 3rd round?
Yes, it is.
This has just been very surprising to me. I mean, we only have 6 running backs off the board right now. I need DJ Giddens to somebody fast.
Now.
Scatterboot,
get off the board.
Come on,
or get on the board.
That's what I need. I will say that helped. I think I sent the upgraded. I sent the updated big board. When we have the first round, I would like to show the first round. We don't need to show all of them, but I definitely want to show where we just have Johnson. Where now this is going to be.
We're gonna be aggressive.
All right, the pick is in for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Unless they took which receiver, didn't they? They take a corner. Okay, Jacob Parrish.
Parrish is good.
Yeah, nice.
Kansas City moved up.
Don't do it. Don't do it. It's just not happening. If they take Scatteraboo, we are back.
Scatteraboo. We're setting ourselves up for disappointment, dude. Clearly, we don't have the hot hand like we did in the first round where we were calling literally every other pick.
I know.
Right now, we are truly shooting about 8%. Actually, less than that. 8% is very generous.
From Jacob Sanderson on Twitter, Caleb Johnson, the Steelers, pros. Johnson rules, doesn't have to change uniforms. Great in real life skill match with awesome. Warren, and a great fit for Arthur Smith. He's a great. I forgot about Arthur Smith. Cons, Warren.
Arthur Smith as an offensive coordinator is fine.
True. He was Derrick Henry's offensive coordinator.
Yes.
Okay. You're right.
Arthur Smith as a head coach is irrational. When Mike Tomlin, when you see Mike Tomlin on the sidelines, literally telling him, "Give the ball to George Pickens this play," and then he dials up a perfect play for it. That's when Arthur Smith is at his best.
That's true.
And that's what they did last year, and that's why they made the
playoffs.
playoffs.
You're right.
They're going to be fine.
The cons are Warren, and they don't roster a quarterback, which is obviously a very big concern. At this point.
Yeah.
But the Kansas City Chiefs just saying out, and I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say this, but I will say this. If this is Cam Scatteraboo, I will lose my ever-loving mind on the camera. Mute me. And just show my reaction if this is Cam Scatteraboo. I'm just warning you. It's not going to be because I'll peek out the mic and everybody at home is going to be like, I hate this show.
It honestly doesn't have to be Scatteraboo. If it were Giddens, we'd lose our minds.
If it's Giddens, I'm going to lose. If this is one of these guys, if this is Giddens, Tootin, Scatteraboo, I'm losing my mind. Those are the 3 I'll lose my mind for. Everybody else, I'll be like, cool, yeah, very good, nice, cool, awesome, great. I'm telling you, just mute me if it's one of those three.
Yeah.
Because I'm going to freaking lose it.
Yep.
All right.
Come on, Casey.
Yeah, it's interesting.
At least Caleb Johnson went. Like
You would. Yeah.
At least he went. At this point, I'm counting my blessings.
Yes, that was the one I needed it. I needed it, like SpongeBob needed water when he went to Sandy's house and he said he didn't need water. Water, Sandy. Okay, throw the pick up. Here we go.
Halfback, Sandy.
I need running backs. Crap.
Oh my gosh.
All right. No, Noel Williams from California, the cornerback 12, according
Let's
to
trade
PFF.
up for a quarterback, not a halfback. Boo.
What voice is that?
I don't know. That's just I'm just making it.
See, as we get later in the night, we unlock new Nathan voices here.
Yeah,
but
I know.
Noel Williams. How much money do I owe at the moment? It's only
Chargers on
60
the
right now.
It's 60 right
That's
now.
not bad, man.
That's
I'm
not
doing
bad
pretty
at all.
good. How many picks do we have left? 17 picks or so, roughly, give or take a couple.
That'll pay for like maybe an eighth of a cabinet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. That's a cabinet, like the screws to the cabinet.
Very
20,
possible.
25? How is it? Tom's dumb. It's 38 picks. It's not 25.
It's got to be 17 picks left.
I knew it. Okay, Tom was wrong. I was like, there's not 25 picks left. What are you talking about?
Colgate.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's that Colgate education for you right there.
The Colgate brain.
Yeah, man.
Oh.
He does math about as well.
All the way down
he
here.
does math about as well as he shoots a basketball. That's all right, let's see the rookie big board now, updated with the Caleb Johnson selection. Let's absolutely
Thank you, Steelers. Thank you, Caleb Johnson. You're my favorite team
Now,
tonight.
now we're getting somewhere. I need like 2 more running backs today, and we're gonna feel great.
The early second looks a lot better too, all of a sudden as well.
Yeah, and we'll look at that later. But I just asked for the first shout out share. I wasn't rushing you guys. I just was saying like, oh, let's look at that in a minute. But like, I mean, that looks a lot better to me. Caleb
Yep, it does.
Johnson.
It does.
I like it.
It does for sure.
I mean, I'm definitely gonna be taking him. So.
People definitely wanted to see our reaction, see the Caleb Johnson pick. I think.
Yeah.
That was funny.
For sure. All right, we appreciate you guys watching so much. Make sure you drop a like. And if you haven't subscribed, we're trying to get to 25,000 subscribers. You can check out yesterday's video for the full analysis on the first round. But we're going to have videos for you all weekend. Rankings, mock drafts, bakery scores and rankings, things like that. And also players you should be targeting and avoiding in your rookie drafts. Plus, again, you can find the link in the comments to get 2 free team blueprints with every annual Motherflocker tier. You got the rookie draft toolkit, which you get the bakery, you get the rookie draft guide, you get the rookie tool, you get in the Discord where you can ask Nathan and I for advice anytime you want, one-on-one advice. But again, the live show special 2-team blueprints, and you're going to start needing them now with these picks rolling in because I guarantee I'm going to be recommending a lot of Caleb Johnson. So you can use code domain and sign up for that as well. We also have the domain draft bundle available over on the a la carte page as well. But yeah, this is you can find the link for all that. Go take advantage of the deals. But
So if you look at the board here, who's left in the third rounds? Who are the teams, the notable teams that could be takers?
you can just cut to my camera if you want to.
Could be suitors.
Yeah, you ask the question again.
Third round guys that are left, who could be suitors?
It goes in the mom. It's hanging down. There you go, right there. Yep. She turned off our camera.
The teams that are left in the third round.
Is it back on? Hopefully the focus is good. That for the running back, you mean?
Yes.
I was looking at.
That's 7. Gotcha.
Come on,
I got
dude. That was cheap.
I got you in a moment of weakness.
That was cheap, man. But Jacksonville's definitely one of them. Jacksonville, I think, is up in a couple picks. Am I right? Is Jacksonville up very soon?
I believe they are.
I don't know.
Do you have the board up?
Yeah. Well, I don't want to look because I don't want to spoil any picks.
All right,
but
all right. That's fine. We'll just take it in stride, man. We'll take it in stride.
Take it straight. Jacksonville's at 88, so that's 3 more picks. Okay.
Okay.
Did we get our main shot back? Are we good with that? Yeah. Okay.
It's back.
Yeah, it's back.
alive.
You guys still have it?
We're alive.
I don't hate. There we
It's a
go.
little blurs.
Oh, hello.
Little blurs.
We will focus.
Time to focus.
Boop. Focus on us.
Yes.
Here we go.
Yes.
The other way.
Focus
Wait, no, the other way. Wait, up. Hey, there we are. Very nice. All right, very cool. Now we are back. All right, yeah. So the Chargers are here. Obviously, the Chargers took Hampton. They don't need. Have the Chargers taken a receiver? I haven't even seen.
No, they have not. Yes, they did. They took. We're losing our memory at this point because so many guys have gone off the board. They took the QJ replacement.
Oh yeah, they took Trey Harris.
They took Trey
Yes,
Harris.
thank you. Yeah, no, it's hard to digest all this in real time. I will say that.
It is. You gotta Gotta lock these into the brains on the fly.
Yeah. Did you say Brames?
Yes, I've been saying brains all night.
Nice. That's pretty fun. Yeah. All right, and then so the Chargers are going to pick here.
Let me just ask you a legit question. Let's get Ryan Brett Sarator into this.
Okay, Ryan Brett Sarator.
Ryan Brett Sarator, I do have a serious question for you. Would you rather? I'm just going to play a quick would you rather game here.
Okay.
Would you rather
This isn't going to get like weird, is it?
have Pat Bryant on your team or Caleb Johnson? From an NFL perspective.
Let me think. Would I rather have a junior wide receiver with a freshman year breakout, or would I rather have a fifth-year late declare 24-year-old receiver with 1 year of production?
You meant running back, but yeah.
So Caleb Johnson.
Yeah,
So you'd
no, I
rather have
think
Caleb
so.
Johnson
Yeah.
there. Okay, cool. I was just curious. I've got another would you rather as well. Would you rather have Isaac Tesla, who's going to play
Tesla?
69th fiddle to the other 68 assets that they have on that team,
Nice.
or Caleb Johnson?
Let me
Paging
think about this.
Ryan Brett Sarator.
Would I rather have a junior running back with a freshman year breakout,
Yeah.
or a late declare wide receiver with a breakout at D2 and no tangible statistics at the SEC level?
Yeah, but Tesla.
Tesla.
Yeah, no, it sounds like Caleb Johnson. To me.
Okay, yeah, cool. Just making
Okay,
sure.
all right.
Just making sure. I mean,
That's-
they didn't
that's
need
fair
him, but
enough. I was just wondering.
Chargers pick. Here we go. We'll throw it up here. Flying through these picks here, counting down. Jamari Caldwell from Oregon, defensive
Another
tackle, the
defensive
14th ranked defensive tackle.
How
according to
many
PFF.
tackles have gone at this point?
I mean, all these guys either get tackled or make tackles.
Insane. Yeah.
Whoa, my mic picked up my stomach right there. That was crazy.
Was that your stomach? I thought it was a burp.
No, it was, but it was in my stomach. It didn't make it all the way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's rotate the football here just a little bit.
The football.
Yeah. I wanted to play football in the pool earlier, and Nathan wouldn't let me.
Okay, I got this football in Canton, Ohio, the year that Peyton Manning was inducted into the Hall of Fame.
This is irrelevant.
So I didn't want to throw it in the pool.
Okay, so
get
the Packers surely go defense here, right?
Yeah,
Okay, cool. Just making sure we're on the same page. It says Packers, and then the Jags.
the Jags.
The Jags need to take Cameron Scattaboo.
The Caleb Johnson pick elevated my hopes, and now they're going back down.
I was gonna say, the Chiefs have killed it again. Like the Chiefs need a running back
Again.
so bad, and they're just like, yeah, you know what?
I'm like, dude,
No.
there's nothing wrong with taking a third-round running back. There's nothing wrong with
It's
it.
a stigma at this point.
There's
It's a
nothing wrong
stigma,
with
and
it.
we need to defeat the stigma.
You know what they're like? You know what they're like right now?
Who are they-
All
what
the
are they-
GMs in the NFL right now
what are
are
they
like
like?
high schoolers because they're just following what everyone else is doing. They're like, oh, you're not going a running back. No one else is going a running back. Caleb Johnson or Pat Bryant? Well, no one else.
This is a classic example of what I like to call peer pressure, okay? And it's not okay. Okay? If you want to take a running back, that you take the running back. That's your choice, okay? You make what's the choice that's best for you, and you take running back
Best
in
is
the
for
in the
you.
third round. That's what would be best for you.
Best.
And I don't want to act like I know what's best, but I do know this. What's best for me, which is more important right now,
Is what's best for you right now.
Is right now, I think the same thing is what's best for you, and what's best for all of us, and what's best for the world and the planet, and that would be more third round running backs. So I just wanted to get that in there real quick.
That is, amen.
I'm surprised you're not crying. Okay, that counts.
Yeah.
Bradley Boy, you got any thoughts on Jamari Caldwell?
He played at Oregon.
We're to that point, aren't we?
Yeah,
we
we're
knew by the time we got to the third round
We're
defensive
the
guys.
middle
By the very
of
end
the
of the
third
third
round for fantasy football. They don't do defense typically.
The pick is in. Let's see the Packers pick. The Green Bay Packers have taken Savion Williams. Wow, that is a selection right there.
Okay.
Obviously, pretty dynamic playmaker.
Wow.
So, how many wide receivers do they have here that they're going to try to make?
They got
relevant?
about
Six.
6.
Yeah.
6 to 9.
Nice. So Savion,
Really 6, so.
nice pick here.
Savion's been a guy that was getting quite a bit of talk, and has been really as the offseason has progressed. Expected to potentially go as high as the third round. Really.
Yeah.
You saw a couple of irrational second round picks, but Savion, I will say he's listed as a wide receiver. He's been scored as a wide receiver in the bakery. When I watched his film, that dude was lined up as a running back more than he was wide receiver.
Yeah, he was. Yeah.
That dude's a running back.
It's a gadget guy. I think we
Yes.
can all agree it's a gadget guy. And honestly, to be fair,
He doesn't have a versatile route tree at all.
no, I don't even think I saw a perception right up on Savion Williams. So let's put him on the big board real quick, since
It would be ugly if there was an RP write-up.
Tesla or Savion
Savion over Pat Bryant.
behind the tight ends.
I think I'd take Savion.
I would put him behind Mason Taylor.
Yeah, we'll put him behind the tight ends.
Okay. All right, cool.
We need to figure out where those tight ends are actually going in terms of market, and then we can kind of break them up a little bit.
Tonight's going to be big for that. You need to hang around because we're going to basically do a bunch of rookie mock drafts because we now have, into the late 20s in terms of the amount of players that we have that are eligible to be drafted. So we're going to have at least 2 full rounds of selections tonight that we need to break down. Not to mention, things will change. Because tomorrow we'll get more running backs that will jump up, especially into the second round. So, did you just have an idea or something? That's funny. I mean, we've done pretty. You have to admit, for a production like ours, we've done pretty well adjusting the lighting on the fly. But right there, it looks like Nathan just saw the gates of heaven and then decided he wasn't going. So
Nathan got flashbanged.
yeah. That was like, yeah. Ryan. Oh my gosh.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have made that face.
We should add a up.
It's going to be a great still image.
Yeah.
Rebecca's able to pull it.
All right, I'm ready for it now.
You know what that was, Ryan? That was when SpongeBob opens the case and it's old reliable. That's what happened in front of Nathan's face.
It's going to make a great still image.
Jellyfishing. All right, so Savion, nice pick again. Let's talk about his bakery score. Savion didn't have a very good analytical profile, and I don't think this changes much, right?
He did not. And again, he's kind of one of those unicorns where it's like, it's
All
hard
right.
to grade him as a true wide receiver.
Let's be disappointed by the Jags pick, and then we'll talk about Savion Williams one more time. The Jags.
I'm ready for the disappointment. Bring it to me.
Caleb Ransaw, safety out of Tulane, and they're on the clock again. So they just traded up for Scadaboo. We did it. We got him. Scadaboo to the Jags. We got it. Here we go. Will you mute it up there? I hear you laughing at us.
Did we hear another running back?
No, I did not say it again. I said Scadaboo, and that's all I said.
What are they laughing upstairs for?
They're just laughing at me being an idiot. At this point, I'm all. Look who's back.
Oh, the moths.
Moth is back.
They're about to
Can we see that graphic again? Does it still have the moth on it?
They're about to rub it in with all the running backs and start running into our faces.
Make sure. We need to. This is our. Oh, look, yeah. There's the big. There's the big bird right there, and
that's a big bird.
That's a big moth right there.
That's a burb.
I had one smoke me in the face.
That's a burb-sized moth.
I got checked out for a concussion last night, but there's the second round as it sits right now, and
you should have been checked out.
I mean, it
for a concussion.
smoked me.
Yes.
I feel like I got shot.
Oh man.
But there you go. Yeah, there's our big board as it stands right now. We're going to be drafting all these players here after the draft. Make sure you drop a like if you enjoy the stream. Really helps us out. It's free. Make sure you're subscribed. We're trying to get to 25K. But the Jacksonville Jaguars just traded up for Cam Scadaboo. How do we feel about that? Let's break it down. Ryan, let's bring you in now and talk about this. Cam Scadaboo to the Jags. What do you think about the fit in the landing spot for Scadaboo in the third round?
Man, if that is the pick,
it is.
And if it is the pick, I don't know how I feel about it, considering there are still 2 other running backs in that offense.
Okay.
Hey,
hold on.
Etienne and Bigsby are buns.
Yeah, okay, let's admit. They're not like each of them combined for half a running back.
Yeah, then there's all running back in the offense.
Okay, well, I'm not worried about it. Scadaboo is much better. So really excited to see it come across the screen here and say Cam Scadaboo, 100% sure it's going to happen. And it's definitely not going to be another player that I don't care about. So,
I think our count's at 8 now. Got you one second.
The rookie.
Because you said half a running back. Here's what you said. You said half a running back. So you'd already said half. So in your mind, you'd said half back.
I'm an idiot. It's just plain and simple. You know who else is not an idiot, though? The Jaguars, because they're going to take a running back here by the name of...
9.
They actually... plot twist. It's DJ Giddens. Are you cool with that? Crap. This is getting out of hand. I should have never done this. I'm going to sort of GoFundMe.
They could go anyone at this point. I mean, we were joking.
They went Bayshul Tootin. How do you feel about that?
All right, pick is in. Here we go.
Look at this. They took a running back. Congratulations.
That's 10.
Who the frick is that?
I'm sorry, Wyatt. Nothing against you, bud. I'm sure you're a really nice guy.
Okay, let's guess what position
I'm
he
sure
is based on his face.
Team. He's definitely an offensive lineman.
I was going to say he looks like a lineman to me. Are we correct? Is it a lineman?
Stereotyping to the best
He's a guard.
of our ability.
We're good. Yep.
Give me some.
What'd you say?
I said stereotyping to the best of our ability.
Oh, yeah. No, I don't
Why
like
it's
stereotyping. What position, Nathan? You would be if you played. You'd be probably kicker.
I'd be a water boy.
Yeah. What would I be? What position would I play?
That's a good question. Probably a tight end.
Wow.
Contested catch. A little bigger bodied.
Whoa.
Bigger bodied.
Long snapper I got in my ears.
Okay,
That's funny. You guys think you're funny up there, huh? I would like to think I'd play.
Hey, I would be the kicker. You'd be the long snapper. You'd be snapping it to me all the time.
Yeah, and you would be looking at my butt all the time. So nothing new.
No,
at that
I'm
point.
looking at the holder, dude.
No, but okay, yeah, that would be the punter. I'm an idiot. Nah, see what you've done. The Rams are going to be on the clock next. They're surely not taking a skill position guy. They took a tight end earlier, and a tight end that we very much like. But
very much like.
let's see, who do we have here that could take running back tonight? The Vikings, the Texans one more time.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty much it.
Yep.
We are cooked, brother.
We are cooked.
We are cooked.
Yep.
I can't believe all these guys are going to go fourth round. Ryan, I mean, I just want to bring you in. I got to have the therapy. You got to be as surprised as I am here.
Oh yeah, I'm shocked.
I cannot believe this.
I mean, it's not even just exclusively the running backs. Like, yes, there are obviously some of them who have not gone. But, like, if you extend it out to receivers, there are receivers who I kind of expected to go here. And to a lesser degree, tight ends. But there are guys who I'm surprised have not come off the board at all three fantasy relevant
What the
positions.
heck do you see in Pat Bryant and Isaac Tesla over Jalen Royals, Torrey Horton, and Alec Manor? Like, legit.
I can't answer that. 'cause
Sterator.
I
Come on.
I don't have an answer for this.
You're supposed to.
You flustered me because I don't have any of these opinions.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. It's fine. It's fine. It's all
I
right.
can't play devil's advocate on decision making so poor.
Yeah. Yeah, this is us judging the NFL and the professionals.
Sure is.
To the best of our ability.
Yeah. It's going to be, this is not, again, we think we know better, and we just, at the end of the day, we don't. And at the same time, they're doing what's best for them. So
Yes, they are.
They're just doing what's best for them. This is what's best for them.
Pat Bryant is best for the Denver Broncos.
Yeah, that's, I mean, again, they would know, right? They would know better than I do that Pat Bryant is the right pick there. So.
Yep.
All right, let's take a look at our updated rookie boards real quick, since we clearly aren't going to have any more picks tonight that are running backs. Right now, as it sits in the first round, I mean, this is not bad. The first 8 picks you feel really good about. Golden at the 9th, honestly, I feel a lot better about this. With Golden, Johnson really helped me push me back over the edge here. Ryan, I just want to read this to you and get your reaction real quick. Obviously, we've got Genty, Hampton, Hunter, Cam Ward, Ted McMillan, Travion Henderson, and then we're down to Quinshon Judkins at 7, Caleb Johnson at 8. This last 4 of the first round right now being Golden, Loveland, Warren, and Harvey. I mean, how are you feeling on a scale of 1 to 10? How do you feel about that late first range right now?
I think those are the right players to be in that portion.
Yeah.
I'm not a huge fan of RJ Harvey. I'm not a huge fan of Matthew Golden. So for my own personal preference, I'm not as high on it. But I think those are the right people to have in that back end.
From a value standpoint, how do you feel about that?
I mean, I think it's Matthew Golden was a first-round receiver, and you're getting him at the end of the first. Colson Loveland is a first-round tight end, actually the first tight end off the board, and you're getting him in the late first. RJ Harvey was, the third running back off the board? You're getting him in the late first. Like, there's value there.
Yeah.
I just don't like it.
I know. Let's go to the second round now and let's take a look at this. So after RJ Harvey, in my opinion, there's a little bit of a teardrop here. You got Ibuka, Dart, and then honestly, I think Besh maybe's in that tier. I don't know. But like these seconds, I think took a hit. I think these seconds have taken a hit because the whole idea was you would potentially get
a running back there.
You would get or just get the guys at the end of the first. Like RJ Harvey. The tight ends push down the boards here and get them in the early second. And right now, they're not getting pushed down. It doesn't look like they're going to. Late seconds right now look like tight ends. That's really what we're looking at.
And that's abysmal.
And then, these thirds here, I mean, these.
Nothing there.
I don't think, right now.
These guys will not be here when it's all said and done after tomorrow. You're going to see 4th round, 5th round running backs go, and they're going to jump them all.
I mean, part of the reason I'm upset about these running backs all going tomorrow is because we're not supposed to be live tomorrow. So we're gonna be recording videos for you guys. So it's gonna be a busy day. But obviously we'll have all of the 4th round running backs in our rookie rankings. It's just I wish we had seen. All right, the pick is in. Let's go ahead and go back to the screen here, and we'll see. They take Josiah Stewart from Michigan, the 14th ranked edge rusher, and again another edge. The Ravens are going to be on the clock with pick number 91. We've got about 12 picks left before we get into our rookie mock drafts that we are going to start. So make sure you hang around because we are going to jump in and do quite a few of those tonight. Hang out and try to. Nathan and I really need to figure out what you guys are thinking about this value wise. It's what we really need to figure this out. So. It's going to be really important for our process tomorrow in terms of trying to rank these guys and see what the community thinks from a value standpoint. So, Josiah Stewart, obviously, again, in LA goes edge here. Not a bad pick. The Ravens, I have zero expectation for here. I have no clue where they're going to go at this point. I really don't know where any of these teams are going to go here in the late third. Looking at the board, they're really the Seahawks don't need a position that we're talking about here, and even I'm really, again, the only needle movers at this point are running backs. In this range, a quarterback, wide receiver, tight end is not going to move the needle. So the Seahawks don't need it. Saints could draft one. It wouldn't be a great outlook, especially short term. They'd be a second round pick, which I guess at this point would be better. The Browns don't need one. The Patriots don't need one. The Eagles don't need one. The Vikings do, and the Vikings. But again, they have Aaron Jones. They signed him to just a new deal, and so do they actually? I don't even think there would be some value fluctuations there. The Raiders have 2 picks. The 49ers have 1 pick. All of those teams don't need one. The Falcons do not need a running back, and the Houston Texans again could, but it would be murky from a competition standpoint, from a production standpoint, because they don't. So there really isn't. The teams that came out of tonight that I was really surprised they didn't take a running back. The Cowboys, I think they are at this point the worst ran organization in the NFL.
Yep.
The Bengals, I'm moderately surprised at. The Giants, I'm surprised at a lot. The Jaguars, I'm surprised at a lot. I don't understand. I truly don't.
The Giants don't shock me because, again, they have so many needs elsewhere, and they can get a day 3 running back and have a chance at a better prospect.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. All right, picks in for the Baltimore Ravens. Let's see it. Baltimore Ravens go Emory Jones, LSU, offensive tackle number 18. So Baltimore takes a depth piece on the offensive line. Probably a safe pick. Again, bolster the depth there.
Yeah.
And the Seattle Seahawks are going to be on the clock next. And so, again, we just need to make a list. I'm just going to go ahead and let's look forward to tomorrow and see what teams we could expect. The Jacksonville Jaguars, the New York Giants, both selecting the top 3 picks of the 4th round. I guarantee you see a running back going in the top 3 picks tomorrow. I'll even say top 5 because the Jags have the 5th pick there as well.
Yeah.
The Bears didn't draft anybody either.
Nope.
Why in the what?
They took Luther Burden.
Are you that high on DeAndre Swift, Ben Johnson? You obviously know the drill with him. I don't understand. But the Bears picking tomorrow, so all these guys are going to have opportunities again to take running backs tomorrow. But it just sucks. The 4th round draft capital doesn't do near as much for them in the bakery as 3rd round draft capital would. At this point, if they all got 4th round draft capital, really you have a couple guys that could jump into this tier. Let's take a look at this pick that the Seahawks just made. The Seahawks take Jalen Milroe from Alabama, this is pretty much. Look, Milroe. Do I think there's a chance he gets in the field? Yeah, I think there is. What this tells me, from a small value asset standpoint, is that Sam Howell's probably dead. If I had to guess, unless they're getting him in the 3rd round to be a practice squad player, I think Sam Howell is probably one of those guys that's going to be, not in the picture. So Milroe, I do think Milroe is somebody that you're selecting him in the 3rd. He could see the field, but at the same time, it's a 3rd round pick. Milroe is nothing. He is absolutely nothing in this class. So in terms of where we're going to rank him on our big board, I'm going to put it in right now, but I would probably put him.
Last 3rd round wide receiver that I think worked out in recent years was Russ.
Quarterback, yeah. Are you putting him above Tesla and Pat Bryant at least?
Sure.
Savion Williams?
Nah.
Okay, so we'll put him there. Again, Milroe, and really, I think Jalen Milroe has to be pretty disappointed with the outcome of this. I think Jalen Milroe expected to go higher here.
So did Shador.
Yeah, and Shador, Shador's not even a top 4 quarterback drafted in this class.
This guy might not even go day 2.
At this point, he's not going to. They took Schuck. No, they don't need him.
Apparently they hated him too. Or Sanders.
Sanders. This is not only a bad situation for Shador Sanders. This is downright straight up embarrassing for Shador Sanders and Deion. Honestly,
it sounds like self-inflicted as well.
And honestly, I'm not gonna lie to you. It makes. I don't hate that situation, with the Sanders guys, but it does make them look pretty stupid here, with as much as they hyped him up.
It does.
They basically spent all season, and Deion was basically saying, "My son's not going to go here. He's going to go here." I'm pretty sure you would have had the Shador go anywhere in the 1st round at this point, compared to falling into the late 3rd. This is embarrassing for them, and I think I don't blame an NFL team for not wanting to deal with that. I really don't. But this is, I would have never expected this. This is one of the most notable fallers I've seen in recent years.
Yep.
from a betting lines perspective, even. I mean, his bet, he was 14 to 20. That was where the over-under was. I mean, this is really, really low for him. But Milroe goes also lower than I think he expected. And at the end of the day, the hit rates on third-round quarterbacks are essentially close to zero. So, from a dynasty, from a fantasy football perspective, I don't think you're looking at this and thinking anything. But, yeah, these New Orleans Saints are on the clock here. We'll see.
People already say in the comments, Russ version 2. I mean, if you want to bet on that once in 10 years,
no,
we would not bet on that.
But again, take a shot on him. If he hits, I don't blame you at all. I don't blame you. Again, if you're getting Jalen Miller in the 4th this year, sure, let's take a shot on Jalen Miller.
He's not going to go in the 4th.
Yeah,
Some people reach on him late 2nd, early 3rd.
Yeah, maybe we're crazy. Maybe, I mean, you can tell us if we're crazy and you think that Milroe should be higher here. But again, the hit rates are abysmal, less than 15% for sure.
Year after
probably
year
less
after
than
year,
10%.
you see guys go in this range all the time, 3rd, 4th round.
It doesn't. It never matters.
At QB, and it doesn't matter.
The Colts took Jacob Eason in the 3rd round.
They took him in the 4th.
That's what I said.
Yep.
But yeah, the Saints. Saints grabbed their Kendra Miller replacement here. They do hate him.
They do hate him.
Or Dennis Allen.
Well, Dennis Allen hated
him
him.
At least, yeah.
Yeah.
Or hated him, I should say. I always forget that they hired freaking what's his face.
Yeah, Kellen Moore.
Kellen, thank you. Yeah.
He was kind of the last guy available. No one wanted that job.
That probably is very true.
That was the last hire that was made in the offseason.
But make sure you stick around because we're doing some Dynasty Rookie drafts here in just a couple of minutes after more of these team pass on running back selections. So
9.
9 more picks, yeah.
Running back.
Running back, what are you talking?
10.
10? What? 10 what?
You said it 10 times.
Triple digits. $100, frick. Halfbacks, baby, halfbacks.
It's just fun at this point.
Yeah, I know. I don't care. At this point, it's self-inflicted on it. Yeah, whatever. I don't know why I did that.
9 what? Running backs? Yep, 10.
Shut up. All right, New Orleans on the clock. Who's on the clock after New Orleans, if you guys could tell me?
Cleveland.
All right, cool. Yeah, so we got Cleveland, and Cleveland obviously going Quinshon Judkins today. I think, again, that was probably my favorite landing spot, my favorite pick of this draft. But we are going to see, I think Quinshon Judkins is going to be a top 6 pick locked in Dynasty rookie drafts. I think you're going to see it right when we jump onto these rookie drafts. I think you're going to see it immediately. You're going to be like, okay, yep, everybody's going to be moving Quinshon up. The Quinshon, Travion, Caleb Johnson, R.J. Harvey picks, I mean, I think they were solid for us.
Very good.
I still think maybe it's possible we're too low on R.J. Harvey. He's second.
It is very possible.
All right, picks in. Let's go. New Orleans Saints. They have taken Jonas Sanker from Virginia. He is a safety, the 8th ranked safety. And they have, again, add to their defense. And now you get the Cleveland Browns on the clock with pick 94. But, yeah, and so, you know, with this class here, this running back class, I mean, right now we've got Genty, and then we've got Hampton, Henderson, Judkins, Johnson, Harvey.
Still 6 running backs. That's pretty good.
That's still only 6 running backs that have been drafted total. That's 4 tonight.
Yep.
Whew, that is much lower than we expected. To be
we
honest
wanted
with you.
6 at least.
Yeah, we did want. We definitely wanted at least 6. So, I did get word that the pick on Jaden Milroe is the pick they got for in the Geno trade. So that's kind of notable. But again, it's 3rd. So
right,
doesn't really matter. All right. At this point, you know. I honestly, I wish we could do this, but I don't think we probably can at the moment. I honestly, I want to start taking questions from the comments without, if there's not any spoilers. I don't know how good the chat is, but I honestly would like to start taking people's questions here pretty soon because I really don't think we're going to have a lot of action for us to break down. So I think we're going to, pretty soon transition, start taking comments. We do have super chats on. We left super chats on, I think, so you are able to make super chats, and if we can.
Someone was asking that at the beginning of the stream. I don't know if they can.
Yeah, somebody let me know if you can make a super chat. I don't know. Somebody upstairs, try it and see if you can. But yeah, we do have super chats on. You guys can if you actually, let's just do that. Let's just answer super chats as they come in right now. So we'll start taking super chats, and then we're going to get into all of these rookie mock drafts after this. I'm pumped to see the first 2 rounds of these drafts. I'm pumped to rank these guys. I mean, again, we've waited this whole time, and I think tomorrow is going to make a decent impact on rankings now. I just, with all these running backs falling, I think it has to. So I'm pretty sure Cleveland has 2 picks somewhere in here. I'm pretty sure they have multiple. So
I'm really surprised that Alec has fallen this far. So many other wide receivers.
We can read comments. We're just going to read super chats. So don't worry. If there are super chats, okay, super chats are on. Then yeah, we'll just read super chats. So don't worry about putting them on the screen yet. We'll do that afterwards. But yeah, this is again, Cleveland's gonna pick here, and we have how many picks left? Like 9 picks left, I think. So yep,
9.
awesome, cool. Excited. I'm really looking forward now to drafting. I might jump in a couple of these drafts afterwards. I'm honestly kind of curious to draft myself. Although maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I really want to see how everybody else.
I want to
drafts
see
now.
what everyone else does.
Yeah, that's probably the correct move. So
I shall do the analyzings.
yeah, for sure. But shout out to the production team upstairs. You guys have killed it again tonight. It's been awesome.
All right, twice the amount of graphics as yesterday.
Look at this.
Half the amount of time.
Corey took a screenshot on and put it on Discord of us, and we're wildly disappointed. There are some pretty good screen grabs from some of these draft streams. I will say that it's been pretty fun. So
I need a screen grab when Rachel turned on the spotlight.
yeah, we need a GIF. We need a GIF of that. GIF. My bad. I can hear Becca saying it. I know she said it.
It's a GIF.
Yeah. So tell me I was right that Becca said something when I said that.
I'm gonna find this clip in a GIF.
Yeah.
Whoa.
All right.
What just happened there? No. Oh my gosh.
You good, bro?
YouTube. Yeah, I'm good. Are you? How are you doing?
I'm not great. Just kidding.
Hey, we're having a great time.
The set looks great. I think the set turned out really well.
Looks great.
Yeah.
It's been a great week.
You'll have to let us know in the comments if you are interested in maybe potentially next year, wherever we go, doing a meetup for the draft and also having like a live draft stream. I think that would be fun as well. But if we do have, yeah, we're ready.
Yes,
Let's see the pick. The Cleveland Browns.
Yep.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Dylan Gabriel. Oh my. No, we weren't ready for that.
He's a third round. He's the 330. Nathan, like.
I know. That's just.
He's starting over Flacco though. I mean, like.
I know.
He's starting over Flacco.
He's probably not starting over Flacco day one, but.
Yeah, he will. He will beat out Flacco.
He'll get an
He's a better
opportunity
quarterback
at
than
some
Flacco
point.
is. 100%.
Wrong.
Are you
not
serious?
necessarily- Flacco has been a starter for the last 3 years.
Flacco was awful last year, guys. He was terrible. He's washed. He's done.
He's been washed for 5 years, and he's still.
He's not going back to the Browns and doing what he did. They're not going to.
So okay. Well, if day one Dylan Gabriel is starting, then he's not irrelevant.
Okay, I agree with that. So then I'll rank him. We'll rank him next to Savion Williams.
I
Get all
disagree.
aggressive with it. I literally cannot fathom that they would start Joe Flacco. Man, I don't know.
How much did they pay him?
I'm going to go ahead and look up Joe Flacco's analytics right now because I'm
Spot
freaking
track.
done. I'm fed up with this narrative. Joe Flacco. Let's see.
If they had drafted someone in the 5th round at quarterback, you'd been like, they're starting because it's not going to be Flacco.
Yeah, that's where I'm at.
Oh my gosh.
Flacco was, let's just see, 31st in air yards, 34th in
Dude,
passing
we
yards.
cannot have a double standard. If quarterbacks are irrelevant in the 3rd round, then Dylan Gabriel's irrelevant in the 3rd round.
His stats are abysmal. He was terrible.
No.
This is like the one
Gosh,
situation.
This deal is awful.
This is Pittsburgh. I'm telling you, dude. Like, he's not starting. Chad, back me up. Come on.
Is Kenny Pickett starting? Ryan Brett's territory. Let's get your take on
Honestly, if I would think Pickett starts before Flacco does.
this. Go look up Kenny Pickett's.
So where do you want to
efficiency
freaking
metrics.
rank him then? Or where do you want to rank Gabriel?
No, he is right there with Milrow.
All right, cool. We'll just rank him right behind
I'll
Milrow.
put him ahead.
I
of
don't
Milrow.
care enough to fight about it. It's a third round quarterback, so it doesn't matter. Freaking Dylan Gabriel. Ryan, who's the starting quarterback for the Browns on day one?
Joe Flacco.
Okay, mute his mic. Nah, we're not doing this. There's no way, man. What's the deal? How much guaranteed money did he get?
$4 million, 3 or 4 million. It's bad.
That's backup running back money.
I know. That's Najee Harris money.
Holy crap.
They decided to not do anything this offseason, so.
What an absolute dumpster fire.
Yep.
The Patriots on the clock now. I did love the Henderson pick. Henderson will be great in that offense. I think he really will. I think usually Henderson is a top 6 pick a lot of times in Dynasty, so. Oh, man. It's fun. It's fun. I love that the most entertaining part of our stream right now is if Joe Flacco or Dylan Gabriel is going to start for the Browns.
It has gotten to that point.
Oh, it absolutely is. It's been at that point. It's been at that point. I mean, all right, picks in. Let's see it. New England Patriots.
New England.
Jared Wilson. Wow, this is the first. Is this the first center that has been taken in this
CB1.
draft?
Oh, no, or center. Sorry.
Somebody fact check me. This is the first center of the draft?
So
there are no centers
this is
this
a
year.
really, really weak class. At center.
Evidently,
there were not any centers expected to go first round. It was a long shot for second round.
Well, now it was evidently almost not even a shot for the third round as well. The Atlanta Falcons, again, surely not going to select. I mean, unless Algier's dead, they're not going to select a halfback here, and so any wide receiver selection here is going to be fairly irrelevant. Guys, I'm really surprised didn't go tonight. Let's go ahead and start going down the list here. I'm really surprised tonight. I'm honestly surprised we didn't see Jalen Royals go tonight. That's really the only wide receiver I think I'm actually kind of surprised about.
Yeah, I'm very surprised about Alec.
The rest
The
of them.
amount of Alec mocks that we've seen.
You're right.
With him in the second and third.
But remember,
round
when we were doing some of our analytical exercises, you and I both had to admit, looking at it, like Alec did not look
great.
good.
No.
Like we at that point, like he was to the point where we shouldn't draft him anyways.
Neither does Royals or a lot of these guys. With
Royals
draft
with
capital,
second was really good actually. Third, not much worse, but still worse. And then,
like if it weren't for these screwy landing spots, we'd be fine.
I mean, Alec, yeah.
Like even with the guys that have gone, even with the guys that we didn't expect to go, the guys that have gone, if we didn't have screwy landing spots, we'd be fine.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, Burden going somewhere, Egbuka going somewhere that we liked.
We would have been
Higgins
fine.
going somewhere we liked. Like
early to mid second would have looked really good.
Yeah.
I will say though, if Burden falls in the mid second, I'm definitely taking him there happily. Just hoping that something's going to happen.
The Falcons should take here. Shador Sanders. Wouldn't that be funny?
It would be funny.
Drive old Corko out of the building.
I wonder if the NFL has just like made a pact that they're not going to draft Shador at all and that he's going to go undrafted.
There's like in the owners meeting, they're like, okay,
yeah, all right.
First order,
we can't take this.
Like, let's
guy.
not talk about the crappiest
He's
kickoff rule.
He's a cancer.
Yeah. All right, picks in. Let's see it. Atlanta Falcons. Who do they go here? Xavier Watts from Notre Dame. Xavier Watts is a pretty good prospect. I mean, I remember he kind of tore it up against IU when they played in the college football playoff. Yes, IU was in the college football playoff this year, by the way. But the third-ranked safety, according to PFF, and he goes to Atlanta. I think that's a pretty good pick. Honestly, that's the second safety Atlanta has taken this draft, right? I'm pretty sure. But Xavier Watts goes to the Atlanta Falcons, and it puts the Houston Texans on the clock now.
MT2 does say in the comments, how can I buy a blueprint? I want to purchase.
Oh,
Do you have the link to that?
Yeah, so Tom, if you could post the link up there to the blueprint purchase, you can follow the Bitly. The Bitly has a couple options for you. Again, you get 2 free blueprints with the annual Motherflocker tier with code domain, so you can take advantage of that. Or you can buy the a la carte version, which is also on the button. You've got multiple options there, and you can also feel free to DM me on Discord. We are going to reply to all of those and make sure we get you walk through those. So there you go. There's the special right now, but you can also just buy them a la carte if you're not interested in that. This is definitely a better deal, though. I will say that we're not trying to upsell you. A lot of people buy the a la carte and then they end up upgrading this. So, but again, you can DM on Discord, say hey, and I can definitely talk you through it. So that goes for all of you guys that are interested, by the way, definitely, and all you guys who have joined tonight. Make sure you send us DMs, friend requests on Discord, so we can chat it up with you. So. But yeah, we talked about some of the guys I'm surprised haven't gone from a wide receiver perspective. I'll pivot to running backs right now. I'm surprised that Scatterboo didn't go, although I'm not, actually. Giddens, I am not, I don't know. Tootin, honestly, you know what? I'm not floored that any of these running backs didn't go tonight, to be honest with you. I wanted them to, but honestly, like, it's not like there's some, like, marvelous analytical profile.
Scatterboo was the only.
Scatterboo was probably the one I was hopeful for. I wouldn't be surprised here. The Texans, let's see who they go. Jalen Smith. Okay, so they take a cornerback. I think it's a solid pick. He's ranked as the cornerback 25. At this point, the PFF rankings don't mean hardly anything because we're this low in the draft. But this is going to be depending on, how the NFL front office evaluates a certain position. And so, the Texans go defense here. I'm not overly surprised that Giddens will be a fourth-round talent or Tootin. Scatterboo I was a little bit more hopeful for, but Etienne, Neal, Hunter, Jordan James, Damian Martinez were all kind of fourth-round guys. Anyways, Ryan, I want to bring you in. I guess when you think about it that way, like, are you floored that DJ Giddens didn't get third-round draft capital or Tootin? I mean, really the only one I think I'm moderately surprised at is Scatterboo. Would you add anybody to that list?
No, I think those two are the big two. Scatterboo is the only one that I truly thought was going to be gone by the end of round 3. The other ones, I thought there was a chance, but Scatterboo was one that I thought would for sure be gone by round 3. The rest of them, I mean, even down to like Devin Neal, Damian Martinez. I thought there was all a chance they could go. I just didn't think the odds were as high as that of Scadaboo.
And it's not like all hope is lost here when you give all these guys who haven't been picked 4th-round draft capital in the bakery. This tier here with Judkins and Harvey, and it goes to Giddens, Tootin, Scadaboo, and Etienne. So all of them have good enough analytical profiles to be in that tier, and I still feel pretty good about
promising.
that. So that's a little bit promising, right?
Yep.
In terms of the tight ends, I think every tight end has gone that we thought would go. The bakery has it as Warren, Loveland, Fannin, Ferguson, Arroyo. We haven't seen Gadsden.
Gadsden has not gone.
That's the only one. That's the only one.
It's the only one.
Gunnar Helm, maybe. I would say Gunnar Helm. There was a fair amount
I didn't have much hope for
second,
Gunnar
third round hype for Gunnar Helm, but at the end of the day, didn't happen. So people obviously didn't respect him running on essentially a broken ankle at the combine. I mean, come on, y'all.
Yeah.
But
truly, like all things considered, with that in mind, the running backs that have not gone here, where we're not like floored that no individual that hasn't gone in day 2 at running back, we haven't been floored of those individually. We're just, I think, more surprised that none of them actually ended up sneaking into that range.
yes,
And I think the ultimate thing that really sucks is the landing spots for those wide receivers with the solid draft capital.
yeah, I agree with you.
That's what really got us.
Yeah, again, like if you're talking about a situation here where Burden gets a better landing spot, Ikbuka gets a better landing spot, Higgins gets a better landing spot, Trey Harris was fine. That's about as good as you could get for him.
That was good for him.
Kyle Williams, yeah, I think it's fine for Kyle Williams as well. But I mean,
he's a 3rd-round pick.
honestly, it could be worse. Like really, the only guys it's Burden and Ikbuka, and but again, those were 2 guys projected to go in the late 1st of Dynasty rookie mock draft. So that actually does make a fair amount of difference here. That's 2 spots of depth that you're losing there with those guys not going to good landing spots.
Yep, it is significant.
It sucks, man. I mean, Luther Burden was a Devi darling for a long time, which goes to show that the Devi community, it's your shots in the dark, but it's really tough to play. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at our updated rookie board here. And nothing has changed in the 1st round, I don't think. You still have, Ashton Jinty up top, all of these guys, and then R.J. Harvey is last year. And again, this is all tentative. This is all off the top of our head. 2nd round here, nobody has slid in here yet. Really, we're looking at the 3rd round here, where we've actually made some changes. We've had a couple guys drafted. Jalen Milroe jumps in here in the 3rd round, and then you also have Dylan Gabriel jumping in the 3rd round. Really appreciate the graphics team for getting that updated for us. And I think, again, any of the non-running back positions that are, although Savion's listed as a running back there, he's technically a receiver, although he plays a lot of like running back. But I think any of the non-running back guys that you have here are going to end up in this 3rd round.
Yep.
In Dynasty rookie draft. So, I mean, almost guaranteed. So, how many likes we got on this stream, Nathan? Can you tell me?
581.
Nice. Make sure you drop a like let's get up to like 700 if we can. That would be great if you guys could do that. It's free. It's easy. It really helps us out more than you know, actually. So,
Sharky sent a super chat and he said #Anna for mod.
oh, there you go. Anna wants to be. No, I mean, I don't think Anna really needs to be a mod. So, all right. Let's see. The Raiders are on the clock. Who's on the clock after the Raiders? If you guys could tell me up there.
The Raiders.
So the Raiders twice in a row. I think I did see that. So. Obviously,
I thought he was being sarcastic.
No,
I thought he was like,
think
the Raiders are on the clock
I think
right
that's
now.
true.
It's like, oh, okay.
I think that's true. So,
Because we're getting we're in compensatory range now.
yes, we are. So we've got 34 the right. So 5 more picks. Cool. It's a plane I hear. I saw an F-16 the other day when we got here in the airport. I was pumped, man. I love F-16s.
Nice.
Yeah, good planes.
Yeah.
I love F-18s more, but I'm kind of a brat. So 2 Raiders picks here. We'll see which direction they go. Hey, maybe they end up with Shedeur after all. I mean, if Shedeur goes to round 4, that is, I honestly, I'm not even disappointed. Like, yes, it's a little bit of a hit from a dynasty perspective, but he's already only going, or projected going, the 2nd round.
At that point, I'm like, you asked for it, dude.
He definitely did, so.
You asked for it.
I
didn't realize it was that bad.
Yeah.
Like.
I didn't either. This was a lot more than I expected. Hey, upstairs, can we go ahead and make sure that we're ready to go and transition after this to the rookie drafts? Because we'll go ahead and then transition straight into it after the draft finishes here. Start taking questions. And also, I wanted to ask if you guys knew how to get the comments up or if I need to come up and do that real quick. So, let's. Okay, cool. Let's. We got 5 more picks here, and then we're going to be done for the night. With the draft, and we're going to move on to the fun part, and that is doing Dynasty rookie mocks. Because your rookie drafts are probably going to start Sunday. I mean, we start all of our rookie drafts. I don't know about you guys. We start all of our rookie drafts like the Sunday after the draft. Like, we want to get drafting as soon as humanly possible. And so I think, we definitely need to have all of the information we can out for you guys to make sure you're making the right decisions in those drafts. And again, rookie draft blueprints as well. We're going to be doing a ton of blueprints and rookie draft blueprints here. I can tell you that right now. All right, picks in. Let's see it. Raiders first pick. All right, Caleb Rogers, Texas Tech. Very nice. Offensive tackle. So yeah, nice pick there. I don't have much analysis past that at this point in the draft. So I'm ready to start freaking mock drafting. So
2 straight picks
yeah, they got
for
another
them
pick.
right now.
Yeah, pick 99 here. So we officially reacted to 100 picks here. So we're what, like 24. So we have like 30 guys that have been drafted from a dynasty standpoint tonight, or total. So not bad. But Caleb Rogers goes there. So 4 more picks here.
Those bugs are going to fly into our faces.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea upstairs. Let's go ahead and transition to do some mock drafts here. We're going to get these kicked off. We're going to drop the first couple in the domain exclusive Discord, the links at least. But we're going to transition, and then we'll announce the picks if anything relevant comes in. We'll do that. But I think that the right thing to do right now is to start transitioning over to mock drafts, and we'll get that up on the screen here in a second. And then I'm going to go up and get the comments on the screen so that we can answer all your questions, all your super chats. And again, as the last 4 picks come in, we'll announce them. Make sure nobody crazy comes in at this point, unless there's a running back, which I don't think there will be. We'll probably get pretty close to set in terms of where we want to move over and start actually seeing how we're going to draft these rookies in our drafts. So if you want to join one of these, again, we will be posting these over on the Discord in our exclusive channels for our domain, Motherflockers. You could join the Motherflocker tier with code domain. You're going to unlock all that, and you're going to be able to get in some of these mock drafts tonight. We're going to stay on for a while and do these tonight, honestly. This is going to be good practice, I think, for us. But I am going to go. I'll go get the comments on if you want to go to Nathan's camera real quick, and then I'll come back down and we can talk about the analysis for that as well. And look at that. That's the face of a champion right there. I've never seen such a marvelous sight. But let's go ahead and post this link in the Discord, Tom. We can we can tag our domain MoFlows, and let's start drafting.
Let's do this. I'm muted. Where'd I go? There I go. I'm back. Okay, cool. If you guys want to send me the link to that sleeper mock so I can drop it in the chat, or Tom, you can just drop it in the chat yourself, and we'll get these spots filled and start seeing where these players where these players go. I think some of the biggest risers, obviously, that you're going to see where now that we know what the landing spots are going to be Quinshon, Henderson, Harvey, Caleb Johnson, and then the plethora of wide receivers that went to unexpected landing spots. So this will be very, very interesting in my eyes. Honestly, I have an idea of where all these running backs are going to go. My biggest thing that I'm curious about is where the heck do you guys value and want to select Luther Burden? It was just, if anyone has a brilliant explanation for why the Bears did that too, I still am like ruined from that pick. So trying to figure out like what's up with that still. But I got 3 spots left to fill, few spots, 5 spots left to fill, and then we'll be ready to go to start this draft up. How many of you think that Dylan Gabriel is a starting quarterback day 1 for the Cleveland Browns as a late 3rd round borderline compensatory pick? I would love to know. Seriously. I'm trying to get my ears back. Jeez. Okay, cool. I'm good there. Can we see the rookie draft ranks again? Yeah, we will pull up those rookie draft rankings after we do a number of these mocks here for you guys. But we are ready to go. The draft is full, so we can get this draft started, Tom. It looks like Ryan Brett Sterator got in at pick 1-7. So he's going to tell us who we should be taking at the 1-7.
Yeah, I figured I'd jump in.
Yep, and we're live. Let's do this.
You and I can while Avery's helping set stuff up, you and I can have a discussion about what I'm going to do at the 107.
Awesome. Sounds good with me. So at the 1-1, not going to be a big surprise. 1-1, 1-2, no changes are going to happen there. The 1-3 really is, I think, where it gets juicy because of these early second-round landing spots for these running backs. Travis Hunter goes 1-3. Okay, so not no change yet. I want to see where Quinshon and Henderson end up going here. Hampton 1-2 in a tier of his own. You obviously saw that in the video that we talked about today that we released earlier this morning, where we believe that Hampton should be viewed in a tier of his own with that draft capital and just him being a running back, pretty much asserting himself as the top 5 running back right out the gate in Dynasty. There goes Ted at the 1-4. Okay, so Ted with top 8 draft capital. There goes Henderson, 1-5. So Existock is taking Henderson over Judkins, even with Judkins being drafted over. Him, again, they're same tier in my eyes. I don't blame you. I don't even necessarily disagree with you taking Henderson over Quinshon. Just an interesting note there. Both have very, very friendly landing spots. Cam Ward at the 1.6. Yeah, there you go, Ryan. I think that's a great value with Judkins at the 1.7. That's what you're hoping for. Avery is back. He's putting on his mic.
What's up, frickers? All right, what's happening so far? Oh, wow, Judkins went at the 1.7. I'm sure you're happy with that, Bradley boy.
Oh, yeah. We were
Yeah,
just
no,
talking about that.
it's the screaming value at this point. Frankly, so is Cam Ward at the 106, but
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, this 106, 107 picks look really good right now.
And there goes Caleb Johnson at the 1.9. That was what I was curious about next. Caleb Johnson with
Nice. Okay.
mid-third round draft capital being drafted over R.J. Harvey with late second round draft capital. Obviously, a lot of reasons for that I don't necessarily disagree with, and I think we've demonstrated that in our rankings as well.
Yeah. Okay, so
Niners took a corner.
who took a corner? Sorry. Raiders?
Raiders.
Raiders, cool. The Raiders took a corner, so that doesn't matter. Again, I don't think any more Dynasty guys are going to go tonight.
Okay, and then Matthew Golden at the 110. I mean, I think at this point, Matthew Golden with the draft capital he got in the situation that he's in, I don't think that's a bad pick.
No, I don't know.
At all
I think
at the
that's-
110. And then getting Warren at
Then
the
Warren at the
111.
111. It's nice.
I think you got to be happy with that.
The 49ers took Upton Stout, so again, nothing crazy there. We're not missing anything crazy there at the moment.
Yeah.
Hey, Tom, it needs to be on linear. It's on Snake right now. Perfect.
And then R.J. Harvey at the 112.
Get it, Tom. It's on settings. You can do
So
it.
nothing unexpected here so far. I was expecting R.J. Harvey to go there with that draft capital. This is where it gets really, really hairy in the later rounds.
Perfect. Yeah, I appreciate you, Nibty says, I like the live ticker, fellas. I can just mute the network. Yeah, we'll highlight comments here. You guys can get in, submit super chats if you want to get your comment featured, and we can answer questions as well. But
See, like I feel like in the early second, your hand is kind of forced. You just have to take the best draft capital guys.
yeah, I think you're probably
Despite ugly situations, Dart and Igbuka was exactly who I was thinking.
yeah. No, I think those are the guys there. And Harvey, this is almost exactly how we have it.
And
so,
with those early second round picks, like not that bummed that I'm getting the 19th overall pick in the NFL draft. Despite situation, like I'll take Ibuka there.
0% chance he starts over Flacco, says Snowboard. There you go. That's the one you highlight. I love it. Yeah, cool. Awesome. You know Joe Flacco, obviously in the prime of his career, over a great quarterback. I'm definitely not crazy for thinking that a third round QB.
There goes Luther Burden.
We can't cook his boy Shador too much or he might unsub. Yeah, well, sorry. Luther Burden goes to 2-3. I think Luther Burden is going to be
I don't blame you.
a take your medicine pick.
Yep.
He absolutely.
This is where you trust the analytics, you trust the draft capital, which is still good draft capital. And what?
The comment. That's funny. A man named Upton Stout went before Shador Sanders. That's awesome, man.
Wow.
Higgins.
Broncos took an edge.
The Broncos took an edge, so there you go.
I'm not going to lie. The more I look at these early seconds, the less I hate them. I don't love them, but I don't hate them. They're still good shots to take. They're all twos.
And there's Ferguson, so we get the tight ends again.
Okay. And this is where it gets gross.
Yeah, this is where it gets gross.
Besh I would rather have Besh over the tight end.
I think I would too. All right. Yeah, I know. Jack Beck is the 2.7 is great in my opinion.
Yeah.
Test.
Yeah. Did that come through the stream? Do you guys know? Don't mute me. There's Jalen Milrow
See,
right there.
if Milrow's going at the 2.8, take him and I will let you take him.
Yeah, I was
I
gonna say, you
will
guys can
not
freaking have him at
touch
that
him
point.
at the 2.8.
Tyler Shuck. I mean, how are these guys reversed? Like Tyler Shuck is absolutely way ahead of Jalen Milrow in our rankings. Yeah.
And it's not like it's pretty for Shuck either, but like Shuck will be competing for the starting role in training camp. Derek Carr is probably not playing this year. Milrow has to fight his way into that starting role, or Darnold has to suck so bad. And Milrow, oh, by the way, is going to be competing for that second spot anyways because Howell's still in that room.
Joshua Jacobs, again, the Green Bay Packers running back. We appreciate your super chat.
Yeah.
The 105 and Odunze or the 102 and Jacoby Myers? The 102 and Jacoby Myers.
I think with what you're seeing in the Bears wide receiver room, you have no idea what's going on there. No idea. Good question.
Don't you think the 102? Ryan, what do you think of that trade? 105 and Odunze or 102 and Jacoby?
You are getting, you're seeing Henderson go there.
It's the 105 in Odunze or the 102 in Jacoby.
I think it's the 102. It's such a.
Well, yeah, 102. That's what I'm thinking too. Can you unmute Ryan, by the way? He can talk during this. Ty Felton to the Vikings. Okay.
Yeah, you
Nice. There you go. You have somebody go here.
Production team here. You guys can leave Ryan unmuted for these.
Yeah, I was gonna say Ryan.
these
Ryan can
whole
just chill with
mocks.
us for
Just
this.
chill.
All right, Ryan, you're actually up. Who are you thinking?
Oh gosh, I was looking at Ty Felton.
Yeah, may as well in the third.
How do you feel about that pick as a Vikings fan, Ryan?
I love it. It was mocked earlier on. I can't.
He's just your at that point he's your 3, right?
3 or 4. It kind of depends.
Okay. Okay.
Jalen Noel. Yeah, he's. They still have speedy Jalen Naylor as their wide
Yeah,
receiver
Jalen
3.
Naylor. That's
He's
right.
an
He had some good
unrestricted
games
free
last year
agent.
too.
Hardly know.
Yeah, true. Where can I get in these? I'm looking through every Discord channel. Yeah, make sure your domain Motherflocker, and if you sync your Discord over on the account page, you can see them. That's on the Domain Fantasy Football channel. I think that's where Tom's posting them. So,
Max Effort 95. We appreciate your super chat, man. If you have a question, just feel free to drop it.
drop
in
it
the
in here and
comments
we'll answer it for you.
We'll answer it.
Dylan Sampson, we didn't see go today. I guess Dylan Sampson, the other guys, I probably.
I was a little surprised with the amount of mocks that we've seen him go as well
Yeah.
in day 2.
Yeah, there was a lot of people that thought he was going to go day 2. So, yeah.
Jeez.
You guys are never going to guess what tier Ty Felton fell in.
Let me guess the big tier with all the players in it.
Yep.
Yep, okay, that's what I figured. Well, I'm not shocked about that one.
Of course he did.
Yeah. All right, let's start a new one. Let's get it done. I want to see this first round again. This second round is going to be really important, I think, in my opinion, and I need to know. I need to know where you guys are taking the running backs that win tonight. Make sure you change it to linear, by the way. All right, we'll drop the link again. We'll drop one more for the Discord. We'll start dropping them in the YouTube comments as well, so you guys can jump in and draft with us and practice for your rookie drafts. I mean, again, we've got a pretty good idea now. I mean, these early seconds are going to get shifted with these running backs tomorrow. Probably like maybe the turn gets shifted, but the outside the first 8, 9 picks are probably solidified at this point, if I had to guess. So, yeah, the end of the round 2 is gross. Austin Alex, I actually would say the beginning of round 2 is not great either.
No, it's not.
Second rounders, I mean, it will be better tomorrow. The second rounders will be better tomorrow.
Yeah.
But yeah, if this doesn't fill up quickly, Tom, then go ahead and drop it in the YouTube chat as well. So we're gonna see it's a super flex tight end premium 12 team mock draft, and so our entire goal right now is to see what these rookie drafts are going to look like, and see how things are going to pan out here. So. We'll keep dropping the links here, and you guys can jump in again. If you're a domain Motherflocker, you can jump in over on the Discord for free. There we go.
Pacers lost tonight.
Are you kidding me, dude? How much did they lose by?
15.
Okay, cool, awesome.
Yep.
Bucks and 6, right? Bucks and 6.
Right.
All right, and we're full. Let's get it going. All right, here we go. Another Dynasty rookie mock draft. We start at the 101. It's going to be Ashton Genty no matter what. The 102 is probably going to be Amarian Hampton. We've seen Tevin McMillan go here, but it's Amarian Hampton. We have Hampton in their own tier. Oh, my gosh. I almost dropped my laptop. Hampton or Bucky in the 110? Oh, my gosh. It's not even close. Hampton. Oof, better running back, better situation. 103. This is where it gets Team 1 crushed. There you go. This is where it gets interesting right here. Tevin McMillan. Okay, cool. Do you want to do a 1 QB mock? We can, but the only thing that's going to change in a 1 QB mock is Cam Ward. That's literally, there's nothing different. Like 1 QB and Superflex is pretty much the same this year. So this is essentially like, if you want to see a 1 QB mock, just take Cam Ward out. McMillan, Hunter. Like this is my top 4 right now. I feel pretty comfortable with this. And then this is where it gets interesting, the 1-5. I think you could start seeing Henderson. I think you could start seeing Judkins go here. Judkins goes there. And this is what I think is going to happen more often than not in rookie drafts.
I agree.
And I don't necessarily think it's the wrong choice.
Cam Ward could fall as far as a 1-7.
Yeah, for sure.
If you prefer Judkins and Henderson, which I wouldn't blame you.
No, I wouldn't blame you either. And then Colson Loveland. I mean, again, you're going to see this happen. Tally Ho, F16 is greater than F18. I don't know how you got to that conclusion, man. That's okay. I'm not getting into this right now. BTJ and Nico, are they still top 10 with the added players? Yes.
Yep.
Yes, easily. I don't think anybody jumped them, honestly. So you are going to see, by the way, a Colson Loveland at the 1-6 here. You are going to see teams take Loveland over guys like Ward, who we think are in a higher tier, Henderson, who we think are in a higher tier, because of their team need, right? And so you do have to be prepared for that in the draft as well. Egbuka goes after that, and so Egbuka over Ward is insane to me. Egbuka, I don't know how you're taking Egbuka at the 1.7. Are we undervaluing Kyle Williams as the wide receiver 2 slot in New England? I think Kyle Williams is a solid pick, man. I think it's a solid pick. Are we undervalued? I already read that one. My bad. Tyler Warren goes here. So Caleb Johnson, purely insight. Where is it on the Discord? The Domain Fantasy Football channel. Again, we're dropping it in the YouTube comments now as well. So, Domain Fantasy Football channel in the Flock Discord. So, Tyler Warren goes there. Caleb Johnson's in there. And then this is probably going to be, who am I missing here? There he is. Golden. That was the one I'm thinking. 105 or Achane. Right now it's basically Judkins or Achane. Judkins or Ward or Achane. I mean, I think I'm taking Achane there still. Are you taking Achane over the 105 still?
Yes.
And then Dart at the turn. And so we'll see Dart has to go here. Egbuka's already gone. I think you should see RJ Harvey go here in a second. But I personally think I'm taking RJ Harvey over Dart.
Good question in the comments. 109 or DJ Moore?
I would say probably at this point.
I think I'd take the 109.
If you get the 109, you get Caleb Johnson there. I want Caleb Johnson.
Yep.
Jaden Higgins goes there, and then Luther Burden. So again, Higgins going to Houston, Burden going to Chicago there. We've seen Burden go like at the 2-2, 2-3 pretty much every time. So Scott is going to be picking here at number 4, and I'm curious. Again, RJ Harvey falling here. I think RJ Harvey might be a value in my opinion. I get it's not a sexy pick. I get that a lot. The 106 or the 112 and 113. 106, easy.
Yep.
Not even close now. Those top 7, 8 picks are valuable, man. They're way valuable now, especially. And then Scadaboo still goes there at the 2-4. We haven't seen where Scadaboo's going to go, but assuming he's going to be, he'll still be somewhere if he goes 4th round here, so. RJ Harvey. Okay, so RJ Harvey. Like, I think if you're getting RJ Harvey here, I think that's a complete utter steal. You're getting a second-round running back.
Also, so far in the first 2 rounds, or first 2 mocks that we've done, pretty indicative on what the market's thinking about RJ Harvey versus Caleb Johnson and the tight ends.
Okay, I don't disagree. Hey, guys, quick dynasty question. Will the pain ever end? No, it never ends. Trey Harris goes there, and so Trey Harris obviously got a very, very good landing spot as well. But Dynasty Super Flex tight end premium from Jordan. Appreciate your super chat. Got the 102, 107. Genty's going to fall to me, which is yes, 100%. 107, I'm thinking Loveland Warren. I think at the 107, if you're getting one of Henderson or Judkins, you take them first. And then I would go Ward, and then I would go probably the tight ends. So I forget. Did we put Johnson ahead of the tight ends? I don't even remember.
Yes, we did.
Then I would take Johnson before them as well. I think that's going to end up being the value. But again, we'll try to figure out as we do this stream.
I mean, with the Burden edition in Chicago now, do you now prefer Warren over Loveland?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think we'll end up ranking him there. I can't believe I traded for Rome right before the draft. I mean, we've been telling people to buy Rome all offseason. We can't believe it. I cannot believe I was surprised they had 1, but adding 2. I mean, this is going to be if Rome doesn't just
a mess.
If Rome doesn't just show out, it's going to be a massive L for us.
Yep.
Sanders is still going there. Sanders shouldn't be in the first 3 rounds. Don't even touch him. Jack Besh. I mean, the other value I've consistently seen here is Jack Besh.
Yep.
And again, the sleeper ADP is all screwy, so you're going to have to be very careful. Again, you have to have a good set of rankings in front of you when you do these rookie drafts, because the sleeper ADP will absolutely freaking screw you. Mm-hmm. But Besh has been a really good value.
Yep.
He went to 2.7 in the last draft, and he goes to the 2.10 here. And then you have Jalen Moore, and you have Terrence Ferguson. Nice little landing spot for Terrence Ferguson.
Yep.
Kyle Williams, who goes to the Patriots. I think that's a great pick in the 3rd round. Right now, again, we don't have running backs to take shots on the 3rd, so right now you're taking somebody like Kyle
We did get a
Williams,
super shot from Jordan Eversole.
I already read it.
You did?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
The $10 one?
Yeah. Judkins or Henderson at the 105. Thanks, fellas. Same tier. Pick your favorite. These guys are going to be valued and ranked about the same for us. They both got great landing spots. They both got great draft capital. Same draft capital for the most part. So
Yes.
101 or 102 and the 106. Otto Quinn Ewers, that's tough. I would take the 102 and 106. Would you take the 102 and 106 over the 101?
Yeah, I would.
Yeah. Just tier down from
Essentially Hampton and Henderson.
Yes.
For Genty. Just take the double running back.
How did Milroe? Somebody in the chat explained this to me. How is Milroe going in the second and Shuck is going in the third? Like, what? I don't understand the disconnect here. Like, Shuck is ranked higher than Milroe in Dynasty, guys. There is no if, ands, or buts about it. Zero.
One of them starting, the other one's not.
It's point blank easy. 2-point PPR, 106. Warren, Loveland, or running back. I need both. Running back. Running back's the play.
Yep.
They're gonna have more value. Mason Taylor to the Jets. We talked about that as well. But I would definitely go running back there. So
On the right side.
yeah, I know, we did it. It's the first time we've ever hit 1,000 concurrents on a live stream. So congratulations, y'all. Make sure you drop a like if you've enjoyed the stream tonight. But I'm dropping the BOGO blueprint deal we're running for the draft that has been tonight and yesterday. In the chat, if you want to come get double blueprints for signing up this weekend for the draft. But where Nathan and I do all these, we're literally next week we are in team review mode, doing every single one of your guys' dynasty teams and making sure you guys are good to go. Yeah, this is a mess. Let's start this over. Dylan Gabriel, starting quarterback for the Browns.
I'm glad we have the weekend to digest all of this.
Oh, we need it.
We'll
be sharp to
because
we need it.
Yeah, everything about the landscape has changed.
Yeah.
And who your targets are, who your sells are, all that stuff.
All right, Tom, will you drop this next one straight into the YouTube comments so they can get in as well? So you guys are going to get this this link here very, very soon. So, yeah, then David said some of the players are super low in sleeper. No, I totally agree. That could be why Shuck is not going where he is. Again, that's why you need rankings. Sleeper just screws us with that stuff, man. Man, my voice is almost gone again. All right, jump in now. Here we go. Jeremy's got a question for us here. It's a 2-10 and a 10-team league. So I keep it, trade up, or trade back? I mean, it depends on the prices to trade up or trade back. At this point, I think you're just holding it. That's probably the most likely scenario. So
yeah. Milroe's going higher because people have less confidence in Sam Darnold. Yeah, but I have more confidence in Derek Carr not playing because he's injured.
Yeah, no.
Like, Sam Darnold, as much as we don't have confidence in him, he will be starting because he's getting paid $35 million this year.
Yes.
And while that's a low-risk bet for Seattle long-term, Shuck is starting.
Yeah. Again, and it might be the sleeper ADP.
Yeah.
All right, Genty, and then Hampton, and then Travion. Okay, so 3 running backs in this one. I think you're going to see this happen sometimes too.
Start having this question: Judkins or JT?
That's a good one. Same tier.
I'm the same tier.
Same tier.
I think I would give the edge to Judkins.
Yeah. I don't blame you. I don't know. Pick your favorite. They're the same tier map value-wise for me. So, good question. All right, Real Big Charles back in here. Here we go. I mean, I think you have to take Travis Hunter Tet here. Tet. Okay, cool. Stocksy's on the clock. Stocksy, thanks for jumping in, man. See where we go with this one.
I think we were right about the big tier from the 1-3 to the 1-7.
Oh yeah, no, there's
Henderson,
definitely a big
Hunter,
tier.
It's Henderson, Tet, Hunter, Judkins.
There's definitely a big tier, man.
Ward. I don't think under any scenario you're taking Caleb Johnson over any of those guys.
No.
So you might have Johnson either in a tier of his own at 1-8, or you could put him in the tier with the tight ends.
Yeah.
And Golden.
Judkins, Johnson going there. I mean, again, the running backs are dominating this, and these five first running backs are strong in my opinion.
Very strong.
It's strong. This is what we needed and what we expected with this class, and I think Tet and Hunter are strong too. And then you get Cam Ward at the 1-8. It's great value.
Yep.
Again, I think if you're in the first 8 picks, you're feeling really good right now. I think you're feeling really good.
Everything we wanted happened in the first rounds. What really threw a wrench into
the
our
third
plans
round was crazy.
Was the depth.
Yeah.
It was the depth of the class that we thought was going to be on full display in day 2.
Yeah.
And we didn't quite see that.
Yeah. So then the tight ends, I think these tight ends, both worthy of going in the first. And these guys are the tight ends 4 and 5 in Dynasty, pretty easily.
Yep.
These are top 5 tight ends in Dynasty, right? They've both got top 15 draft capital, and they're both going to go to situations where the F15C is king, 104-0 air-to-air kill record. There you go. I actually didn't know that about the F15C, so that's a great one, Tally-ho. I'm glad you know your Jets. That's nice. And RJ Harvey sneaks into the first here. So Harvey goes over Golden. He also goes over Igbuka and Dart and Burden, which is how it should be.
I think you should take them all over.
The 103 and the 108 in the Superflex tight end premium. Should I wait to get Cam at the 108? Or am I looking at Lovin or running back there? I mean, if Cam's there, you take Cam. If Caleb Johnson, Judkins, Henderson are there, you take those guys.
Avery we may have overshot Golden's ranking.
You think so?
I think you're seeing the tight ends go over him a lot more often.
Well, let's see it. I want to see it from a couple more mocks. Let's. We need to honestly. We'll go back and study this tomorrow morning when we get up and start working on this.
Yeah, we can. Actually, we need to average it all out.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we can. The problem is, again, the ADP is not
ADP
super
is not
reliable
updated, you're
because, I mean, so people are struggling with finding players here.
Yep.
Egbuka and Dart are the 2-1 and the 2-2 in most drafts. And then Burden's been the 2-3. These have been the three guys at the turn right now. And I think those guys might get pushed down again by like one or two more running backs.
Did you answer Juice Man's?
Huh?
Did you answer Juice Man's super chat?
Did we? Did we put Juice Man's up there, Tom? I don't know if we did.
103 and 108.
Yep. Just answered it.
You did.
Yep,
Okay,
yep,
cool.
We're good
All
to
right,
go.
cool. I was just double checking.
So I watched Shuck Attack. Dude has a bad tendency to float those outside screens and end up being pick sixes. That's not a good tendency. Who is it that always threw his freaking pick sixes? It was Kirko, wasn't it?
No, someone has a record for pick sixes.
Or was it Goff a couple of years ago? Somebody a couple of years ago I'm thinking
some
of.
active QB has like the record for.
Yeah, who is
pick
it? I
sixes.
can't think of who it is.
Is it Stafford? I think
It might be
Stafford has the
Stafford.
most pick
That might be
sixes.
Stafford. That's why I was dancing around the old guys.
Because he throws so many. He has so many unbelievable passes, but the ones that he does.
Look,
have
I don't blame you, Logan, for
picks
fading
are-
Tyler Shuck, but again, you're getting him in the second round. Would you trade the 109 for Kenneth Walker? No. I'll take whoever's going here over Kenneth Walker.
Yep.
For sure. There's a chance to get a running back there. There's a chance you get Cam Ward there. If worst case scenario, you get Lovin or Warren there. Would you trade the? Oh yeah, I already answered that one. My bad. Okay, so Mason Taylor goes there. He went to the Jets tonight. Trey Harris, you saw at the 2-4, and then you have Jaden Higgins here going to Houston. You have Jack Besh, and Jack Besh again.
201
Crazy value.
201 to 203 is locked in.
Honestly, the top
Egbuka,
15 picks have
yeah.
bern pretty much the same.
Egbuka, Dart, and Burden. I don't think anyone's going to be going over them.
This is helpful. I think we've locked in the top 15 picks here.
Yep.
Fern says, do I trade it Hunter, the 1-5, and the 2-4 for Ladd? Essentially Hunter for Ladd. Same tier. I mean,
I would favor Ladd there.
I think I would favor Ladd McConkey there. Yeah, I think I'd be totally cool doing that. So, David did say the tight ends over Golden is prior biases. It may be. I don't know. The dynasty community was pretty high on Matthew Golden, even when we weren't necessarily super high on him. But so it could be. I don't know. We're gonna have to get the take lock out of the way in order to actually sort through this class. So, and then Shador Sanders, and that's our sign to just go ahead and let's start up a new one here. Again, we'll drop it in the YouTube chat. You can jump in and join. Keep it going. I think we're gonna do a lot of these tonight. Biggest winner from tonight, from a prospect standpoint. Who's your biggest winner?
Harvey, it has to be objectively. It's Harvey.
Objectively, there's no question it's Harvey.
Yep.
Right? Obviously, I think a lot of us wouldn't have been surprised if Harvey went even in the third. I would have been shocked. Maybe I'd have been a little bit surprised. In the fourth, definitely not surprised. The second, shocked. Shocking pick. It's a shocking pick.
I was just as shocked as Burden.
But again, this guy has the profile to wear in the bakery.
Yep. We have made the mistake in the past of fading a running back who we didn't think belonged in the second round of the NFL draft, and it bit us in the butt. I don't think we're going to do that again, especially when R.J. Harvey analytically does have a solid profile, even with being a 24-year-old prospect.
It's not a bad analytical profile.
You're just playing with fire there if you're going to let him fall too far. So
okay, Genty, Hampton, tier, good. We've got that locked in. And then it's a tier here. The tier here is clearly Travion Henderson. So it's Henderson, Judkins.
So Henderson,
Judkins, Ward, Tet, Hunter.
And then there's a drop after that.
Yeah, so it's,
I don't
it's
think
5.
Johnson.
So 1, 2, 3. So the 1-8.
I don't think Johnson goes over any of those guys, unless he goes over Ward. But I would disagree with
taking
that.
London or the 102? I'd still take London there.
I would take London barely.
I think value still favors London.
Yeah,
I don't think the
slightly.
102 is going to jump up into the second round. There's Tet. Okay, so the Henderson Tet here.
It could get to the tail end of the second.
The 103, 112 for the 201 or 101, 1 QB, and it's a contending league. I would probably take the 101 there. I would take the 101 there. Yeah, you move back one spot, the 112 to 201, and you get to move out to the 101. I'm taking that easy on 1 QB.
Oh, this is a 1 QB?
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
You
Yes.
got to smash that one.
Yeah.
Good question, Eagle.
That extra pick actually does matter a little bit in a deal like that, because Ward isn't going in the first, so then you are now in that tier of not even Burden and Igbuka are guaranteed to be available.
I mean,
there,
what even
so.
is Shuck's ceiling? I don't think it's anywhere close to what Milrow could do if he gets a chance. What ceiling? Here's the thing: like, what ceiling does Milrow have though? Like, I agree,
When
the
he's
rushing
not on the
upside
field.
gives him, but he went in the late third, guys. Like that, those guys don't have ceilings.
He will not be on the field. Shuck will
Shuck's
be on the
going.
field.
So it's not even about like the production or the talent ceiling. It's
care
about
about
the
who's on the
value
field.
ceiling. Yeah, Jalen Milrow. I would rather, from a talent perspective, take a shot on Milrow than Shuck. But the fact of the matter is, Shuck's going to, from a value standpoint, probably peak higher in Dynasty, unless Milrow's just a complete outlier of outliers, which he could be. I mean, that happens. Who fell? Somebody fell here. Johnson, Warren, Loveland, R.J. Harvey, Jackson Dart. Somebody fell. Golden.
Voice crack. That was pretty rough.
Oh, boy.
Yep. Another super chat from Dave Brooks. He says, I have the 109 and 111. What would you try to combine and move up for a rebuild, or would you stay there? Stay there. I wouldn't pay a crazy price to up tier unless it's, again, something that's an objective value win.
Yeah.
But again, you're going to be in the range of those two tight ends. Johnson could fall to you at the 1-9 if you're lucky. And then you've got at the 111 potentially Golden even. So
Yeah. Ryan Daughtery says, I got the 109 and the 309 for Godwin and sent it right now. You just got the 109 for Godwin. Well done, man.
that's a good deal.
That's a great deal for you. That's a value win for sure.
Yep.
And again, even though the seconds don't look as good, the late first I feel like did probably get a value bump still.
Yep, it did. It definitely did.
Even in like
because
even in
of-
like a scenario where we're really not happy with this, you still saw that those picks were undervalued. They were so undervalued this year.
Yeah.
Nuts.
So what we missed on were the early seconds.
Locked. Look at this top 15, exactly the same. Top 16, exactly the
It's
same.
locked in.
It's locked. Okay, we've got our top 16.
Harris went too high here. That's the first time that's happened.
I'm gonna start working on ranking these guys. So, yeah, drop a like if you're watching and you enjoy the mock dress. If we keep, how many likes do we got? Let's set a like goal real quick.
703.
If we get to 800, we'll do 5 more of these mocks. Okay, so that's the goal. So drop a like and we'll stay on here as long as you guys keep hitting those goals. Yeah. So I'm gonna just start typing out some rankings here. Just
Yep. So
overall.
I'll talk them out too.
so Hampton. Okay, then I've got Hunter,
so Jensen,
McMillan,
Hampton.
Ward, but we need Henderson, Judkins,
in that tier.
and that's probably it for us,
Yes,
right?
that's a tier of 5. Big tier. 103 to 107. And then after that, I would say
Judkins. Okay, so then Ward. Yep. Okay, and then it's
Here's-
I have Golden
here's
here,
what-
but now I think Caleb Johnson's the top guy.
Here's
now.
what I'm hung up on.
Okay.
Is Caleb Johnson in a tier of his own here?
Like just completely. I guess let's see a couple mocks. I mean, he could be in a tier with Warren and Loveland.
Is there any scenario where you're taking either of those tight ends or Golden over Caleb Johnson? If the answer is no, then he's in a tier of his own.
Are you? Let's see this mock and I'll answer that. TBD. I'm gonna put Matthew Golden and the tight ends in there with him right now.
Okay.
Man, we had.
And then after that, there's a very clear tier of Dart, Igbuka, and Burden.
Where's Harvey?
He needs to be in the tier up there. Technically, in the tier with Johnson.
Johnson, Golden, Loveland, Warren, and R.J. Harvey.
Yep.
So we're putting R.J. Harvey and Caleb Johnson in the same tier.
Yep.
Or
that's what we're
is
thinking
Caleb
about.
Johnson in his own tier?
That's what I'm asking you.
Okay, yeah, I know what you're saying. So the 102 for Rice, a
I
26
think-
first and a 26 second. I have the 101 and 102.
I think there's an argument to be made to have Johnson in his own tier.
Are you taking that deal, Nathan, for Rasheed Rice?
102 for Rice, 26 first, 26
It's
second.
close.
That's not bad.
He has the 101 already. I mean, sure. If you're a rebuild, especially, I think so.
That's fine.
Okay, so here we
Pick
go.
one,
Boom,
AR,
boom.
Sanders, Pickett, Wentz, Deshaun. The
Nathan?
one who is still starting, AR.
That's the third time in a row Henderson's gone 1-3.
Yeah.
Again, it's all going to be one tier, but like
I've seen Henderson go over Judkins more than the other way around.
I think we'll have Henderson over Judkins. I mean, again, same tier, but Hunter Ward. Okay, this tier's locked.
You and I both prefer Henderson, and his analytical
If this is
profile
if this
better,
is Johnson
so
again, we're gonna have this discuss. Yeah.
tier of his own.
Okay. Well, let's do it for now, and let's see where it gets us tomorrow. So right now, I mean, it's weird. You never really have guys in the middle of the rankings in the tier of their own, but right now, I feel like we do have one. This feels better too. You're right.
Yeah. And then after that tier of Dart, Igbuka, and Burden,
C, D.
you're going to have another tier there of Trey Harris, Besh, and, well, that echoes for me.
Can you move that mic upstairs, please? Thank you. I still hear it.
Oh, yeah, it's Higgins as well. So you're going to have Higgins, Trey Harris, and Besh. And probably Shuck in that tier. And then there's a massive teardrop after that. Huge teardrop.
I would put. I honestly wouldn't. I would be aggressive with Besh. I would almost consider putting him in the tier above there. Just living, still living. Let's answer his super chat real quick.
I can't.
Dude, it's a good landing spot.
I know, dude. We have to stay consistent though, like with what we're saying about these second round wide receivers in their draft
Okay,
capital.
I guess that's a good.
Like,
okay, but okay, if we're being consistent though, then why is Burden up there?
because of the mocks that we're seeing, he's going over every single time.
But these are our rankings.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, if these are our rankings, I think Luther Burden
That's
shouldn't
fine
be
with me. Then we can have Dart and Igbuka in their own tier.
Well, I don't know. Burden has a more competition and the same draft capital as those guys. So, like, I don't think there's any reasoning to be putting him at tier above Higgins, Besh, or Trey Harris. I don't think so.
Okay, then we'll have Dart and Igbuka. We'll have Dart and Igbuka in their own tier.
Yes, that's what I have. I think, and actually, that's what I've been seeing. The 301 and 304. Oh my gosh, for Ayuk.
Here's the thing, though. In these mocks, just FYI, I haven't seen Burden go any further than the 2-3.
No, I haven't either.
So he is like, market-wise, there's a teardrop after Burden.
I think
Dart and Igbuka.
and again, like maybe you take them. I don't know. When you get in the second round, I care less about market. I think it's incorrect right now.
Yeah.
So first of all, that is a crazy trade you just made. Just living, still living. I have the 102, and I'm torn between Hunter and Hampton. It's Hampton in the tier of his own. I have Najee as my running back 2 to show how bad my team is. Devontae, oh wow, you're on a hard rebuild. If I were you, based on your roster that you just gave me, I would say probably you're trading the 102, or trying to tier down maybe from the 102. You don't need a running back there. I would trade it for a wide receiver.
Yep.
If not, take Hampton because he's the value pick. Why do y'all hate Harris? We don't hate him at all.
Trey Harris?
Trey Harris? We don't hate him at all.
No, that was a ideal landing spot.
Yeah.
Best thing that you could
I'm
have
advocating
asked
for him to be ranked with everybody else. Why is Burden going ahead of Igbuka in every draft? Again, Ryan, I think we're seeing this consistently.
Burden shouldn't be going ahead of Igbuka.
I don't even think it's a question. Okay, you have a wide receiver 3 with first round draft capital, or a wide receiver 3 with second. I don't think. I think it's Igbuka. I think Igbuka is a tier above Luther Burden. The 101, 103, I can't decide to go Judkins or Hunter. I have Marv, Roman, Olave. But I have Tony
Where are you
Pollard.
putting these rankings? I see him.
Yep, and you can keep working. Yeah, I would probably. I mean, right now it's Henderson over Judkins, but I would probably take Ted or Hunter there if I were you with Genty at the 101. So. Again, let's keep seeing how these mocks play out. We're gonna keep dropping these in the YouTube comments for you. So, David Elliott just gifted 20 memberships. We appreciate you, man. Tricky Vic had a super chat. If we could put that up on the screen. I have the 103, 105, and 109. Should I try to trade the 108 or trade away the 109 to keep it? Trade to the 108.
Where are you putting Shuck?
I don't think so. The 108 and 109 are in the same tier. I don't think you try to trade up to the 108 and then trade away the 109 or keep it. I don't mind holding the 109 right now. It's going to depend on the offers you get, Tricky Vic. So
I don't know what to do with Shuck right now.
Hey, by the way, those of you who have green names, you've got a new plethora of emojis down there. You can use the Nathan birthday emoji. Love it. My idea, by the way. Okay, Genty, Hampton, Henderson again. Holy crap. You guys are really thinking this, huh? So, chat, reply to me here. Henderson, is he the 103 for all of you now? I'm moving him up.
Mm-hmm.
Again, this is all the same tier, so I don't care how you order these guys. There is no scenario in where I'm taking...
People like the Vrabel stuff.
So, Nathan...
No scenario where you're taking what?
Well, from a market value standpoint, it just depends. Again, these are our rankings, not market. But Cam Ward is... you can never take, from a market value standpoint, you can never take Cam Ward as high as the 1-3.
You're correct.
Never seen it happen. Add first names. It's killing me.
Okay.
Terrence. There we go. Hashtag consistency. And I think when we get those other running backs, I think they're going to jump in either the F or the G tier for tomorrow.
Yes, they will.
That's where the changes will be.
They will likely, they're going to jump any third-round wide receivers. So some of them will get into that G tier most likely on the back end here, and they'll all be ahead of these third-round wide receivers, which is why I don't know what we should do with Shuck. Should we just put him at the tail end of the G tier? I have no idea what to do with him.
Yeah, put him there. G tier is nothing. That's comfortably. I don't think it's a risk. Loveland fell to the 2-2 in this draft. Dart and Buka went over him Golden. But again, this is how we have it ranked right now in terms of like we haven't seen Luther Burden go yet. There's Burden.
I'm like low key ticked off at
This,
the Bears
this,
right now.
this is how it should be, by the way, Nathan. This mock is how I think the rankings should be.
Like Buka over Golden.
No, just in the sense that Trey Harris and Burden are after all the players. After Tyner, you're still taking the 105, 106, and Ladd for my 101, 107, and 203 in my rebuild. I don't know what happens with values. Had to work. Yes, I'm still taking that. I think I'm still good with taking that. Are you?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
I don't know. I know don't trade up, but I've got 9 picks, 4 easy cuts, 3 low value guys. So still overweight. Do I package picks to go up? And, yeah, I mean, if you have that many picks, tally ho, then yeah, you can package up again, or just try to, move them to different players, or try to package them for players even. So I might take Loveland Warren over Caleb Johnson, and or Harvey doesn't seem to be the way it's going here. I don't know, man. Blecko, I think we've seen Harvey go behind Caleb Johnson in the tight ends more than we've seen him go above. And right now, how we're gonna have it ranked is like in the D tier here. We'll have RJ Harvey with Warren, Loveland, and Golden, and Caleb Johnson is a tier above those guys. Oh, you would take Loveland or Warren over Caleb Johnson? Yeah, we haven't really seen any mocks where Johnson has gone after the tight ends at this point. So.
I don't care. I'm putting these tight ends in the same tier. Except for I put Ferguson a tier above.
How you doing? Keep it moving.
He's the only one that had good draft capital and a good landing spot.
Yeah.
The rest were all gross. Except for maybe Arroyo.
We did have a super chat that I think we didn't cover. Jordan's, right? Yeah, I don't think we did Jordan's.
His just came in because our chat's flying right now.
Okay. Let's pick up Jordan's super chat real quick when you get a chance, Tom. I traded Baker in the 302 for Bryce in the 107. I probably would have taken its value, even if Genty doesn't fall to me. At the 107, he's not going to get to you there.
Would you go Ted at the 102 for that duo with Bryce?
Thank you.
And Caleb with the 107. Hampton's in a tier of his
Hampton
own,
at 102 for sure. Don't take for the stack or anything.
Nope. And then Caleb at the 107.
You would have a guy left over from the tier at that point. It's one of Henderson, because we're taking Ward over Caleb Johnson, aren't we?
I think that's what I don't know.
Because Ward could be in that tier with Caleb Johnson.
If Ward is never going over those receivers and running backs, then he's going to go right there with Caleb Johnson. I've seen a mock or two here where Johnson has gone over Ward, but I don't think that should be happening.
Hey, Tom, can you shrink the screen a little bit? It pushed through the edges just a tad bit if you make it. Yeah. Thank you, buddy.
Sweet.
Appreciate it. Tom's learning how to produce up there. If you lived in Indiana, Tom might have you produce every week. David just dropped a huge super chat. Can't believe we're going to do... it went away. Where's it at? There it is. Can't believe we're going to do the live league during my birthday party. I don't protest. Oh, well, Domain crushed it again tonight. This is celebrating 1,000 stream viewers. Great work to the whole team. Again, yes, congratulations to everybody who helped us out on this trip. And it's not over. Tomorrow, we are working on producing the best content in the Dynasty space for you.
Yep.
So, David, we appreciate you, man. Again, you're a big part of this as well. One of our longtime supporters and honestly, one of our biggest fans. We appreciate you a lot. You've really helped us out this offseason, helped us grow, and you've been with us for a long time. So I hope you know that you mean a lot to us, and Nathan and I think very, very highly of you. So we appreciate you super chat. And again, shout out to all you guys. You guys have built this community, and you're going to sustain this community. It's not Nathan and I. Nathan and I can facilitate it and do what we can to invest in it. But ultimately, this is a community run by you and for you. So Nathan and I aren't that eclectic of personalities for this to be about us. Trust me. This is you guys. Okay, so, wow. Okay, it's still the tier, though. Even when this gets funky, right? We've still got the tier here.
Yes.
And then it was Harvey that jumped up, and we've got Harvey in the next tier.
Yep.
So should we move Harvey over Golden?
I don't know.
I just said the same tier. I don't care.
Yeah.
Golden goes there ahead of the tight ends, though. Okay, Nathan, we've got an
I
interesting.
feel like to be consistent with our rationale on day 2 running backs, on second round running backs, really like the fact that analytically Golden
There's
is
Caleb.
in a better tier than like RJ Harvey would be.
Yeah.
Comparably, we can just put the running back there.
This was interesting to see where Johnson fell in this one.
Yeah.
And then the tight ends go at the turn.
Igbuka's the wild card every time.
Trey Harris goes ahead of Dart there.
People don't know what to do with Igbuka.
I wonder how much was the Giants' social media team hyping up the Dart pick? I'm very curious about that.
Yeah. Also, here's what I want to know too. To those of you who are selecting Loveland, like genuinely, just let us know in the chat. Did the Burden
Did
pick
the Burden
not
pick
panic
affect it?
you at
That's a
all?
great question.
Because I don't think, I mean, from a team investment perspective, 10th overall pick versus second round pick, Loveland's going to have precedence.
Yeah.
But from a target volume perspective,
I wouldn't
it was already crowded.
I
It was
wouldn't- I
already
wouldn't-
crowded before that.
I wouldn't blame somebody if they were turned off by this. So, but yeah, that's kind of where I'm at as well. 16-team Superflex, Genty, Ward, or Hunter in this format at the 101. The 16 team makes me want Ward. Juiced IDP makes Hunter insane, and Genty is Genty.
Oh, man. I think I'd still go. Would you still go Genty?
Yeah, you go
I'd
Genty.
still go Genty.
You go Genty.
16-team Superflex, man, that's tempting, but
Yeah.
I've got Savion in this tier with the tight
Yeah, we'd have to
ends.
rank him. Yeah. Dart went later here. Besh jumped up here and went earlier. And there's Alfie that took water ball.
Yeah.
It took Besh here, and then Higgins, Devin Neal. Yeah, so Devin Neal hasn't even been drafted yet. So, yeah, okay. What makes the Judkins spot better? Henderson's attached for Abel and May. Judkins doesn't have a QB. I think those landing spots are pretty much dead even for me.
I'm just gonna have a remaining tier.
I would say if you're going to make an argument for one of them to have a better landing spot, I think it's easier to make the argument for Henderson than Judkins. So I agree with you, Harrison.
Yep.
Cab the Cow had a super chat here. 16-team Superflex IDP, Genty, Ward, or Hunter in this format at the 1. Oh, we already answered that. My bad. That was the one we already did. Thought I missed that one. For a 1-year rebuild team who suggested Rome, who do we pivot to if we pivot? For right now, like in that range, Rashee Rice is going to be still in that value range. So if you were suggested Rome, now I would probably target Rashee Rice. I'm not sure if we're going to. And you know, Garrett Wilson of the 103, probably the.
It's Isaac Tesla, right?
Yes. Wilson or the 103?
Garrett Wilson.
Yeah. I think I agree with that. Let's see. I got a super chat here from Ryan. I traded Chase in the 203 for Marv, the 107 and the 206. I have Herb, Purdy, Connor, Brian Robinson, Caleb, Travion, Marvin Harrison, Ladd, Judy, Hawk, Loveland, still picking at 206. Who are you taking? At the 206 right now, been looking at these drafts. I think if you can get like a Jack Besh there, I'm totally comfortable with that pick. I'm not totally opposed to like a Tyler Shuck at that range as well. Don't probably want to take a tight end there. If any of the guys fall, like I think you take best player available at 206. So use rankings and see what the best value player available is. I think is the best pick. But yeah, keep it going. 12 team start 10. Only 2 wide receivers required to start. I have Nico, Neighbors, Shakir, and Pearsall. No running backs. I have the 103, 4, 5, 8. Wow. Okay. So only 2 wide receivers. You have Nico and Neighbors. Should I just take one of the top wide receivers earlier? Or should I slam running backs? With the 103, 4, 5, I would slam running backs there. Maybe mix in, maybe trade one of the picks for a proven player.
Yep.
Who's must get now? Harris, Besh, Caleb, Loveland, etc. I think right now the best values.
Johnson.
I think the best value right now is Caleb Johnson out of those guys. I think that RJ Harvey is also going to be a good value for us, but this is just based on what we've seen so far. So it's all TBD. I mean, again, this is going to change rapidly, but like Nathan and I you're listening to our live thought process of us like creating our rankings.
Our Luther Burden comment when he was selected, we were like, that's That's a graphic mistake.
Yeah.
Are you guys like?
Yeah, no, they didn't actually do that. Branch says great landing spot for Caleb Johnson. I tend to agree. I think it's a really good landing spot. So make sure you check out our BOGO Blueprint deal. Any new members can come over on the Discord, get in drafts like this, get the On the Clock channel, get one-on-one advice from Nathan and I, and get buy one, get one. Really, not even buy one, get one. You get 2 free blueprints with the annual Motherflocker tier with code domain. We're running this. The sale is going to end after the draft, so make sure you take advantage of it and come over and send Nathan and I a friend request, send us a message, tell us about your team, and then submit for your blueprint so we can get you blueprint and rookie draft blueprints for either one of your dynasty teams twice or 2 of your dynasty teams. Nathan and I do all of these, every single one of them. It's what we do during the day. Chris Shoup, Gibbs or Jordan Love, the 203, and Jalen McMillan. Gibbs there, easy.
Yep.
Not even close,
203
Chris.
and McMillan are irrelevant in that deal.
Yeah, for sure.
Would you send the 112 and 204 to try and move up a tier of players?
Yeah, try it. See how high you can get. Like,
Yep.
if you're moving up two spots,
if you can get into the 107.
Yes, I mean you can get into that tier. It's all again. It's going to be playing in tier based. Like you got to look at tiers here and make your moves based on the tiers.
Yeah, we're starting to really know our tiers here.
And we're getting the tiers pretty freaking ironed out. Genty Hampton and then Hunter McMillan, Henderson, Judkins. We've got that tier locked. We have it. We legitimately have our top 7. Then Harvey, Golden, Warren. And this is going to be Loveland here. Okay. Oh yeah, Caleb Johnson. We had actually above those guys.
So, unfortunately,
What?
not unfortunately, but if you wanted to go market based here, like
Yeah.
really what you could do is you could put Cam Ward in his own tier since he's not really going over these top 4 guys.
Yeah.
And then you could put Caleb in the same tier as D's. Because
Yeah, I was maybe thinking that too. So I'm totally cool with that.
I'm fine with that.
Okay, let's do it.
Because it doesn't move Johnson.
I thought you meant Caleb Johnson and Cam Ward.
Because here's the thing, I don't think I'm taking Ward over Caleb Johnson ever. But with what we're seeing and what I'm thinking, I don't really
You mean the other way around?
love taking Ward over any of these guys in the B tier.
And a 10 teams start 2 tight end. Would you take Warren Lovin over Judkin Henderson? 10 teams start 2 tight end. Yeah, they'd probably be in the same tier, and I would say, yeah, you could if you could take them and start 2 tight end. Yeah, that's definitely warranted. They're top 5 tight ends.
Yep.
Best player available, no matter what. I tend to agree. Yeah, again, we've got the whole dynasty rookie draft tool you can use during the draft and see how to select. So, okay, and then Big Buka, Dart, Burden, and then Harris, and then Shador. He shouldn't be going there, but I think that's probably just the ADP screwing with us.
Yes. Very possible.
I will. Yeah, I'm going to say this.
I'm very interested, honestly. Number one, my number one takeaway with the Higgins and Knoll draft picks for Houston.
Yeah.
I think Knoll is going to be exactly what he was at Iowa State, which is a low volume, big play type of guy. Mm-hmm. And I think Higgins actually has a chance to be solid.
How many likes are we at, by the way?
788.
Okay, we need 12 more likes, and if we get 12 more likes here in the next minute or so, we're going to fire up quite a few more of these and stay on and just chill out, because Nathan and I are working on our rankings anyways, so we appreciate it. Drop a like. We get to 800, we're going to stay on and keep doing drafts.
We got a Steelers fan in the chat here. Pumped about Johnson. Need him in the Platinum League.
Oh, goodness, yes. Okay, the Platinum League. Our best league, of course. Everybody knows that's our best league. It's not really. We suck.
Alfie said Ben Johnson really just said, screw it, I want to get 40-plus points.
I will never understand. I will never understand.
I will never understand ever understand it.
Maybe I will eventually. But
unless they draft DJ Moore for something.
Yeah.
Trade. Unless they trade DJ Moore. If they do that, everything makes a little more sense.
Yeah, for sure. Fergie's going here in the end of the second. I mean, again, these late seconds are all going to get pushed down. I think this is the one thing we really don't have solidified right now. So I like the best player available strategy for sure, though. There's Scattaboo, and again, Scattaboo will go eventually. But let's fire up a new one here real quick. We hit 800? Not yet. If we got to hit 800 during this draft, keep going. So drop a like. Let's do it. Draft on Sunday. How fast is your live team blueprint turnaround time? For live team blueprints, we're going to be live tomorrow. So if you need one, we're going to have limited spots tomorrow, probably only 25, 30 tomorrow. So if you jump in tomorrow, we can do it tomorrow. We don't. I don't. How many lives do we have in the queue right now? Have we gotten the blueprint count today? I don't think we have more than 5 though.
Probably not. We're gonna have to start recording all of our videos at noon
Probably at least.
local.
Yeah. So we'll
and
be.
then we're gonna be recording for like 6
No, I know,
hours.
I know. But who said bye? Nope. Can't see who it is.
Waffle.
Bye, Waffle. Thanks for coming, buddy.
You guys got a waffle voice. Enjoy.
Thanks for
See
breakfast.
you, Waffle. Thank you.
Tom Brady's actually here. I'm in a rebuild in a decent spot. I have the 105, 109, 202, 205. You got a lot of picks here in a 10 team. Should I trade down? Should I trade all 26, own 1 late 1, early 2nd, and the 201 or 103? Okay, gosh. Should I trade my own first, a late 1st, and early 2nd, and the 305 for the 102 and the 201, or the 103 and the 203, either or? So all of your picks. So 226 first for the 102 and the 201. Oh my gosh, take that. I would do that for the 102 and the 201, wouldn't you? Get the guaranteed player now.
Yep.
Sick.
Appreciate it, Mr. Brady.
Yeah, thanks for your super chat, man. We appreciate you. You guys can keep the questions coming. 850 likes. We're good. We're staying on for a while. So. All right, so the tier continues. So Genty, okay, so this was the first one I think we've had different tonight. I think this is the first one. So it was Hunter over Hampton, but I don't think it's going to happen very often. It's an outlier. It will happen in some drafts, but Judkins, Ward, Henderson, McMillan, and then Johnson. So
Yeah.
so you moved Johnson down. Are you sure you don't want Cam Ward and Johnson in the same tier?
Dude, that's what I just asked you about, and you said you agreed with me.
No, well, then I must have misunderstood you because I was trying to ask you that earlier too.
I said, should Cam Ward be in his own tier, or in any?
And then I said,
under what scenarios are you ever taking Caleb Johnson over Cam Ward?
I don't know.
That was my point.
I don't know yet.
I don't know either, but yeah.
Yeah, we appreciate you guys dropping likes on the stream. Let's get it to 1,000. You guys.
But are you ever taking Harvey, Golden, Loveland, or Warren over Caleb Johnson? For me, no.
Yeah, it went from 709 to 850 likes in 15 seconds. Yeah, no, we'll stay live as long as you guys want tonight. Look, I know what you're saying. I get it.
I mean, really, you have 2 single-player tiers.
Yeah, it's crazy, dude. 3, right? Genty, Hampton, Cam Ward.
I'm saying 2 between Ward and Caleb Johnson. Technically.
Oh, yeah, I mean...
Because I'm never taking Ward, Loveland,
It's gonna
Golden,
make our freaking
or Harvey
graphics
over
pretty
Caleb
freaking messy,
Johnson,
man.
And I'm never taking Caleb Johnson over Ward, I don't think.
I said I also
But
have
maybe that's a little bit closer, so I don't know.
Yeah, Tom Brady, I am still doing that trade, man. Even though you have the 106, that doesn't change anything for me, so... The real Tom Brady. What's the most you offer to up tier from the 102 to 101? Not much. I honestly wouldn't. I would take Hampton. And unless you have an absolute like stacked, ridiculous, crazy team, I would take Hampton. So Dart goes there again. So Noel actually jumped up in this one, but you had Harris, Burden, Dart, Higgins, and we've got Higgins in that next year, guys, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. And then, so Dart, Higgins, I would put Besh here pretty easily. This is where I'm going Besh.
Where?
Like 1-7, 1-8. Warrior King said Waffle's voice fits. Yeah, it does fit. Yeah, it does. Waffle's awesome. Him and his wife and his family were here this morning, and they made us breakfast. It was great. It was really nice of them. So, yeah, Scattaboo, Samson. Again, I think what's going to happen tomorrow is you're going to have these Samson, Scattaboos, Teutons, Giddens, and they're going to jump up and probably affect like the 2-2 range. So that's what I think is going to happen. So. All right, Jack Bash. There you go. I'm going pee. I'll be right back.
Nice.
I'm drinking freaking tons of body armor. Will you mute me, Tom? Check.
I'm still unmuted. Okay, cool. Just making sure. Trade DK for the 106? Yeah, I'd do that. I would do that for sure. I'm totally cool with that. Next mock draft. Here we go. This is mock number 2 after the 800 likes, I think. So we do 5 more, so we'll do 5 more for you guys, as long as you guys want. Aaron, appreciate your super chat, man. I have the 102, 104, and my best running back is Chuba, and I'm really thin there. I'm going Hampton at the 102, but unsure of which running back to take at the 104. If Henderson... Okay. I mean, we just established this. I think we're pretty comfortable having... Hello, bug. Go away. Leave me alone. Henderson, Hunter, McMillan, and Quinshon Judkins all in the same tier there. If you're weak at running back and you want to pass up, I mean, number 1, I would probably go with Ted there. But with you wanting to go running back, again, it's going to be one of Henderson or Judkins. If you're set on taking running back at the 104, which I have no issue with, because they're all going to be in the same tier, though, those 4 players, the 2 running backs and 2 wide receivers, it needs to be one of Henderson, Judkins. Does not matter to me. If both of them are available there, Avery and I analytically prefer Travion Henderson. Or at least I do. I guess I don't know with Avery for sure. But I prefer Henderson. I have no issue if you go Judkins. Obviously, he was drafted higher. It was by a couple spots. Not much of a difference there. If you like the situation more, again, I have no issue with that. Analytically, I like Henderson a little bit more than Judkins. So hopefully that helps. Wow, Hunter falls all the way to a 1.8 here. Caleb Johnson goes over Hunter, and Dart goes as high as a 1.9. Wow, this was a crazy one. Jeez Louise. So Ward went a little higher than we're used to, or than we've gotten used to seeing in a lot of these mocks, going at the 1.5 seat. Now I'm starting to change my mind. I think maybe Ward does go in that tier. With Tet, Hunter, Henderson, and Judkins. Harvey at the 110. Caleb Johnson, again, consistently going over those guys. Here goes Tyler Warren. Loveland is not gone. Matthew Golden at the 112. So Loveland will probably go here in the early second.
Tell them I'm back. You can put him back on.
Avery's back. You can put him back on, guys.
Sup? I had to pee because I know we're going to be here for a minute. Okay, so Henderson, McMillan, Ward, Judkins.
We're already halfway through our second draft.
Dang, Hunter slid in this one. And Dart jumped.
This was a wild one. And
it's a chaotic
Ward
one.
And Ward jumps.
My goodness. Man. Loveland fell. Yeah, Ward went 1.5. But again, I think Ward, like, you see a quarterback needy team take Ward at the 1.4, 1.5. That's totally normal in my opinion. I think it's going to happen.
Yep.
Why does nobody in my league want Hawk? I'm rebuilding. Probably because they wanted to see where these tight ends went. Because Hawk just moved down 2 spots in our rankings. I still think there should be a market for Hawkinson. I like that Ty Felton got drafted tonight. Mason Taylor goes there.
Was Ty Felton the only fantasy relevant wide receiver that
went after
we
yes
transitioned?
He was the only fantasy relevant player, period.
Okay.
Jalen Knoll goes there 2.7. I'm going to own a lot of Jack Bech, y'all. I'm going to own a lot of Jack Bech.
He's going to be going there.
Oh, man, my mid-seconds. Okay, so I'm curious. I want to see the league I drafted. Because I took a lot of picks in the first league we drafted this offseason, the Live League 2. Mm-hmm. And so my picks in that league, how good do they look after tonight? I have the 101 and the 103. Pretty good. The 111, pretty good. And then I have the 205, 302, 311. So the 205 doesn't look as great. But the 101, 103, 111, I'm pretty in decent shape.
Yep.
And then that league, I'm probably going to take... Honestly, I'll probably end up taking Travis Hunter. I have the 105, right? No, I have the 103. Okay, so I would probably like to take Genty and then take Ted or Travis Hunter in that league, but we'll see. Shador goes there. Again, he won't be going there when it's all said and done. But again, I think tomorrow what happens is you're going to see lots of running backs drafted in the 4th round, and you're going to see this second round get mixed up. So I feel bad. A lot of people will start their rookie drafts after Friday night. And I mean, I think this year, especially Saturday, is going to really change. I mean, most of the time,
gonna change
Saturday
the
has
time.
no different. It's like Saturday is going to actually change the second round here
Yes, it
pretty
will.
severely, in my opinion.
When there are fourth-round running backs that go.
Did we answer this one? Renee, appreciate your super chat. 10-team Superflex start 11 competitive team. I own the 103, 104, 110, 204. Do I go Hunter and T-Mac even if I'm bloated at wide receiver? No, I think you can go running back here. The 103, 104 tier is Henderson, McMillan, Ward, Judkins, Travis Hunter.
So now we're back with Ward in that tier. I don't know what to do with him.
We'll keep thinking about it. I'm leaning towards it being one big tier. Honestly, I'm kind of tempted to. Well, no, I don't think
Because
I can put
Johnson
Caleb
can't
Johnson
go as
in that
high as a
tier.
1-3. He can't. I'm back to Johnson in a tier of his own.
That's kind of where I'm at too. I think that was my favorite so far of the iterations that we have of our rankings. How much value has Tesla gained? Is he worthy of a third-round pick? He's gained value for sure. I don't think I would be selecting him though. I'd take running back there. The running backs that are taking tomorrow, I would take over Tesla. Faux shizzle.
We got a super chat from Robert.
Okay, Robert.
12-team start 10.
Rudy did say youth group at Pine Grove. Nice. How much is annual Motherflocker? $97 a year, so $8 a month. Robert has a question. I'll let you answer it.
Yeah, he says 12-team start 10. I've got the 102 and 104. QBs are Penix, Price, and Russ. RBs, Mixon, Swift, Stevenson. No 26 first or second. Do I need to take Ward at 4?
It's a great question.
Penix, Price, and Russ.
Mixon, Swift. He needs running back. And he needs
You do
quarterback.
need running back. You're going to get Hampton with the 102. So that'll be helpful.
He needs a quarterback.
I have no issue with you going Ward there.
I think I'm fine taking Ward there
Yep.
for sure.
Alexander Smith.
What's up, Alexander? Good to see you, man.
I have Stevenson in the 105. Would
Would I be dumb to draft Henderson over Judkins? No.
no, not at all.
I don't think you're dumb at all. Again, these are guys in
you've
the same
seen
tier.
In a lot of these mocks, Henderson is going over Judkins. They went a couple picks apart in the second round.
Yeah.
And at that point, you go with either your gut or you go with the analytical preference. And the analytical preference for us is Henderson. They're definitely in the same tier for sure.
Yeah. For sure. Appreciate the question, Robert. Appreciate your question too, Alex. All right, let's do it. This draft is full. Trayvon's landing spot puts him at the 1-3. I mean, I think that we think it's a tier. Right now, we're leaning towards a tier-based approach, and I think Trayvon's not in a tier of his own at top, so I think it could be Tet, Travis Hunter, Trayvon Henderson, Quinshon Judkins, Cam Ward, or
Travis Hunter.
no, that was right. I said Hunter, right? I don't know.
I don't remember. It's
McMillan,
5 guys.
McMillan, Hunter. Yeah, it's 5 guys. I said
2
5.
QBs, 2 wide receivers, QB. Or 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, QB. Walter Rose, appreciate your super chat, man. He says, in a 2-year rebuild, so a hard rebuild, want a down tier from Bijan for picks, players with the landing spots. What should I be looking for? Wide receivers are good. Thanks, fellas.
Yeah, appreciate it.
So as a hard rebuild, you probably want to clear out running back outside of the rookie draft. So I like the idea of looking to move off of Bijan. I would go, I mean, even the wide receivers are good. You cannot have too many good wide receivers on a hard rebuild.
Yep.
So down tier and get multiple wide receivers. You can go Garrett Wilson plus. You can go Marv plus, JSN plus, those types of guys.
Yeah. We appreciate you. By the way, if you are interested in getting a live team review tomorrow when we are live, we're going to have to do a live stream. There are going to be people that want them before Sunday for sure. We just have. That's the only way we're going to be able to do those. I think we'll do a pretty decent giveaway tomorrow during that live stream as well. So make sure you jump on. Genty, Hampton, Henderson, McMillan, Ward, Hunter, Judkins, and Johnson. Okay. Johnson in his own tier. Dart 1-9. I think you'll see that. I think you'll see Dart jump up to late first a lot. Where do you currently have him ranked? Honestly, like I want to look at that.
Who?
Nate.
What?
Well, maybe we need to see more sample size, but I'm wondering if Jackson Dart's not in that D tier. I've seen him get picked in the first a lot.
I don't have an issue with that, dude.
Okay.
He went first round.
I know.
That's why I have no problem with that at all.
He did go first round. So is it Buka in his own tier?
I mean, I've seen Ibuka jump up there too.
I know, I have two, so maybe that's a huge tier. I feel like it's such a cop out to have huge tiers, to be honest with you. But here's the other thing. There's also a ton of variance right now because it's just right after the second round, third round. So a lot of it is variance. We need to rank them. I would take Kyle Williams over Lad McConkey, for example. Huh? I'm assuming you didn't mean you would take Kyle Williams over Lad in Dynasty. I'm just guessing. Costin, appreciate your super chat, man. Should I just draft Hampton at the 102 or should I send the 102 and a first for Genty? Draft Hampton. Save your first. Save your first. Draft to Hampton.
Also, Warren or Loveland. I know you all are Colts guys. Burden landing spot, by the way.
I know. Big
because
bummer,
of the Burden
man.
landing spot,
Because of the impact it has on Loveland.
prefer Warren over Loveland.
We'll take Warren. Same tier though, honestly. So I mean, we can't.
It still needs to be in the same tier.
Can't do a crazy flag plant. So. Check out the link in the comments if you want to join and get BOGO blueprints. Again, this is a very, very limited time deal. We're going to cut this deal off here pretty soon. So you can join Annual Motherflocker, use code DOMAIN, get BOGO blueprints, get infinite blueprints for them, get rookie draft blueprints as well, the full team review package, and then all the tools on the site and the Discord for a year. Joshua, appreciate your super chat, man.
I don't think there's anything wrong having big tiers because this is technically late first to early second anyways, which we always talk about that being analytically very similar hit rates.
True.
So
Brady Frazier, just wanted to say appreciate the boys grinding the analytics and get a round 4 running back prediction with landing spots for both of you. Absolutely, you can, man. Appreciate your super chat. I was looking at this earlier and I kind of already have this in my head. I think at the second pick, 104, I think the Jags go DJ Giddens. I think that Cam Scatterboo goes to the Giants in the 3rd pick. I think the Bears take Bashal Tootin with the 7th pick. And I think that, if not, Scatterboo would fit well with the Bears, by the way, too. I think that we see like a Devin Neal get drafted tomorrow, too. And my guess it would be somewhere like the Bengals. And then maybe Washington. That's... You just never know, but like I think you are going to see 4 or 5. I mean... What do you guys think up top? 4 or 5 rounds? 4 or 5 running backs in the 4th round tomorrow?
I'll never understand it, dude. I don't think I'll ever understand it. Because whatever running back they're getting tomorrow, like from a prospect profile, every single one of those guys is like Brian Robinson was a 3rd round pick.
Yeah.
Brian freaking Robinson was a 3rd round pick.
Yeah. I know. Let's go to the seeds. The 10-team Superflex. Strong lineup. Allen, Hurts, Brees, Kyron, A.J. Brown, and McConkey. Lack depth, 109, 110. 2-2, who should I be targeting here? Right now, in terms of the targets tangibly that we can have for this team, it looks like there's going to be a big tier here for the 1-9, 110, and the 2-2. R.J. Harvey, Matthew Golden, Colson Lovin, Tyler Warren, Jackson Dart, and Emeka Egbuka. Take best player available, whoever falls from that tier. If Caleb Johnson falls down, take him. If one of the other guys falls down, take best player available. Otherwise, pick in that tier and go off your team need and your contending or rebuilding status. But it's a big tier right now. Jack says, should I trade away the 110 and the 405 for a 26 third and a 27 first? No, just make the pick at the 110 and a 1 QB start 9. Make the pick.
That tier's 6 guys. It's fine. It's not like it's 8.
I know.
6 is fine.
Lambo says, I want to tier down from the 101. What 2 first would you deem acceptable? What's the furthest back you go? You have to get back into the, at the very bare minimum, 103 through 1-7 tier. Or is it 1-8 or 1-7?
It's a 1-7.
Don't go any further than the 1-7. If it's like the 1-7 or the 1-6, I would want a late first back.
I guess technically the 1-8 because Caleb Johnson.
Yes. I wouldn't, but downtrending from the 101, how far would you go down? I would probably say 5. Not 7 or 8. Probably 5.
Just get right in the middle of the tier.
Yeah, and I just don't want to give up that much top end value. I don't want to down tier too far. So you can get Judkins or Henderson there, which is totally fine. But I would want like late first equivalent value on top at least. So like acceptable 105 and like 110.
Yeah.
I think I would be okay with. From the 101, are you taking the 105 and 110? No, I'm not, honestly. I would want the 105 and the 106.
Yep.
If it's the 113, then you start talking about late firsts.
Yeah. Josh Drennan, appreciate your super chat, man. He says, where do you have Ewers ranked if he goes to the Dolphins since Tua is injury prone? Can I get him in the 3rd do you think? If Ewers goes anywhere tomorrow, day 3 as a quarterback, analytically those guys are almost guaranteed to not hit. I would not even draft him.
No, I wouldn't either. All right, how we feel about these rankings right now, Nate? Better?
Good.
The Johnson sandwich between the 2 tiers is pretty funny to me. But really, I mean,
I feel pretty confident about that. Really,
yeah, I mean, I'm feeling pretty good about that as well.
I cannot take him over
Yeah.
any of the guys in B, and I will not take anyone in D over him.
Yeah. No, you're probably right. Burden, yeah, Higgins back, yep. Yeah, I don't know why Jack.
Brian Robinson was drafted in the same round as Caleb Johnson.
Yeah, I remember that. That was crazy. We were kind of confused about that. Remember? Because he really wasn't that good of a prospect.
Blake Corum was drafted higher than Caleb Johnson was.
I know. In a weaker running back class.
Trey Benson.
I know. Make sure you guys drop a like. Here in the next 10 minutes, our goal is going to be 1,000 likes. We hit 1,000 likes. Nathan and I will stay on here and keep talking through this stuff. We're just working on our rankings right now. And again, we'll have the rankings ready for you tomorrow. So on the site, video form, all of it. Okay, Higgins, Harris, Burden, Besh. Yep. Okay, I feel good about that second round tier right now. But again, I think the running backs are going to screw that tiers up. Those couple second round tiers, I think it's going to screw them up.
They'll shake them up.
Yeah, they will.
And
The good landing spots will do that too. Really, like they'll really jump.
yeah. We'll probably have to be a little bit careful though, because what we have seen with second round running backs versus third round running backs is that the hit rates are pretty much the same.
Yeah.
So I don't think we can really advocate for any fourth round running backs being ranked any higher than the middle of the second round.
Yeah, you're probably right.
We cannot push them up any further. Like, we've got to resist the urge.
Yeah. No, I agree. Let's get a new one going. Tyler Shuck goes there. Nice.
This is our fifth,
Yep.
or the next one will be.
Oh, you're actually counting. I wasn't
Yeah,
counting.
I'm keeping track.
I wasn't counting. I'm gonna give him a couple minutes to get 100 likes. That's gonna take him a while. So, 1,000's the goal. Keep them coming. We'll stay on here and keep talking for you. So, I mean, we're at a decent hour right now. We don't have to record tonight. That's nice.
I don't know.
I would be mad. Jack Besh is going to be the best wide receiver in this class. I think Jack Besh might be the one of the highest floor receivers in this class, but I think best when in a class with McMillan and Hunter in the ceiling they have is a little bit of a stretch for me. But I definitely think that Jack Besh is a very good value based on what I'm seeing right now. I will say that. And drop it a like, people. 9:10. Okay, we're 90 away from staying on here for a little while.
Yeah, we can probably use, for our videos tomorrow, we can probably use all three cams upstairs this time.
Yeah, we're done down here now.
We're done now.
Unless we record videos down here. So, what do you guys like more? Did you like the indoor set on the video this morning, or do you like the outdoor
Here's
set?
the thing: we're not going to be able to record out here because if we have to
During the
record
afternoon, we can't.
Right after, we cannot do it here. So
Sure, never mind. Don't answer that.
we would have to move everything back out here during like 6.
Do I get the draft bundle if I get the blueprint or annual Motherflocker? The only way you get the draft bundle is if you purchase the draft bundle on the all-color page. The annual Motherflocker, though, does get you the bundle with the 2 blueprints. You just don't get the swag box with it. So. Honestly, Jordan, if you sign up for the annual Motherflocker shit, if you want a swag box, you can message me and I'll get that to you as well. If you're already a member, though, sorry. Are we worried about
droplet noise is driving me nuts.
what's driving you nuts?
The water droplet noise.
Yeah, I don't know why it's my phone. It's being really dumb. Man, I don't look at my phone during these draft streams, and I have 1,000 notifications. Not
Yeah,
exaggerating.
I
have
just
so
cleared
many.
mine a little bit ago. I was like, holy cow.
Yeah.
Shedeur Sanders did not go even day 2. He is sliding. He is so irrelevant. It's not even funny.
Yeah. It's actually crazy. Again, it's one of the craziest fall-offs I've ever seen.
Yep.
So. All right, we're at 9:20. We've got 80 more, and we'll stay on for a while. Excedra, what's up? Need some help? Would you trade Mahomes in the 102 for Josh Allen? No. Mahomes, no. No.
Nope.
No. I like the package there.
No thanks.
Mahomes is still great.
I will
Don't get it twisted. Mahomes is still really great. So
Don't get it twisted.
when I click the draft bundle, it brings me to buy the Blueprint 1.0.
Shout
Oh
out
yeah,
Jonathan
Jordan,
Gannon.
you just have to slide up, my man.
Dude, these bugs need to freaking get out of my face.
And if you're gonna buy the bundle, I'd recommend at least doing a monthly because you'll save a lot of money on it.
Not in the mood for the bugs right now.
I understand. Excedra says, "Oh yeah, he just asked. Well, we answered you, buddy. We were gonna answer you for free. We got you. Appreciate your super chat though, man. That's why we answer your stuff. We appreciate all you guys. 9:30. We are 70 away, and we will do. We'll stay on and keep doing mocks, and you guys can keep jumping in. Genty, Hampton, Hunter, McMillan, Warren will jump up. You'll see, again, from our ranking standpoint, I don't think we need to do anything with the tight ends, but again, we are going to have to preach to people in these videos, especially from a strategy standpoint, that you are going to see Warren jump up a lot, Ward jump up a lot, Loveland jump up a lot, and potentially Dar jump up a lot because of the positional need.
Yep.
And if, at the point where it happens cross-tiered, then you're going to have value followers, and that's when you pounce, and that's how you win rookie drafts right there.
That's how you get good followers in the late first.
Yes, it is.
Like Johnson at the 110.
It's a good pick. I mean, look at Loveland, and look at
RJ
Loveland.
Harvey at the 2-1.
Look at the
Loveland,
first three of the
Golden.
second round.
Yeah, that's nuts.
That's crazy, man.
Yeah, Trey Harris was a big yikes.
Yeah. It's nuts. I got offered Marvin Bucky for the 101. It's even. I don't care if you take that. I don't think it's a smash, but I don't care if you take it.
Yeah. Tricky Vic, appreciate you, man.
I like it, actually. You can take it. May for Murray, Loveland, or Stroud Warren.
Neither. I'm holding May there. That's not enough. You got to get a better pick than that.
Yeah, I tend to agree.
Too much of a down tier. That's a 1-2 turn quarterback in Superflex to a third round quarterback plus late first round pick.
Yeah.
Not good enough. It's got to be in that tier of 103 to 107 for it to be worth it.
I'm with you. Appreciate you, Tricky Vic. Dynasty Junkies on your logo. I like that. Jalen Knoll, Tyler Shutt, Cam Skyway, Luther Bird. Okay, I mean, we've got it close, at least, I think. Some of this is solidified. I mean, I think everything through probably, let's see. Right now, everything through probably almost D is solidified. Like, if you had Scadaboo to the Giants, where would you rank him, for example?
I cannot rank him any higher than the mid second, right where he went, 2-7.
If he goes in the fourth to the Giants.
Can't do it. Can't do it any higher than that.
So you would take the second round receivers over a fourth round running back?
Mm-hmm. Based on our analytics and what we've seen with those hit rates for the receivers that go in the second round of dynasty drafts versus the running backs that go in the second round of dynasty drafts, the reason the hit rates are so similar and why it's actually slightly better for wide receivers is because all those running backs that go in the late second are day 3 running backs that are being pushed up boards because of landing spot. And it doesn't drop off in the third for running backs because you get the day 3 running backs that are not being elevated because they have worse landing spots.
Interesting. I'll look at fourth round running back selections here recently.
Excuse me. Because think about it. Like Jalen Wright just went in the 4th round last year.
So it was Marshawn Lloyd. Oh, wait, sorry. It was Jalen Wright, Bucky Irving, Will Shipley, Ray Davis, Isaac Grindo, Son Viaki, and Braylon Allen. The year before that, it was Roshan Johnson. The year before that, it was Pierce, White, Spiller, Strong. Oh, my gosh. The year before that, it was Michael. Oh, my gosh. The year before that, oh, my gosh.
So that's what I'm telling you. Like 4th round can only save us so much. It can save the back end of the second. But if Scadaboo goes to the Giants 4th round, I refuse to rank him any higher than the 2.6, 2.7.
Okay, so basically what we're seeing is your early seconds are set.
Yes.
And we're screwed.
Yes.
Because that means
Yes.
you're right. These hit rates are terrible. Mm-hmm. I need hit rate research from the boys.
Well, dude, we have the hit rate research. We did like 3
Yeah, but that's
videos
within
on this
rookie
week.
drafts. I want them within the NFL draft capital.
Oh, okay.
I want like specific round two dynasty rookie drafts, round 2 receivers, or round 4 running backs.
Well, we can filter by the bakery. We'll just have Ryan do that.
Yeah, that's true. Ryan, are you listening, or you still there? Ah, you guys think we can get that done? Okay.
We basically just want to see fourth round running backs over the last few years
Yeah.
and fifth round running backs. Sixth and seventh you can ignore.
Yeah.
But fourth and fifth round running backs over the last 4 or 5 years, just a list of them, and we'll know their names and who did well, who didn't, and then maybe get some numbers there.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Oh, goodness.
Oh my gosh, dude. Yikes.
Filling up.
I'll do these all off camera. They're all trades.
Oh, trades. Okay, yeah, we need to get trades done. Yep. Should I trade into round one? I have 4 early picks in early 2.
He has them already?
You have the research already? Oh. Let's review that tonight.
Yep.
Should I... Honestly, I mean, you could just come out to the porch and talk to us, Ryan.
Yeah.
Should I trade CD for Rice from in 26th? CD, no. Hold CD for sure. Not even close.
Once we get to the point, Avery, where third round wide receivers are going off boards, I will take every single fourth round running back over those third round wide receivers.
Yeah.
But you can't do it with the seconds.
Yeah.
So like Kyle Williams, that tier where you have Kyle Williams, Ferguson, and Knoll, every fourth round running back that's off the board is in that tier, and those guys are being pushed down boards.
Yeah. Yep.
But they can't jump Besh and Harrison Higgins.
Oh yeah. We oh, you know what? I don't think I have him. I don't think I have you routed to our ears, so we probably shouldn't. Frick. That's all right. We're gonna be probably, unless we hit 1,000 likes in the next 2 drafts, we're probably gonna be calling it here soon. So.
Well, I mean, anyways, you can look at it on your computer and you'll see.
Okay. Cool.
It's already filtered for you.
Oh, okay. Sick.
Wonderful.
All right.
Where is it?
We just have to classify them as what hits or not hits, right? Where did you do it at, Ryan?
Just the overall tab.
Okay. Cool.
You'll have to discern whether or not you think a guy is a hitter or not.
Okay. Yeah, I see.
That's
I
fine.
see. All right.
Okay.
Cool. So we'll have that research for you guys ready on the videos.
Okay, so do a full count here.
Okay.
This is dating back all the way to what year? 2017. And we've got
I don't think wide receivers is filtered.
we're looking at running backs, dude.
No, I said fourth round running backs versus second round wide receivers.
Oh.
I got it. I can do it. Boom. Got it. Thanks. Okay.
Fourth and fifth round running backs are all here. And if we do a
There's
count
way more hits here.
Huh?
There's way more hits in the wide receivers.
for second rounds versus fourth and fifth, yeah.
Yep. Honestly, it's way different than what I thought my approach was going to be on this draft.
That's right in line with our
Yeah,
that's our second and third round draft strategy.
I know. We do say wide receivers have a higher hit rate here, but like you can tangibly see why now. It's because typically these are the 2 different draft capital ranges from an NFL standpoint that you have going in this range in dynasty rookie drafts.
Yep.
So
Notable guys: Ramondre, Aaron Jones, Bucky, Pollard, Chuba. Technically, Chase Brown is 6.
okay, good enough.
Damian Pierce, I guess, is 7. Sure.
Yeah,
Tracy, 8. I'm being generous. Kyron, 9.
yeah.
And that is it. Holy cow, Chase Edmonds' grade. That's funny.
Yeah.
He's low. He had a good year.
All right. Okay, we got 2 more mocks. We got to hit 1,000 likes if we want to stay on here. We're at 9:52. I know you guys can do it, but I think a lot of y'all are going to bed at this point. So I understand. But you keep jumping in these drafts again. We'll do these 2 drafts, and we need 47 likes now. So if you guys hit it, we'll stay on. And
The peeps are turning in.
Hunter says he's going to bed. Appreciate it, man. See ya.
Nate Tano, I appreciate your super
Yeah,
chat.
Nate, thanks,
He
man.
says, hey guys, I have the 104 and 107. Should I try and trade up for the 102 and secure Hampton, or just be happy with getting Judkins, Travion, and whoever else falls to me? I'd stay put. At this point, if you're in that tier of the 103 to the 107, it's not worth moving up.
Yeah,
Just take the guys there.
Yeah.
That's a solid tier.
I think so too. Yeah, I see that. But we probably will, and
Yeah.
it's not gonna. It's what it was doing last night. So
Yep. Brett says this is an all-time bad wide receiver class, though, and an all-time good running back class. I mean, is it an all-time good running back class?
how many? So let's look at the bakery now. I want to see.
I mean, analytically, it still is very good. Yes.
So 5 in the
but-
yellow tier above. For reference, we had 4 last year, 6 the year before, 3 the year before, 4 the year before. No, nothing. Okay, I take that back. There could be as many tomorrow as still 10.
Yep.
So
There are going to be a lot of really, really solid analytics plays in the late second and third round of your rookie drafts, and it will all be running backs.
But he's got a good point, though, man. He's got a good point. The second round wide receivers this year are weaker than normal, and the fourth round running backs are stronger than normal.
Yes,
So we do have
they
to
are.
take that into account, even though
Yes,
historically.
which is why if Scatterboo goes fourth round of the Giants, I am taking him at the 2.6 or 2.7. I'm not taking him any higher, but
Sure.
there is in no other class where we're saying that. Last year we were not taking Jalen Wright at the 2.6, 2.7.
Yeah.
We wasn't even close. So like that's already pretty generous because of how strong the class is.
Yeah. True.
But I'm not taking him over Besh.
Yeah. Oh, we're at 990. You guys are 10 away, and then we're gonna get it. So it's fine. I don't care. I mean, it's 9:30 here, so like we'll stay on for a little while and keep doing it. Lock you in for a couple more drafts, and we appreciate all you guys' engagement and support. It's awesome. You're guaranteed you won't regret it tomorrow, and Sunday, and Monday, and Tuesday. Most content we'll put out in a 4-day stretch on this channel all year ever. Really, this will be the most content you've seen. 996. All right, we're going to stay on. We'll keep taking your questions, too. You can submit. Yeah, 10 more. There you go. Yeah. Let's get it. Here we go. I'm watching. What's at 1K now? You guys had it?
999.
999. All right, we're staying on for a while. You guys convinced us. That was a nice text from AJ.
What?
That was a nice text.
From AJ?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nick says, I think there's a lot of good wide receivers in the second round. Hot take, if I had the 101, I'd go Henderson. That is a very hot take, H-Chem. I agree with you there. Yeah, no, there are some good receivers. Again, we've been very high on Luther Burden. Oh,
is a
the moth is on the, you can see it right there.
Go away.
Nathan versus the moth, right?
It's my turn.
Jake says, ignore the Sanders auto. We will, man. It's happened more times than not tonight. It's the ADP. So, Warren, Johnson, Golden, Loveland, and Dart. Okay, cool. Awesome. You guys are great. You're good. You're good. Don't worry about it, Jake. Samson. I mean, we haven't even really talked about freaking Samson.
Same situation as Scatterboo. If he has a good landing spot in the fourth round,
What the frick?
I'll take him in the.
Hey, Tom, is
Maybe late
Ryan
second.
Ryan still up there? I'm stupid. Never mind. Tell Ryan to shut up. I like Ryan, kind of.
Raiders have no offensive line. Harbaugh's going to go running back by committee somehow. Henderson season. That's an interesting take.
I don't think so.
I'm not sure that they would have spent a late first round pick on a running back
Here, take 50% snap share.
to give him 50% snap share.
That would suck.
Not in the long run. If they did that for the first 2 weeks of the season, like the Lions did with Gibbs,
Yeah.
whatever. Like that doesn't
Sure.
that doesn't matter. Hampton is the guy.
Okay, so
And Genty, I mean, I don't care that they have no O-line. Boise State didn't have an insane O-line either, and Genty led the league in stack boxes,
yeah,
and he was the most efficient by a long shot.
yes, for sure.
Colson Loveland going to be next. Kyle Pitts, a.k.a. not enough targets, bust.
Ooh, I don't think that's Kyle Pitts' problem, to be honest with you. Kyle
think
Pitts,
Kyle
Kyle
Pitts
Pitts
is
doesn't
just
get
not
targets
good.
because he's not good enough to get the targets, I think. Colson Loveland is good enough to get the targets, but it might be a H. Kim with the hot takes tonight, man. It might just be a situation where he can't because it's so crowded there. Pitt's had all the opportunity in the world from a competition standpoint.
Why did the Moss all come out at one
Yeah,
time?
what are they
and
doing?
just
Is it
terrorize
Moss
us?
o'clock? Like, what am I missing here? 10-team Superflex PPR. It's a 1-year reload. Should be my target at 103 with Jacobs, B-Rob as my running backs in a reload. Take McMillan or Hunter. For sure.
Get the frick out of my hair, dude. Oh my gosh.
Bottom.
Well, so far, all the running backs that we told people to get off the roster before the NFL draft, we were 1 for 6 so far.
Pretty.
Ramondre.
It's insane. Where are these running backs tomorrow going to go, though? Like, is the thing?
Actually, Najee, too. Ramondre and Najee.
Yep. Who are the other 4? Tracy.
Chase Brown. Tracy, B-Rob, and then Swift.
We weren't super crazy about B-Rob. Honestly, I don't think we pushed I think the real one that we really like, Tracy's the big one. I think we pushed Tracy more than any of them.
Yes. We started getting pretty strongly opinionated about Chase Brown at the end because of how many visits the Bugles were having with running backs.
Yeah, well, clearly that didn't matter.
3 or 4.
I love the Nathan birthday emoji getting used in the chat. I love it.
Yeah, I look like I'm 65 in that emoji.
Are y'all doing blueprints today, and are they BOGO? The blueprints themselves aren't BOGO. We have 2 deals available for you. BOGO, you're already a member of Beauty Club, so you can get the domain bundle, and it can be BOGO. But we aren't doing blueprints tonight. We are going to do a blueprint stream tomorrow, though, if you tune in after the draft.
No Martinez today either. I mean, that's not... Get out, dude. Oh, my gosh. I'm starting to call these moths, dude. It's getting real.
You know it's getting serious. Where are you guys taking Hunter right now, says Matt? As high as the 103.
Highs 103, lows 107.
Yep. He's in that tier. Confidently, comfortably. Yep, we did. Alex has a super chat now, though. Have the 105 focus on order running back both week on my team. Depends on your 3-year Alec and your team archetype. Probably, if you're a contender, probably it's going to be running back. If not, it's going to be Ward. So it's where the rookie draft blueprint helps right there.
Chris says Warren greater than Love. I've been saying it. I mean, so have I, but I don't think it's Loveland's fault at this point. And I don't think it's any guarantee that Warren's greater than Loveland when he just was drafted after Loveland. So
yeah. Do we like Caleb's capital landing
They still
spot?
have to be by default in the same tier, even though I prefer Loveland.
I would have preferred Caleb win at the early 3rd, but late 3rd's not bad. Landing spot I like. You've been pretty high on Caleb, or how are you willing to take him knowing his landing spot at this point?
108,
108. He's the 108 for us. Locked in, loaded.
tier of his own.
Yep.
Go away, dude. Stop.
This is entertaining. You guys would just watch this. Yeah, I still love Caleb.
You're picking me today. I'm not cool with it.
All right, Shuck. Gordon, man. We didn't see Ollie go today, that's for sure.
Vikings still haven't got a running back yet. They did sign Jordan Mason in the offseason and extended Aaron Jones. I think they're trying to ride out the running back
They
room
might
for
be.
one more year.
But, I mean, they could be in contention to take a running back tomorrow, for sure.
Yeah, they definitely can. Roman, actually, I'm going to look at the Jordan Mason deal. Roman says, I got the 101 and 105 in a league and 102 and 103 in another. Should my top 5 be Genty, Hampton, Hunter, Ward, and Tet, or tight end running back?
Appreciate you, Roman.
So Genty's at the 101, and then you're in a tier of Judkins, Henderson, Tet, Travis Hunter, and Cam Ward at the 105. Whatever your team need is there. If you're a rebuild, you're going to want to go with the insulation of probably the wide receivers there. If you're a contender, you can go with the running backs there.
Yeah.
We don't really care which one you take of Judkins, Henderson. They're both in great situations for their production. Mm-hmm. Analytically, we give the upper hand to Travion, but not enough to put him in a tier above.
Yeah.
He said, I got the 101 and same question there. So hopefully that makes sense, Roman.
Yeah, we appreciate it, man. All right, we got about probably 3 more of these in us. Then we're going to go start working on some videos. Warren might be the best QB on his team. Plot twist, Warren is the best QB on his team. We said that yesterday.
We said that today.
I agree. I think Warren would be better than Jones or Richardson at quarterback.
Warren is going to transition to quarterback. It's going to be the greatest NFL story of all time.
Cool man, you are definitely correct.
From high school quarterback to perennial Penn State backup to fifth-year breakout to Colts franchise quarterback.
To Super Bowl MVP,
Hall of Famer.
Hall of Famer,
First ballot.
quarterback. Tyler Warren, ladies and gentlemen. You see it get off the plane. He's like, I'm coming in here to
Forgot
take this
Alec
quarterback.
falling too, dude. You don't have to tell me.
Nathan speaking calmly yet directly to a moth was not on my 2025 draft bingo card. Calmly yet directly.
Well, when
That's
you're,
exactly what it was.
when you're streaming outside in a hot place and bugs are flying around.
Oh, Nathan, what's funny is Nathan, he's getting genuinely pissed. Side of cases, Warren just Taysom Hill 2.0. I don't think so. Taysom Hill's been productive, by the way, but I don't think so. No. I don't think the Taysom Hill comp is the insult that some of y'all think it is. I mean,
Taysom Hill's a streamable tight end every single year.
what do you think I should do with Kyron Williams? Hold.
Josh Adams said, we love Dylan Gabriel on the Browns practice squad.
Hey,
Yes,
starting
we
quarterback.
do.
I swear to you, man, if they start, I swear to you, if they start Joe Flacco, I'm going to lose my freaking crap. It's the 107 at the end of the tier. What's the
Dude,
price? Move down to the 108.
What do you expect
lot.
from the Cleveland freaking Browns?
They just haven't been the poverty Browns we knew for the last 15 years, at least for the last 3 or 4. I thought they would go get somebody.
And they didn't.
Whatever. I do think they're going to let Dylan Gabriel compete for it. If you don't think they'll win it, that's fine. But
Oh, they definitely will. I mean, they let DTR compete for it.
right, exactly.
So they will.
What round was DTR?
5th round.
So how is my take that crazy? It's not.
Joe Flacco is starting week 1. They'll let him compete for sure, but to say that Dylan Gabriel's a lock to be the starting quarterback for the
I
Cleveland
didn't say
Browns is
that.
like,
I did
that's
not. I did
happening.
not say that. That's not what I
Okay.
said.
What were you saying then?
I said do what? What did you say up there?
No, it's not.
That's
That's not
Thank
crazy
you.
at
Okay,
all.
thank you. That was my whole take.
He'll get a chance to start eventually, but it's no guarantee that
I think
Flacco will most likely start at some point.
Okay. You're talking about Dylan Gabriel starting day 1 is not a crazy take. You agree with that, Ryan? I don't think it's crazy. I don't think he's a lock, but I definitely think he's got a chance to start.
I think objectively that quarterback room is the worst in the NFL.
Pittsburgh, they don't even have a quarterback.
Well, assuming they have
Yeah,
Rodgers.
okay. Yeah, well.
Yeah.
Liam says 12 teams Superflex. I have the 109, 111. I've got Neighbors, but I've got Sutton Pickens. Should I trade up for Hunter
I don't know.
McMillan?
Would you rather have Mason Rudolph or Kenny Pickett?
Fair question. Both.
Did we answer Liam's?
No, I'm answering it right now. I was reading it. Should I trade up for Hunter McMillan? I have Saquon and Kyron at running back. I don't know if that's the move I would make, Liam. I'd honestly like to look at the rest of your team to give you some specific advice. Because you definitely need to up that wide receiver too, but I'm not sure trading up is going to be the way to do it unless you're going to do it pretty cheap. I would maybe look at trading away your 109, 111 for a proven player. That's what I think about that one. Clark says thoughts on Tyron Tracy right now. Yeah, assuming Tyron Tracy survives the 4th, 5th round tomorrow, I mean, look, here's the thing. Tyron Tracy, I think, was as productive this year as he's probably going to be as an NFL running back. And he still has 9th, 10th round dynasty value at best. So even if we missed on him from hey, he's going to get replaced, which honestly it's very possible that we just kind of screwed the pooch on that one.
We said this with Tyron Tracy. They do not need to draft a day 2 running back for him to lose significant value.
Yeah.
It did not have to be day 2. It can be day 3.
So we'll see.
Deceased, appreciate your super chat, man.
What is that person doing?
What is going on?
Somebody just stopped in the road looking at us. You want to come on the show?
Does Burden to Bears hurt Odunze breakout?
It could, man. I
very
hope
well
not,
could.
man. I hope
It
not.
could hurt everyone in that offense. And it's not Burden specifically impacting everyone else. It's the volume. It's the usage. It's who's actually going to be on the field.
Yeah. All right, let's do another one. I was gonna say. When should I draft LeBron? 102?
Yeah, probably.
102.
Yep.
Not ahead of Jim too. LeBron's old now.
Where in Discord are these mock?
Actually, we're posting them right here.
Yeah,
It was
we're
right above
posting
your
them right
your
here.
comment. We just been posting them. It's RJ Harvey season, baby.
Yeah, it sounds like it is.
It is RJ Harvey season. To our surprise, it is.
There's
Absolutely.
nobody else taking that job away from him.
Yeah. No.
Not with that draft capital.
All right. One more spot here. Once we fill it up, we'll get going. Nathan and I think have a pretty good idea of how we want to rank these guys now.
Kyle McCord to the Steelers.
There you go.
The Steelers offense goes into their like early offseason workouts and there's no quarterback there.
That's like
They're
legitimate.
like, who's throwing me the ball? The athletic trainer.
They're going to have Jalen Warren as quarterback. Genty, Hampton, Henderson. Okay. Henderson, Ward. Again, I think you'll see that. NPC Atlanta takes Ward there at the same tier, so can't say it's a bad pick at all. Ted McMillan goes there. Judkins. And then you're going to have Hunter. And then you're going to have Johnson. Or Loveland. One of the two. And then Johnson. Where's Hunter? Holy crap. There. Nice value. Oh my gosh. If I get Travis Hunter at the 1-9 in any draft, I'll crap my pants. That's a great value, man. That's a great value. Roman says, what's the best link for team blueprints? Right here, my friend. You can check out, you got a bunch of different options with different deals this weekend. All right. And then it was Harvey and Dart. Jumping Warren. Jumping, who else did he freaking jump, Nathan? Warren. And Warren.
Ibuka. Golden.
Yeah, Golden, thank you. Gosh. Ocean says Waddle or the 206 and the 209 on rebuild? Waddle. Not worth it. Seconds don't look good.
What is Hunter doing at the 1-9?
So I don't know.
I'd trade up for Hunter there.
I would too. Does the second round picks become more valuable now? No. I think we would say less valuable.
Much less valuable.
I think they're less valuable. Didn't we make an entire video telling people to trade for second round picks?
Yes. We were right about late first. We were wrong about seconds.
That pisses me off.
We were right about first overall.
And how did we get to the conclusion about second round picks?
The running backs.
And they just completely fell through.
They completely fell through.
That's
They
mind-boggling to me.
effed us, dude. Like
we got royally fricked on that one. What do you think of the Coco and Gaddock drafting Tat? I wouldn't consider any of them to have any serious dynasty value. So make these trade for 25 seconds. Let's see who we said to trade. We said Najee.
Here's the thing, though.
Okay, let's look at these trades, though.
Hang on.
Hold on.
Hang on.
No, hang on.
Look at the early seconds right now.
I know, but listen. Would you rather have Igbuka and Golden or Cortland Sutton?
Igbuka and Golden.
Judy.
Igbuka and Golden.
Shakir.
Igbuka and Golden.
Okay, next. Let's look at the 202, 203. Would you rather have Golden and Burden or Najee Harris?
Golden Burden,
Kincaid?
Golden Burden.
Tracy?
Golden Burden.
Okay, let's look at the 204. Would you rather have Jack Besh and Trey Harris or ETN?
Jack Besh. Easy.
Ridley
Jack Besh.
and Charbonnet.
Jack Besh.
This is before the running backs tomorrow. At the 205, who's the 205?
Did we go all the way to the 205?
We
How
did
long
the
ago
whole, we
was
did the
this?
whole second round. This was a month ago. We posted this video March 13th.
I thought we did like mid to late.
No, we did all of them. We did we did picks for players for second round picks.
Oh, that video.
Would you rather have
We did one later.
Jaden Higgins or Isaiah Pacheco?
Jaden Higgins, because
B. Rob
Higgins.
Kraft.
Higgins.
Okay, 206, 207. Leggett, Swifty, and Mooney. I think the only one there that you can make an argument for is Swift now.
The late seconds TBD, but
But and then the other late seconds are Dell,
Yeah,
Coker, and Pitts.
Mooney, you could definitely make an argument for.
Okay, so and then Shaheed, Quentin Johnson, and so we basically didn't. Okay, so we're fine.
We're fine.
I thought we were screwed there for a second.
Yeah, we're okay.
We're good. All those players ended up being good sells. Avery just really wants to crap his pants. It's his example of everything. If Genty goes, want to crap my pants. If Thunder's hot, I'll crap my pants. If water's wet, I'll crap my pants. You know, to your
Fair enough. He did say that a lot.
To your surprise, how much did I end up owing you tonight? 100?
100 even. I stopped after 10.
I don't think I said it anymore after that. I don't think I've said it at all.
No, you have. I just stopped counting.
How about I buy you a sandwich instead?
$100 sandwich. Yeah, it's fine. It's. Well,
I do need to pay you $100. It was my bad. I shouldn't have done it.
I'll clear the bet.
There you go.
You're good.
You don't really have to. I need to be punished. Avery never remembering Golden is peak domain after dark. It happens every stream. He's the most forgettable prospect in this year's draft. It's every stream before this too.
You know, at this point, I'm just ready to sleep on the prospects, get up, and be 10 times more optimistic than I am right now.
Swear word? What did I say that's a swear word? I don't think I said a swear word. I will if you want me to.
Denied.
Yeah, I think this is gonna be the last draft for tonight. So we gotta work on videos. You guys are gonna want the videos, trust me, because they're gonna be high quality stuff.
High quality H2O.
You guys are awesome. Our biggest stream ever was, I think, last night, but our most liked stream ever is tonight. I think we had more views last night, technically. I don't know. We had about 14.7 last night when we were live, and we had about 14. We're at 14.7 right now. Gonna hit 15. So
Yeah, we broke it. We're on a little bit longer this time.
yeah, but that's a lot of it. Why don't we like Golden of the Packers? I feel like it's a good spot. I don't mind it, man. I think a lot of people are lower on it than I am, and Nathan is, honestly. All right, jump in. We got 2 more spots to fill for this last mock. 3 more spots, 4 more spots, 5 more spots. Actually, 4 more spots.
What time are we flying out on Sunday?
6 a.m.
So we got to leave here at 4 a.m.
Pretty much.
Yikes.
Yep. Yep. We're gonna
At least we'll be able to like breathe for 2.5 seconds when we get home.
Yeah, before we stream again.
Yeah.
Roman says, just got a blueprint, you legends. Appreciate you, Rome. Excited to look at it, man. Is Devontae Adams worth the first? No. At this point, probably not. Late firsts are good. Late first, I feel good about. All right, here we go. Last mock draft of the night. Get your super chats in. Last call for super chats if you want your question answered. Genty, Hampy, Hindi.
Here's the thing: if all the running
Cameo.
backs that we thought would have ended up going where we thought they should have gone, this would have been the most loaded class of all time.
I wouldn't say that. Last year was more loaded.
In terms of the depth.
Maybe.
If all those day 2 running backs went, because how many more would we have wanted ideally tonight?
You know, I'm curious. Like, I would like to
3 or 4 more.
Yeah. What I would like to do to kind of see the depth of this class is I would like to give like all wide receivers in the bakery 4th round draft capital and see like where this class would rank among them all. Just like draft capital dependent, so we can see how much better are the 4th round running backs this year than they would be any other year. Honestly, what we need to do is we just need to see. Okay, so if these guys all get 4th round draft capital, let me just do this real quick in the bakery. Okay, here we go. Yeah. Okay. So giving those guys 4th round draft capital, they would all be in the top 15 of the highest ranked 4th round running backs ever. So it is a strong class for 4th rounders.
Which is why if Scottaboo goes 4th round tomorrow, I would take him in the mid-second.
Yeah. But that's getting student at ETN too.
Yeah. But again, can't take him any higher. Like at this point, we are hanging our hats on the mid to late second getting better.
Yeah.
Early second set. The analytics help for sure. I mean, it's why we're bumping up Caleb Johnson quite a bit.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, good gosh, if RJ Harvey is really actually going to fall to the 2-4, he's the best value in your Dynasty rookie drafts. No question about it.
Yeah, for sure.
No question about it.
So it's Warren, Burden, Harris, Harvey fall. I mean, yeah, you're right. Who's a bigger winner from the draft, Caleb Williams or Trevor Lawrence? I say Caleb's a bigger winner. I think you can throw that anybody on the field now, and it's going to be a good one.
People are expecting it. Scottaboo at the 2-7. They're expecting him to go early 4th. We'll see what happens there.
Yeah.
I hope my precious Jordan James goes too.
Yeah, that would be really nice. Okay.
Jinx.
Scatterboo goes there.
Maybe my expectations were just too high. I don't know.
I don't know, man. I mean, again,
We had 6 running backs go, but
in the first 3 rounds,
yeah,
it's not bad.
it's not bad at all.
All right, we need to
But
compare
again,
that to other
it's
class.
more the fact that like after the top 6, we knew it wasn't guaranteed for any of them, but we were pretty confident a few of them were going to go,
Yeah.
and they didn't.
Yeah. All right, y'all.
And it's the landing spots, dude, for the wide receivers that just screwed us over.
Yes, for sure. All right, well, we're going to call it here. We got lots of work to do. We got lots of things to be releasing, and we're going to be on. We won't be live during the 3rd round tomorrow, but we will be over on the Discord and maybe host like a 3rd round chat or something like that where we can host it for our domain Moflows. So, again, check out the BOGO Blueprint deal. You'll definitely want to take advantage of that. But this was awesome. We have had so much fun streaming these drafts, and we're definitely going to be doing this again. This was fantastic, and it was all because of you guys. So I hope you guys know that we appreciate you an entire buttload. Not even kidding. So we love you. We will see you tomorrow for a live stream. We'll have limited spots for blueprints before Sunday. If you start Rookie Draft Sunday and you want it then, we're going to have limited spots. Otherwise, we are also going to be, again, working on videos for you guys, getting those out as soon as possible. So have a great 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th round of the NFL draft, and we hopefully will too.
Yep.
And yeah, we're pretty close to getting drafted in here. So we will see you guys tomorrow. Peace out. Thanks again.